hard, solid 8-pack abs.
Wow.
They were even moving slightly. Shun Jiechi breathed heavily, wanting to touch them again and again, unable to stop herself. Before she could enjoy it enough, a sharp pain hit her waist, and she was thrown hard onto the ground. It was just a touch, not like it would hurt anyone. Ouch, that really hurt. Soaked all over, Shun Jiechi weakly opened her eyes. A tall, nearly 1.9-meter man with a strong build and long legs stood there. His face was red as he glared at her, then stiffly stepped back. My poor daughter, if a man leaves, let him go. Why would you jump into the river over it? Even if you never marry, as long as your parents have food, you'll never go hungry. If you're gone, how could your mother go on living? Shun Jiechi stared at the crying middle-aged woman, her head buzzing. Hadn't she drowned? She was a terrible swimmer, and after swallowing a few mouthfuls of water, she had lost consciousness. How could she be here? Looking around, she saw blue skies, white clouds, and green trees. The people nearby were dressed simply, in old-fashioned work clothes from the 1970s and 80s. Suddenly, unfamiliar memories rushed into her mind. She had entered a story set in that era, becoming a minor character with the same name as her. The original Shun Jiechi had fallen for the male lead, Jiang Shiyan, a young educated man sent to the countryside. She shamelessly spent all her family's savings on him, only to end up with nothing. The real heroine, Yi Zhaozhao, was someone who had been reborn. In her previous life, she had married a poor, rough man from the village. She disliked him, mocked him constantly, and just 3 days after their wedding, he left home and never returned. Yi Zhaozhao lived alone, bitter and lonely, until she died tragically. After being reborn, Yi Zhaozhao wanted to change her fate. She strung along the rough man so he would keep sending food to her family, while secretly getting close to Jiang Shiyan. She even managed to make him break off his engagement with Shun Jiechi. The original Shun Jiechi couldn't handle the heartbreak and jumped into the river. Shun Jiechi remembered that in the story, after she jumped, it was Jiang Shiyan who saved her. From then on, she clung to him, refusing to let go of the engagement until the heroine's schemes destroyed her family and her life. Thinking of Yi Zhaozhao's cunning nature, Shun Jiechi shivered. No, she had to change this tragic fate. She made up her mind. Without even seeing clearly, she lifted her head and said to the strong man, Jiang Shiyan, you saved me. From now on, we're even. I won't bother you anymore. The moment she spoke, the place fell silent. Everyone froze in surprise. Especially the strong man. His eyes widened as he stared at her in disbelief. Oh heavens, my good daughter. How could she be so confused, even mistaking people? He wasn't Jiang Shiyan? Only then did Shun Jiechi take a closer look. Indeed, he didn't quite match the image. In the original story, Jiang Shiyan was described as handsome, fair-skinned, always dressed in a spotless white shirt, clearly a refined scholar, completely different from the rough villagers. No wonder the original heroine fell for him at first sight. But the man in front of her was broad-shouldered, wearing a faded work jacket, with a rough beard and sun-browned skin. He looked strong and full of energy. His solid build and firm waistline were striking. Compared to the delicate Jiang Shiyan from the book, he was very different. Yet somehow he suited her taste even more. If he wasn't the male lead, then who was he? Shun Jiechi blinked at him with eager eyes, making his ears turn red and his breath grow unsteady.
You've mistaken me, he said. I'm Elu Zheng.
That name sounded so familiar. Wasn't he the poor, rough man Yi Zhaozhao had married in the story? How could it be him? Something wasn't right. Why wasn't the story following the original plot? Could it be that her arrival had disrupted this world? Before she could think further, the middle-aged woman on the ground, her mother, Qiao Huilan, hurriedly tried to drag her to the hospital to check her head. Shun Jiechi, exasperated, struggled and refused. Mom, my head is fine. I just mistook him for someone else for a moment. Really? Qiao Huilan touched her here and there, her heart aching with worry. Really, I'm fine. It's just, my foot hurts, I can't put weight on it. She frowned, gently touching her swollen ankle, then looked sweetly at the rugged man beside her. Comrade Lu Zheng, could you please help me all the way and carry me home? Heat rushed through Lu Zheng's chest as he recalled how she had leaned on him earlier. He swallowed hard and replied coldly, men and women should keep proper distance. What distance? You already carried me once. What? Are you afraid I'll cling to you now? Comrade Shen, please respect yourself. I am already engaged. Lu Zheng didn't want to argue with her any further. After saying this, he quickly turned and ran off. Watching his retreating figure, Shun Jiechi sighed quietly. Poor straightforward man, soon you'll lose your value and be abandoned by the heroine. So handsome, upright, and with clear boundaries, yet Yi Zhaozhao doesn't appreciate him. Truly unbelievable. If he were her husband, she would surely treasure him every day. Chi-Chi, what are you staring at? The ground is cold. Get up quickly. Let me help you home. Holding her mother's hand, she struggled to stand, limping back to their shabby little home. A few simple thatched huts, surrounded by a low fence. In her 25 years of life, Shun Jiechi had never seen such a poor courtyard. It was indeed run down, but very clean. She even had her own room, which was already not bad. But when she thought of how the original owner secretly gave away the family's food, ration tickets, and supplies to Jiang Shiyan, leaving the whole family hungry and cold, only to later be framed by the main couple, branded as a burden to the commune, and sent away for harsh labor, ending in tragedy, her heart grew heavy with sorrow. The Shen parents had 5 children in total. After 4 sons, they finally had a daughter, Shin Jiechi, whom they cherished like a precious jewel. Her brothers also adored her, spoiling her without reason. Yet the original owner was blinded by love, falling for Jiang Shiyan, who was weak and unreliable. Not only did she make her brothers work extra to support him, she even secretly took from the family to give to him. Worse still, she used the money meant to save her eldest nephew's life, causing the child's illness to worsen, leaving him disabled, and driving her sister-in-law to despair. She also withheld food from her second sister-in-law, leading to malnutrition and a miscarriage, which ended in divorce from her second brother. Her third brother was about to marry the girl he loved, but the original owner stole the betrothal gifts to give to Jiang Shiyan, ruining the marriage. Her fourth brother, a promising student recommended for university, lost his chance after defending her and getting into a fight with Jiang Shiyan. Thinking of all these terrible things, Shun Jiechi's head throbbed. What kind of foolish author would create such a foolish character? Is a supporting character's life not a life at all? No matter.
Don't panic. Stay calm.
Since she had come, everything could still be saved. Shun Jiechi quickly accepted the situation. Just as she steadied her emotions and was about to step inside, a spatula flew past and nearly hit her toes. Shun Jiechi, why didn't the river drown you when it had the chance? The woman with sallow skin, plain but young-looking, must be her sister-in-law, Peng Zhaodi. Peng Zhaodi glared at her with clenched teeth, as if she wanted to tear her apart. Before Shin Jiechi could react, Qiao Huilan rolled up her sleeves, strode forward, grabbed Peng Zhaodi's hair, and slapped her twice across the face. Peng Zhaodi, I've been patient with you, and you dare curse my daughter? You even dare raise your hand. Do you think I'm already gone? Qiao Huilan was known in the village for her fierce temper. She never hesitated to scold or hit her own sons and daughters-in-law. Peng Zhaodi's eyes darkened from the blows, and she immediately quieted down. Mother, I was wrong. I was just anxious. Xiaobao is burning with fever, and she gave all the money to that useless man. She's your daughter, but isn't Xiaobao your grandson too? At the mention of Xiaobao, Shun Jiechi's heart sank. If she remembered correctly, Xiaobao's high fever had once left him with lasting damage. From then on, her sister-in-law resented her deeply, always quarreling and making trouble. That was also why, later, when Yi Zhaozhao offered her a little kindness, Peng Zhaodi betrayed the family, becoming her spy. She not only reported on the Shin family, but also mistreated the original Shin Jiechi when she was at her lowest. Thinking of this, Shun Jiechi ignored the pain in her leg and limped forward. Mother, stop. Don't hit her. Xiao Bao is still sick. We need to see a doctor first. Xiao Huilan immediately changed her tone, supporting her with concern. My precious daughter, even when you're hurt, you still think of others. It's just a fever. Every child gets sick sometimes. This is what people call a growth fever. It means he's growing. In the original story, Xiaobao's fever grew so severe that he had convulsions. His mother knelt and begged Xiao Huilan for money to take him to the doctor. But Xiao Huilan brushed it off with the same excuse. Later, when Xiaobao's mind was damaged by the illness, Xiao Huilan was consumed with guilt. Her hair turned white overnight, and her spirit broke. She shut herself away, crying every day, regretting that she hadn't taken her eldest grandson to the hospital in time. Now that there was still a chance, Shun Jiechi shook off her mother's hand and, following her memory, hurried into Xiaobao's room. Xiao Huilan and Peng Zhaodi were both stunned, frozen for a long moment before they came back to their senses.
You.
What are you trying to do to Xiaobao? If you have a problem, come at me, but don't touch my child. Peng Zhaodi rushed into the room, grabbing a broom in her panic, ready to fight. But then she saw Shun Jiechi sitting by the bed, pressing her wrist against Xiaobao's forehead. The burning heat made Shun Jiechi's delicate face tighten with worry. The anxiety in her eyes was clearly real. On the bed, Xiaobao's eyes had rolled back, his hands and feet curled up tightly. The situation was extremely dangerous.
Xiaobao.
Peng Zhaodi dropped the broom and threw herself forward, completely flustered. Baby, don't scare your mother. Wake up, please wake up. Stop shouting. He's burning up and you're still covering him like this. The heat can't escape, and now he's having convulsions from the fever. Shun Jiechi urgently pushed her aside, lifted the quilt with one hand, and began removing Xiaobao's clothes.
What?
What are you doing? When someone has a fever, you need to cover them up so they sweat it out. What do you know, you fool? Peng Zhaodi tried to stop her, but Shun Jiechi shoved her away with one arm. Hadn't she ever seen how to care for a child before? She had helped her best friend look after a baby, so of course she knew the basics. Without hesitation, Shun Jiechi stripped off Xiaobao's shirt and pants, leaving only a patched pair of shorts. The child was painfully thin, nothing but skin and bones. His skin was flushed pink from the fever, and he had already lost consciousness, his hands and feet twitching non-stop. He needed to be taken to a hospital immediately. But Daxing village was deep in the mountains, and at this hour the tractor to town had already left. It was too late to get him to the hospital. The most urgent thing now was to bring his temperature down. Shun Jiechi quickly turned the child over, laying him flat on his stomach. Seeing her the child and still continued to move him around, Peng Zhaodi completely lost control. What are you trying to do? Haven't you made Xiaobao suffer enough? Shun Jiechi was nearly frantic. She whipped her head around, her eyes sharp and commanding. If you don't want your son to die, then keep quiet and bring me some sesame oil and a basin of cold water. This wasn't a request, it was an order. Peng Zhaodi was instantly stunned. She looked at Xiaobao twitching on the bed, then caught Xiao Huilan's warning glance. Reluctantly, she turned and ran out. As soon as she left, Xiao Huilan leaned in and said, Chi-Chi, this is no joke. If it doesn't work, I'll go to the next village and bring the barefoot doctor here. Shun Jiechi replied impatiently, Mom, this is about a life. How could I treat it like a joke? It takes at least 20 minutes to go back and forth to the next village. By the time the doctor arrives, it might be too late. Xiaobao's condition is very serious right now. If we don't act quickly, he could suffer lasting harm. Please let me try. No one knew her daughter better than Xiao Huilan. Even though Jiechi had a middle school diploma, she could barely read a few characters. She spent her days eating and sleeping, and her mind wasn't exactly sharp. Otherwise, how could she have been so easily taken advantage of by Jiang Shiyan, that troublemaker? Usually, Jiechi disliked Xiaobao the most. But today, she seemed completely different, not only showing concern, but also personally helping to cool his fever. It was rare for her daughter to show such kindness. If she wanted to try, let her. At worst, Huilan could step in later and pay to send Xiaobao to the hospital. A moment later, Peng Zhaodi came in carrying a basin of water and a towel, with half a bottle of sesame oil tucked under her arm. Her eyes were fixed on Shun Jiechi with a complicated expression. Her younger sister was acting strangely today, suddenly interfering in her household matters and fussing over Xiaobao. She didn't believe Jiechi had truly changed. Maybe she was up to something. Not long ago, Xiaobao had stolen one of Jiechi's boiled eggs, and Jiechi had hit him on the spot, even saying harshly that she wished he would disappear. Could it be that she was now trying to harm Xiaobao under the guise of helping? The thought made Peng Zhaodi suddenly drop the basin with a loud thud and kneel in front of Shin Jiechi. Little sister, if anyone is to blame, it's me. If you're angry, take it out on me. Please, just spare Xiaobao. I only have this one son. He is my whole life. Even if you don't care about me, think of your elder brother. He loves you the most. Would you really let him lose his only child? When Jiechi didn't respond, Peng Zhaodi turned to Xiao Huilan.
Mom, please save Xiaobao.
I beg you. She cried uncontrollably, but before she could say more, pinched her lips and pulled them into a long duckbill shape. Shoo, keep your mouth shut. Shin Jiechi's head was pounding from all the noise. The original Jiechi had been so cruel that she even targeted a 4-year-old child. No wonder her sister-in-law misunderstood her. Right now, talking is useless. Saving the child is what matters most. Shin Jiechi handed her sister-in-law over to Xiao Huilan. Mom, keep an eye on her for me. Don't let her cause trouble. Xiao Huilan felt awkward, but since her daughter had asked, she had no choice but to hold the woman down. Eldest sister-in-law, just stop talking. Don't make me use force. Peng Zhaodi knew well how fierce this mother-in-law could be. Her face still stung from the last time. These two heartless women were clearly set on harming her son today. She felt hopeless. If anything happened to Xiaobao, then she wouldn't want to live either. And before she went, she would drag the whole Shin family down with her. Amid the shouting, Shin Jiechi's hands never stopped moving. She first dampened a towel and placed it on Xiaobao's forehead, underarms, and chest. Then she quickly poured a little sesame oil into her palm. This action made the old lady's heart ache. In years of famine, when the family was so poor they could barely eat, oil was used drop by drop. But here, her daughter poured out a whole handful and rubbed it onto Xiaobao's spine. If it weren't her own daughter, she would have beaten her for wasting so much. Under the shocked eyes of Xiao Huilan and Peng Zhaodi, Shin Jiechi spread the oil and massaged up and down along Xiaobao's spine. This was a folk remedy taught by an old doctor. When a child has a high fever, rub oil along the spine until the skin turns slightly red, then massage the hands and press a few points. The fever would soon go down. Seeing the child's tender skin turn red with small marks, Peng Zhaodi could no longer hold back. Shin Jiechi, even if it costs me my life today, I won't let you do this. Peng Zhaodi jumped up in anger and lunged at Shin Jiechi. Before she could reach her, Xiao Huilan pressed her down. What? You dare touch my precious daughter? Xiao Huilan kicked her hard, making her cry out in pain. Realizing she couldn't win against the old lady, Peng Zhaodi clung to Shin Jiechi's leg instead. Little sister, I was wrong. I really was wrong. Please have mercy, save Xiaobao. From now on, all the work points from our family will go to you. I'll wash your clothes, I'll do all the chores for you, just please, I beg you. Shin Jiechi was drenched in sweat, her arms so tired she could barely lift them, her fingers almost numb. She was so focused, pushing steadily for more than 10 minutes, that a thin layer of sweat appeared on the child's skin before she finally came back to her senses. Sister-in-law, get up. We're family. Little Bao is my nephew. How could I ever hurt him? If you don't believe me, look. She pointed at little Bao's forehead, where tiny beads of sweat had formed. The child's hands and feet, which had been twitching, were now slowly relaxing. Peng Zhaodi froze for a moment, then carefully touched his head. It really wasn't as hot anymore. Little Bao seemed more comfortable. He opened his eyes slightly, and the first person he saw was Shun Jiechi. His once dazed eyes suddenly widened in fear, and he burst into loud sobs. Annie, I was wrong. I won't eat eggs again. Please don't scold me. Don't hit me. Shun Jiechi felt helpless, almost ready to cry herself. Look at how frightened the child had been by the original person. Although it was awkward and painful to see, she was relieved that little Bao was awake and his eyes were clear again. Don't be afraid. Annie won't hurt you. She reached out her hand, but before she could touch him, little Bao instinctively shrank back, looking at Peng Zhaodi for help. Mother! Peng Zhaodi hugged him tightly, crying. My poor child, you've suffered. It's my fault, I didn't protect you well. Before Shun Jiechi could say anything, Qiao Huilan angrily put her hands on her hips. Eldest daughter-in-law, how can you say that? If little Bao woke up, it's thanks to my daughter. She still injured herself, her clothes are wet, and she didn't even change before rushing to save him. And you still doubt her? That's so unfair. Peng Zhaodi was at a loss for words. It was true. Her younger sister's clothes and hair were still wet.
Could it be?
She really wasn't trying to harm anyone but was actually saving little Bao. Thinking back on her sister's actions, they were completely different from before. Could falling into the river have really changed her? Peng Zhaodi didn't dare to jump to conclusions. Her younger sister was always unpredictable, and she still felt uneasy. Mother, I still want to take little Bao to the hospital for a checkup. Qiao Huilan, still upset, replied, then go.
I'm not stopping you.
Peng Zhaodi lowered her head, looking pitiful. Mom, I don't have any money. Could you give me some? Money? Didn't I already give you money for medicine this morning? You still want more? Do you think I'm some kind of hen that lays golden eggs? Peng Zhaodi looked at Shun Jiechi with tears in her eyes, pitifully saying, that money. The eldest brother gave it to little sister. Thinking back, it did seem to be true. This morning, the original Shun Jiechi had taken the money meant for Xiaobao's medicine and handed it straight to Jiang Shiyan without keeping a single coin. Shun Jiechi cursed the original self in her heart, always giving and getting nothing in return. And Jiang Shiyan was no better. He had already broken off the engagement, yet still dared to take her money. Just wait. She would make that heartless man return every bit of it. Shun Jiechi sighed, both angry and helpless. Yes, that's true. But the money, it's gone. Peng Zhaodi's eyes filled with resentment. Little sister, that was my child's life-saving money, and you just wasted it like that.
You.
Not only was her sister-in-law furious, but Shun Jiechi also felt her chest ache with anger. Oh, original self, look at the foolish mess you left behind. Her jaw hurt from clenching her teeth. Talking more was useless. Right now, Xiaobao's illness was the most urgent matter. Forcing herself to swallow her pride, Shun Jiechi tried to clean up the mess left behind. Mother, please give some money to sister-in-law for the doctor. Just treat it as if I'm borrowing it. How can it be counted as yours? The eldest gave you that money, so it was yours to spend however you liked. No one can interfere. If money is to be borrowed, it should be counted under the eldest branch of the family. Qiao Huilan's favoritism was obvious. Her sister-in-law's face turned dark, but she didn't dare argue. She only glared at Shun Jiechi with hatred. At last, Shun Jiechi understood how the original self had become so selfish, mean and foolish, spoiled and indulged by her parents. Fortunately, she was here now. She would change this unhealthy family atmosphere. Qiao Huilan continued. Besides, isn't Xiaobao awake now? He's not twitching anymore, so he should be fine. Our family is already struggling. Why waste money going to the hospital? In my opinion, just let him rest at home and drink more hot water. Children recover quickly. It wasn't entirely Qiao Huilan's fault for being stingy. The family truly had little to spare. In the end, it was Shun Jiechi who spoke up, saying that although Xiaobao's fever had gone down for now, it could easily return, and he still needed some medicine to prevent infection. Since her daughter kept insisting, Qiao Huilan couldn't say much more. For Chi-Chi's sake, I can lend the eldest branch 1 yuan. No need to go all the way to the county hospital, just take him to the town clinic. The clinic was small but had everything needed. It should be fine for treating a fever or a cold. Peng Zhaodi was moved to tears. Thank you, mother. And thank you, little sister. I'll take Xiaobao to the clinic right away. Shen Jiechi was worried about Xiaobao and insisted on going along. She quickly changed into clean clothes, her hair still damp, and hurried out with her sister-in-law. On the way, her sister-in-law held Xiaobao as if he were the most precious thing in the world. Xiaobao curled up in her arms, clutching her clothes tightly. His big dark eyes watched Shen Jiechi with caution, as if afraid she might harm him. Sigh. All because the original her had such a bad reputation. It seemed the road to changing that image would be long and difficult. By the time they reached town, Xiaobao's fever had dropped to 38.2 degrees Celsius. After taking some medicine, he was already much better. The child had convulsions. It was very dangerous. Luckily, you acted in time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made it this far. The doctor praised Shen Jiechi's quick response. Comrade, could you write down your method? I'll bring it to a provincial meeting for the experts to study. If it works, we can promote it widely to help more people. Sure. Shen Jiechi picked up the pen, but then remembered the original her had only managed to finish middle school by relying on her brothers. In truth, she could barely write. So she handed the pen back to the doctor. Sorry, I can't write very well. Could you write it down instead? Peng Zhaodi stood nearby, staring at her sister-in-law with a complicated expression. Maybe. She had been wrong? Could it be that Shen Jiechi really wanted to save people?
No, impossible.
As the saying goes, it's hard for someone to truly change their nature. Who knew what scheme the younger sister was hiding? After leaving the clinic, Shen Jiechi finally felt relieved when she saw Xiaobao's bright, lively eyes. Thankfully, he hadn't been harmed by the fever. His little mind was safe, and she had successfully changed the tragic fate of her eldest brother's family. She believed that after this, her sister-in-law wouldn't hate her so deeply, nor treat her so harshly anymore. As for their attitude toward her, take it slow. On the way back, she was so tired that her eyelids kept drooping. At some point, she leaned against the tractor and fell asleep, slipping into a dream. In the dream, she and the Shin family were locked in a foul-smelling cowshed, covered in dirt. Yi Zhaoxiao pinched her nose in disgust and pointed at her. Whoever reports her crimes, I will set free. As soon as she finished speaking, the eldest sister-in-law stood up, holding little Bao. It's her. This cruel woman harmed my son. He is the proof. The eldest brother, Shen Guotao, shouted angrily. Peng Zhaodi, what are you doing? What am I doing? I'm seeking justice for my child. You and your whole family only care about Shen Jiechi, never about us. Since you love her so much, then go die with her. With that, she carried the child forward and said to Yi Zhaoxiao, Comrade Yi, I want to report her. Except for Peng Zhaodi, no one else moved. Her parents and 4 brothers stayed with her in the cowshed, one by one meeting their end before her eyes. The eldest brother, heartbroken by his wife's betrayal, suffered an accident while working and passed away young. The second brother, already weak, fell ill in the harsh conditions and died from sickness. The third brother, who loved her most, went hunting to get her food, but was killed by a wild animal. The proud fourth brother was humiliated in public struggles several times, and in despair, ended his own life. After losing all his sons, their father was devastated and soon died from illness. In the end, only she and her mother, driven half-mad, remained in that filthy cowshed. Every day, they endured the torment of Jiang Shiyan, Yi Zhaoxiao, and the 2 former sisters-in-law.
No.
Shen Jiechi woke from the nightmare, her clothes soaked with sweat. When she opened her eyes, everyone in the vehicle was staring at her. Still shaken, she immediately saw her nervous sister-in-law and little Bao. Thankfully, it was only a dream. But not just a dream, it was also the tragic ending of the Shin family in the original story. Now that she had already changed little Bao's fate, she believed she could also change her own and her family's ending. After getting out of the car, Peng Zhaodi carried the child home first. Shun Jiechi limped slowly back to the house. Just as she entered the yard, her father and several brothers rushed in as well, hurriedly helping her sit down. The first face she saw was handsome and upright, with thick brows and bright eyes, filled with worry for her, though he didn't know how to speak. "Ella, little sister, why? Why would you do something so foolish? It's not worth it. If you were gone, your brother, I. He pounded his chest in frustration, his eyes brimming with tears. This big, honest man with a slight stutter was her eldest brother, Shen Guotao. Beside him stood the second, third, and fourth brothers, as well as their father, still looking youthful despite his age. The Shen family's genes were remarkable. Every man had strong features and high noses. Aside from small differences in temperament, father and sons looked almost identical. Seeing her father and brothers alive and caring so much for her, Shun Jiechi suddenly felt her nose sting with emotion. One tear from their little sister was like a star falling from the sky. Their hearts all felt as if they were breaking. Even the timid second brother, Shun Jianan, who usually avoided trouble, couldn't hold back. "Don't cry, little sister. If that scoundrel Jiang Shurian dares to bully you, I'll make him pay." The third brother, Shun Qinshan, was distressed and gently wiped her tears. "Enough. All of you big men, don't scare her. Little sister, don't cry. Someone like him isn't worth your tears." Each of them tried to comfort Shinjiechi, but the fourth brother, Shan Huiqing, said nothing. His eyes narrowed coldly, and after leaving only one sentence, "Take care of little sister," he turned and stormed off. At that moment, Shun Jiechi's mind buzzed. If she remembered correctly, it was her fourth brother who once struck Jiang Shurian in public. Because of that, Yi Zhaozhao caught hold of the incident, and her brother was punished, losing his chance to attend the prestigious university for workers, peasants, and soldiers. Jiang Shurian benefited instead. Jiang Shurian went to university, while Yi Zhaozhao stayed in the village, using her good fortune to rise quickly. Later, with Jiang Shurian's connections, she opened a factory and became its director, enjoying great success. But the Shun family gradually became despised by everyone, fading away in the shadows. Thinking of this, Shun Jiechi shouted loudly, "Quick, stop fourth brother. Don't let him do anything reckless." Don't be fooled by fourth brother's usual gentle and talented appearance. Among the brothers, he's actually the toughest and most extreme in his actions. Everyone turned to look at Shinjiechi, their faces full of disappointment. As expected, their little sister still couldn't let go of Jiang Shurian. Was she feeling sorry for him again? Shun Jiechi knew they misunderstood, but she had no time to explain. "If you don't want fourth brother to get punished, hurry and chase after him." The moment she said this, the eldest and second brothers rushed out without thinking. The third brother sighed. "Little sister, he already broke off the engagement with you, and you're still defending him." Shun Jiechi rolled her eyes. "Third brother, I'm not defending that scoundrel. I'm protecting fourth brother. Fourth brother is so outstanding. If he loses his temper and hits someone and they use it against him, his future could be ruined." The third brother froze. Was this really his little sister? She had jumped into the river once, but instead of losing her senses, she seemed clearer than ever. In the past, she only knew how to throw tantrums and cling to Jiang Shurian, never caring about her brothers. With that silly mind of hers, she could never have thought this far. Was this really the same foolish little sister? Sitting nearby, puffing on his pipe, Shen Laogui didn't believe a word of it. Others might not know his daughter, but he did.
She was just saying this.
For Jiang Shurian, she had already jumped into the river once. Who knew what reckless thing she might do next? After thinking it over, he decided her life was the most important thing to protect. "Chi-Chi, tell Dad the truth. What do you really want? If you're set on marrying Jiang Shurian, I'll swallow my pride and go talk to them. At worst, our family won't ask for a bride price. We'll even prepare a generous dowry for you, as long as you're happy and don't do anything foolish again." Shun Jiechi was stunned. She knew her father loved her, but she never thought he would humble himself this much. Even though times were hard, What decent family would marry off their daughter without a bride price, and even add more to the dowry? Did he think she was worth so little? She took a deep breath.
Dad, what are you saying?
Jiang Shiryan isn't worthy of me. To tell you the truth, I don't like him anymore and I won't marry him. A man like him, living off others, is nothing but trash. Whoever wants him can have him. Her words were firm and clear, her eyes bright and steady, not like someone speaking out of anger. Old Shin was so shocked that he almost dropped his pipe. Was this really his stubborn, hot-tempered daughter? In the past, if anyone dared to say a bad word about Jiang Shiryan, she would fight them on the spot. She hated most when people said Jiang Shiryan lived off her. And now? Was the sun rising from the west today? Seeing their stunned faces and silence, Shun Jiechi knew well that change takes time. If she wanted her family to see her differently, it wouldn't happen overnight. She steadied herself and spoke firmly. Anyway, my word is final. Even if Jiang Shiryan begged me on his knees, I would never look at him again. Hearing this, her third brother rushed forward and hugged her tightly. Little sister, do you know how long I've been waiting to hear you say this? Shun Jiechi was almost out of breath in his arms.
Brother, you're hurting me.
Shin Chinshan quickly let go, scratching his head with an embarrassed laugh. Sorry, I was too excited.
But
do we still have to help him with his work and earn points for him? Shun Jiechi clenched her teeth. Absolutely not. From now on, none of you are allowed to help him. Anyone who does is no brother of mine. Old Shin and Shin Chinshan exchanged a look, their eyes suddenly filled with tears.
Could it be?
She had really changed her mind and given up on Jiang Shiryan? No matter what, the fact that she had woken up was already a good start. Whether it was true or not, time would tell. That's wonderful. I must tell your mother this good news. Old Shin stood up quickly and walked into the kitchen with surprising energy. Shin Jiechi couldn't help but laugh. Her father was already over 50, yet he still acted like a child, never steady or serious. After all the talking, her throat felt dry, and she swallowed hard. Her third brother noticed right away. Sit here, little sister. I'll make you some sugar water. In those days, white sugar was a rare treasure. She hadn't expected her brother to be so generous, making it just for her. Before she could refuse, he had already gone to the table, scooped half a spoon of sugar into hot water, and soon brought over a steaming enamel cup. Little sister, I tested it. It's not too hot, just right. Thank you. Shin Jiechi took it with both hands. As she drank the sweet water, warmth spread from her palms to her stomach, and finally to her heart. Her fear and uneasiness, when she first arrived, were slowly washed away by this sweetness. It seemed. Maybe entering this story wasn't such a bad thing after all. Though life here was poor, she had a family who loved her dearly, protecting her like stars surrounding the moon. Unlike in modern times, when her parents divorced while she was still very young, each starting new families of their own. She barely saw them throughout the year. Neither parent wanted her, so she was raised by her grandmother. After her grandmother passed away, her world was left with nothing but money and the small house her grandmother left behind. That was why she had been independent since childhood, relying only on herself. When she grew up, she worked hard and finally saved enough to book a 10-day trip on a luxury cruise. She only wanted to reward herself, but before she could enjoy it for long, a storm came and she was lost to the sea. Pulling her thoughts back, Shun Jiechi finished the last sip of sweet soup. Seeing that her fourth brother still hadn't returned, she felt uneasy. Third brother, I feel a little anxious. Could you carry me to the educated youth quarters to take a look?
Carry you?
And you're actually being polite to me? The third brother was so shocked he almost fell to the ground. Little sister, did I do something wrong to upset you? You can scold me or even hit me, but please don't be so polite. It makes me feel uncomfortable. Shin Jiechi gave a helpless smile. Did her third brother really feel better only when she acted bossy? Thinking of the original character's fierce reputation, she deliberately raised her voice and pretended to be tough. Third brother, come here and carry me to the educated youth quarters. At once, the third brother looked relieved and cheerful. He turned around happily, crouching down to show his broad back. Sure enough, the original character's way of acting still worked. Shun Jiechi didn't hold back, jumping onto his strong back, and the two of them headed toward the educated youth quarters. Halfway there, they ran into the fourth brother and the others. The fourth brother looked like an enraged beast, veins bulging, teeth clenched, throwing himself at Jiang Shiyan with both hands and feet. He was nothing like his usual calm and refined self. The eldest and second brothers each held him from one side, barely able to restrain this wild beast. Jiang Shiyan, how dare you bully my sister? I'll make you pay. Across from him stood a tall, thin man in a white shirt and neatly pressed trousers, dressed up like a gentleman but looking more like a scarecrow. The man had delicate features and wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. He looked quiet and refined, almost like the sly villains in old Hong Kong dramas. But his body was far too weak, so thin that his back was hunched, as if a gust of wind could knock him over. This flashy outfit, this frail figure. Who else could it be but Jiang Shiyan? And yet, this was the man who had bewitched the original owner so completely. Shun Jiechi clicked her tongue in annoyance, wishing she could give the original owner a good slap. What kind of eyesight was that? She really needed to get her eyes checked. Normally, whenever Jiang Shiyan saw her brothers, he would run off immediately. But today was different. He was unusually arrogant, raising his voice and shouting, "Even if you beat me to death today, I will never get back together with her. Shun Jiechi is nothing but a country bumpkin, foolish, clumsy, and mean-spirited. Only you people would treat her like treasure. I'm an educated man. One day I'll return to the city. How could I possibly marry an uneducated village girl? If it weren't for her tricks back then, would I have ever gotten engaged to her?" Shun Jiechi laughed in anger. What a shameless toad. Disgusting. Who is it that acted all high and mighty, yet refused to work, and when nearly starving, shamelessly clung to the original owner? He had taken food and help without hesitation, yet always put on airs as if he were above everyone else. And now, after cozying up to the village secretary's daughter, Yi Zhaozhao, he turned his back on the past, slandering the original owner and claiming she had schemed against him. Fine then. Today, Shun Jiechi would show him what real tricks looked like. Jiang Shiyan, being from the city, was indeed more eloquent than the others. With just a few sharp words, he left her brothers speechless, trembling with rage. "How dare you insult my little sister? I'll make you pay." The fourth brother suddenly broke free from the other's grip. His teeth clenched, eyes wide. All his fury gathered into his fist as he swung it straight toward Jiang Shiyan's face. At the last moment, a small figure rushed in, forcing them apart. "Little sister." The fourth brother pulled back his fist with all his strength, staring in disbelief. Jiang Shiyan had already broken off the engagement and was still spreading lies about her. Why would his little sister protect such a person? Not just the fourth brother. The rest of the Shin brothers were also seething, their anger boiling in their chests, more stifling than losing a battle. "Little sister, wake up. This kind of man isn't worth protecting. Didn't you hear what he just said about you?" The fourth brother's voice was low and rough, his knuckles cracking loudly. "He called you foolish and mean-spirited. Look, this is the man you like." "Exactly. Why protect someone so heartless? What kind of trick has he used on you?" The second brother clenched his fists, looking both angry and disappointed. The third brother added, "There are plenty of men in the world. If you let him go, I'll help you find someone better. With your looks, you could easily find a college student or someone even more outstanding." The eldest brother stomped his foot in frustration. After holding back for a long time, he finally blurted out, "Everyone is right. Little sister, don't be so stubborn anymore." The fourth brother's fists trembled as if he could barely control himself. "Enough talking. Take her away now." "Wait, don't rush." Shun Jiechi turned back and winked at her four brothers. "I just want to say a few words to him." Hearing this, the Shun brothers all clutched their chests, so angry it felt like their insides were aching. Their little sister was hopeless. Even after being insulted and abandoned, she still clung to Jiang Shiyan, trying to defend him. Just wait. If he so much as crooked his finger, she would probably run after him without hesitation. What a disaster. Already smug, Jiang Shiyan now stood even prouder, like a rooster showing off after a fight. He knew it. Shun Jiechi couldn't let him go, and would stubbornly protect him no matter what. Looking at her beautiful, charming face, Jiang Shiyan suddenly felt a trace of reluctance. But still, in his eyes, she was just a pretty fool. Compared to her, he preferred someone clever and well-connected, like Yi Zhaozhao. Shun Jiechi, I've made myself clear. Even if you begged me on your knees, I still wouldn't. Ah, a sharp, unbearable pain shot through him. Jiang Shiyan's face twisted in agony as he doubled over, clutching his lower body. Jiang Shiyan's eyes widened in fury. Shun Jiechi, how dare she strike him there? Shun Jiechi pulled her knee back, though her ankle throbbed with pain. What a pity! She hadn't been able to use her full strength. Otherwise, that one kick would have completely finished him. Jiang Shiyan, you're acting all puffed up again. Do you really think you're some kind of treasure that everyone wants to fight over? Shun Jiechi, you. Jiang Shiyan could barely stand straight, feeling as if his strength had been knocked out of him. What do you mean, you? Haven't you been spreading rumors everywhere, saying I use tricks on you? Watch closely, this is what I call a trick. As Shun Jiechi spoke, she flicked her leg, making Jiang Shiyan flinch in fear. From now on, every time I hear you talk nonsense, I'll give you a kick. After all, I can't just let people throw dirt on my name for nothing, can I? You shrew. I'm going to report you to the brigade. Jiang Shiyan shouted angrily, holding onto the wall as he tried to storm off. Go ahead. As long as you're not afraid of losing face, you can even go to the hospital for a checkup. If they say I hurt you, I'll pay whatever the cost is. But if you really do that, it'll be hard for you to find a wife in the future. Shun Jiechi gave him a sharp look, shaking her head in disdain. She knew Jiang Shiyan wouldn't dare make a scene, and even less admit to being weak in that way. According to the story's timeline, Jiang Shiyan had already been secretly involved with Yi Zhaozhao. Yi Zhaozhao was the daughter of the village secretary, and Jiang Shiyan was counting on marrying into her family for a better future. If he showed any weakness, there was no way someone as clever as Yi Zhaozhao would agree to marry him. Sure enough, Jiang Shiyan's face turned pale. He looked like someone who had to swallow his anger in silence. Afraid others might suspect something, he straightened up a little, pretending to be fine, and deliberately raised his voice. Stop talking nonsense. Do you really think you could hurt me? As he spoke, his eyes darted toward the alley. Following his gaze, Shun Jiechi spotted a flash of orange slipping quickly into the alley. In the whole village of Daxing, only one person owned a bright orange dress, Yi Zhaozhao. No wonder Jiang Shiyan had been acting so bold, even daring to provoke her brothers. He was trying to make her fourth brother lose his temper and strike first. If that happened, Yi Zhaozhao would be a witness. Then her fourth brother would be marked with a bad record and lose his chance at the special recommendation. And that opportunity would naturally fall into Jiang Shiyan's hands. What a vicious plan. Clearly, Yi Zhaozhao must have given him plenty of advice behind the scenes. As for Yi Zhaozhao taking away that scoundrel, Shun Jiechi couldn't care less. How dare someone scheme against her family? Shun Jiechi could not tolerate it at all. From what she knew about Yi Zhaozhao, if one plan failed, another would surely follow. She would never stop until she got what she wanted. Her fourth brother might escape once, but could he escape a second time? They could not just sit and wait for trouble anymore. Shun Jiechi was weighed down with worry, her face long and stern, her sharp gaze making Jiang Shiyan uneasy. What was wrong with her? Usually, she was gentle and obedient, never daring to speak harshly to him. If he wanted money, she gave money. If he wanted food, she gave food. As long as he looked at her, she would give her whole heart. But today was different. She had even dared to kick him. Had he really broken her heart? Or was she angry because he hadn't jumped into the river to save her and was now taking it out on him? Jiang Shiyan put on a cold, proud look. Shun Jiechi, I know you blame me for not saving you. I was about to, already taking off my shoes and coat by the river, but Lu Zhen got there first. Still, it's better this way. Since we've already broken off the engagement, we should keep our distance so people don't misunderstand. Shen Jiechi rolled her eyes. She was actually glad he hadn't gone into the water. Otherwise, how would she have discovered those strong, well-defined muscles? Just thinking about that firm yet smooth feeling made her swallow hard. Anyway, stop bothering me. There's no chance for us anymore. If you keep causing trouble, don't blame me for reporting you. Muttering under his breath, Jiang Shiyan hurried into a narrow alley, afraid this fierce woman might kick him again. Shen Jiechi's sharp gaze followed his back. Did he really think he could escape? Today was just the beginning. She was only collecting a little interest. The real show hadn't even started yet. When the time came, she would make Jiang Shiyan hand back all the money he had taken from her and regret ever crossing her. Lost in thought, Shen Jiechi didn't notice the looks her four brothers were giving her. The eldest was laughing and crying at the same time, thrilled. At last, our little sister stood up for herself, so satisfying. The second brother grinned, so wide his eyes nearly disappeared. That kick was amazing. I need to learn that move from her someday. The third raised an eyebrow. Strange. She kicked Jiang Shiyan, but why does it feel like I'm the one hurting? The fourth brother laughed strangely. TSK, I think I just heard something break. Jiang Shiyan might have to live the rest of his life differently now. Serves him right. I never thought little sister would actually kick him. The eldest brother's voice was choked with emotion. Don't speak too soon. You know how quickly she changes her mind. By tomorrow, she might be close to him again, the second brother said worriedly. The third brother rubbed his chin. I don't think so. But just in case, we should keep an eye on her and not leave her side. We can't let her make another mistake. If you ask me, we should just teach that Jiang guy a lesson. Every time we see him, we should beat him until he's too scared to come near again, the fourth brother said angrily, still upset that he hadn't gotten the chance earlier. The third brother rolled his eyes. You're usually smart, but when it comes to our sister, you lose your head. Do you even know why she came here? The fourth brother snorted. Isn't it because of Jiang Shiyan? Don't tell me it was for me. You're actually right, it was for you. She said she was afraid you'd get into trouble for fighting, and then you wouldn't be able to get into the workers, peasants, and soldiers' university. That's why she rushed over to stop you. Those words struck him like a wake-up call. Shen Huiqing froze in place. His anger slowly cleared, and his mind became calm again. If he had really hit Jiang Shiyan just now, with that guy's personality, he would never have let it go. In the end, it would be him who got punished. And with a record like that, he would lose his chance to enter the university forever.
Ha!
He had almost fallen into Jiang Shiyan's trap. Shen Huiqing's face darkened as he quickly pieced everything together. I understand now. I'll be more careful next time. This time, it's all thanks to little sister. His eyes turned slightly red. He never expected her to care about him so much, to see through Jiang Shiyan's scheme at a glance. Was this really the same unreasonable, stubborn, and thoughtless little sister he knew? But then again, how did she know the village would get a spot for the university? And how did she know it would be given to him? He shook his head with a small laugh, thinking she must be daydreaming again. Still, she was right. He couldn't afford to get into trouble and let Jiang Shiyan cling to him like a leech. Meanwhile, Shen Jiechi had no idea what her brothers were whispering about. She simply glared at Jiang Shiyan all the way until he left. The four brothers immediately took a step back in unison, their movements perfectly synchronized, as if by instinct. She looked at the strange group of four. What's wrong? They all waved their hands quickly. Nothing. Nothing at all. Little sister, you must be tired. Let's go home. All four of them rushed to offer to carry Shen Jiechi on their backs, but the fourth brother was the fastest. He crouched down in front of her first. Little sister, come on, climb onto my back. You saved me today, and I must thank you properly. Then I won't be polite, Shen Jiechi said, and without hesitation leaned onto his back, wrapping her arms around his neck. The other brothers were instantly filled with jealousy. Resting her head on his back, she lowered her voice. Fourth brother, I don't think today's incident was just Jiang Shiyan's idea. He must have had help. You must be careful. No matter how he tries to provoke you, don't fight him. It could be a trap. Don't worry. I was careless just now, that's why I almost fell for it. But now that I know his plan, I won't be tricked again. There will be plenty of chances to deal with him later. Shun Jiechi raised her eyebrows slightly. In the original story, her fourth brother Shen Huiqing was never this obedient. Was he just pretending to agree with her?
So,
Was he planning something in secret? Thinking of his usual tricks, she shivered. It seemed Jiang Shiyan might be in real trouble soon. Still, the fact that her fourth brother hadn't fought back today was already a blessing in disguise. For now, his problem was solved, but her instincts told her this wasn't over. Instead of just being on guard, maybe she should find a way to end it once and for all. In a dark alley, Jiang Shiyan leaned against the wall, moving slowly and awkwardly. Every step felt like torture. The short distance nearly drained all his strength. Yi Zhaozhao, hiding in the shadows, finally dared to step out when she saw no one around. She glanced at him nervously. Brother Shiyan, are you okay? Jiang Shiyan turned slightly, trying to hide his discomfort. I'm fine, just a small injury. It's a pity though, Shun Huiqing was about to make a move, but Shun Jiechi stopped him. That fierce girl actually dared to kick me. Yi Zhaozhao was also fuming with anger. If it weren't for Shin Jiechi interfering, that guaranteed spot would have gone to Jiang Shiyan. Clenching her fists angrily, she said, yes, today Shin Jiechi seemed different, almost like a completely new person. Usually, Shun Jiechi followed Jiang Shiyan around like a shadow, never daring to go against him. But today, she actually dared to hit someone. She must have been shaken after that incident by the river. Just wait. In a couple of days, she'll definitely come to the youth center crying and begging me for forgiveness. Just thinking about Shin Jiechi's stubbornness gave Jiang Shiyan a headache. Unlike him, Yi Zhaozhao, who had been given a second chance at life, didn't take Shin Jiechi seriously at all. In her eyes, Shin was nothing more than a foolish troublemaker, not worth worrying about. Brother Yen, I have my own way of dealing with her. Don't worry. What you should focus on is building up your reputation. When the quota is announced next month, you'll need public support. My father said our Daxing village has been applying for years, and this year we finally got one spot. It's such a rare chance, and right now everyone is recommending Shin family's fourth son. He does work hard and knows how to win people over, but in my eyes, he's not even close to your level. You're from the city and you've been to high school. How could he possibly compare? Why should such a good opportunity go to him? Do you really think he can handle it? Hearing her praise, Jiang Shiyan straightened his back, the pain he had been feeling earlier seeming to fade. Don't worry. I'm determined to get the spot. There's still some time before the decision is made. I don't believe Shin can be lucky every single time. Sooner or later, he'll slip up. Brother Yen, everything depends on you. Jiang Shiyan looked at the woman in front of him. Compared to Shin Jiechi, her looks were not as striking, her skin not as fair, and her figure not as graceful. But she was the village secretary's daughter, able to provide him with inside information and help him fight for the university quota. Besides, Yi Zhaozhao had gone to high school, so they shared many topics to talk about. Unlike Shin Jiechi, who, despite her pretty face, was lazy and shallow, and apart from giving him some money and supplies, was of little real help. He gently held Yi Zhaozhao's hand and said with deep feeling, Zhaozhao, I've already broken off the engagement with the Shin family, and it's caused such a stir. When will you end your engagement with that country fellow? Yi Zhaozhao's eyes flickered as if hiding something. She spoke in a soft, delicate tone. I'm already working on it, but this marriage was arranged by my grandfather. That Lu Zheng, coming from a poor family, would never willingly let go of a chance to marry into the Yi family. I'm afraid if I suddenly break it off, he might cause trouble. At the thought of that strong man with his cold, fierce eyes, Jiang Shiyan shivered. Then let's take it slowly, he said. But mainly, I don't want us to keep sneaking around like this. He pulled Yi Zhaozhao into his arms and was about to kiss her cheek when suddenly there was a loud crash behind them. Startled, Jiang Shiyan moved too quickly, pulling at his wound. With a cry of pain, he fell straight to the ground. When he got back up, there was no one at the corner. Only a piece of fallen firewood and a set of large footprints on the ground.
Achoo. Achoo.
Shun Jiechi, lying on her fourth brother's back, sneezed several times, her nose completely blocked. It was June, and though the weather outside was hot, the river water was icy cold. She had jumped into the river earlier, and with her hair still wet, she went out again and caught a chill. Even her usually strong body couldn't handle it, and now the symptoms of a cold were starting to show. She could already imagine what was coming: a sore throat, a stuffy nose, and a pounding headache. Her body felt so weak and unreliable. If this were modern times, a small cold would be nothing. But in the 1970s, with little medicine and few doctors, even a cold could be dangerous. Having just escaped death and with a family that cared for her deeply, Shin Jiechi valued her life more than ever. "Little sister, are you catching a cold?" her third brother asked, touching her forehead. "Luckily, no fever," he said with relief. "Even without a fever, coughing like this means we should take her to the hospital," the fourth brother insisted, turning toward the village entrance. The second brother patted his empty pocket and said, "We don't even have a coin. Wait here, I'll run home and ask mother for money." Watching her brothers rushing around, Shin Jiechi spoke in a hoarse, broken voice. "Don't go, I'm fine, really, I'm fine." The family was already so poor that they could barely put food on the table. Today, they had spent the last bit of money on Xiaobao's treatment, so there was nothing left for her. And the one to blame for all this was the original Shun Jiechi. She had given away most of the family's money and ration tickets to Jiang Shiyan. Just to win his favor, she had completely ignored her own family's survival. Thinking of those foolish things the original had done, Shin Jiechi coughed so hard it felt like her whole body hurt. "Little sister, you're coughing so badly. If you don't take medicine, it will get worse," the fourth brother said anxiously. At that moment, the eldest brother suddenly remembered something and said with effort, Just now your sister-in-law said the doctor gave Xiaobao some anti-inflammatory medicine and licorice tablets. I'll go get them for you." He was about to step out when Shin Jiechi quickly grabbed his arm.
"Wait.
Don't go. Big brother, that medicine is for Xiaobao. He's still being observed, and if he gets a high fever again tonight, what will we do without it?" She had worked so hard to ease the tension with her sister-in-law and Xiaobao. She couldn't let all that effort go to waste. Besides, her eldest brother already had a wife and child, yet he still put her first in everything. Whatever little they had, even a single coin, he would rather give to her. No wonder her sister-in-law and Xiaobao disliked her so much and held so much resentment. If it were her in their place, having such a sister-priority husband, she might have lost her temper too. Thinking of this, she decided it was time to remind her brother of his responsibilities. "Big brother, you have your own family now. As a man, you should put your wife and child first. I still have our parents and third and fourth brother to look after me. Don't worry."
But.
The eldest brother tried to argue, but Shin Jiechi sighed and said, "Right now, I only caught a chill. Xiaobao still has a fever. If you give me his medicine, I wouldn't be able to swallow it in peace."
Then
what should we do?" "No, I'll go ask your sister-in-law for money." This big brother really was too stubborn. Shin Jiechi grew a little annoyed. "Big brother, it's not such a big deal. It's just a chill. A bowl of soup will be enough for me." That single word suddenly unlocked a flood of memories in her mind. In the original story, it was mentioned that after Jiang Shiyan jumped into the water to save her, he caught a cold. Yi Zhaozhao wanted to make him soup, so she went into the mountains at midnight to dig up wild. In the end, her lucky charm seemed to activate, and she caught a big fat fish by the stream. But now, since Jiang Shiyan wasn't the one who jumped into the water, Yi Zhaozhao wouldn't go into the mountains at night either. Doesn't that mean the wild and the big fish would belong to her instead? Thinking of this, Shin Jiechi suddenly felt full of energy. Her head didn't hurt anymore, her eyes were clear, and her whole body seemed to warm up with excitement. No matter what, She had to go to the back mountain tonight to see for herself. After all, fish don't wait for people. If she missed this chance, there might not be another. When she got home, the food had just been placed on the table. Xiao Huilan and Peng Zhaodi were still busy in the kitchen. You're never around when there's work to do, but as soon as it's time to eat, you all come back. Do you want to wear me out on purpose? With the children not at home, Shen Laogui often took the brunt of his wife's complaints. He had a good temper, always smiling and letting her words go in one ear and out the other. All right, stop scolding. The kids are back now, aren't they? Come on, everyone, wash your hands and eat. Her brothers quickly brought Shinjiechi a stool, fetched water for her to wash her hands, and even handed her a clean towel, treating her like a little princess. Shinjiechi knew her brothers spoiled her, but she didn't expect them to go this far. It almost made her feel useless. Brothers, I can do these things myself from now on. You don't need to keep fussing over me. It's a bit embarrassing. Little sister, we're happy to take care of you. What are you saying? Did we do something wrong? If so, we'll change. Her third brother said, anxiously. You've done very well. It's just, I'm already 18. I should learn to be independent. Everyone looked at each other. They were so used to looking after their little sister that suddenly stopping made them feel strangely empty. At that moment, Shen Laogui tapped his pipe and said, Nuff. Are you even listening to your little sister? What's our family rule? When your little sister speaks, you listen. Don't go upsetting her. Hurry up and help your mother. Since their father had spoken, the brothers reluctantly put things down and went to the kitchen to carry dishes and bowls. Looking at the plain and watery food on the table, Shinjiechi's face fell. In a basin of clear water floated a few scattered grains of rice, mixed with some millet. That was tonight's main meal, millet porridge. Beside it, in small bowls, were dried mustard greens, pickled radish, sour bamboo shoots, and a plate of cucumbers and vinegar. There were only 2 boiled eggs, and both had been placed in Shinjiechi's bowl. Looking at the meal, Shinjiechi felt a deep ache in her heart. This family had both the elderly and the young, several strong workers, and even a pregnant woman, yet they ate like this every day. No wonder her second sister-in-law had suffered from poor nutrition and lost the baby. Day after day, thin porridge with pickles, not even a trace of oil. How could anyone stay healthy like that? By reason, her father and 4 brothers were all strong workers in the village team, earning plenty of work points. Life shouldn't have been this hard. But because the original Shinjiechi had been blinded by love and given everything to Jiang Shiyan, the whole family was left with nothing but scraps. Even little Bao, who was sick, could only drink this watery millet porridge. He sat beside her, staring at the eggs in her bowl, swallowing hard. Shiny drool slipped from the corner of his mouth and dripped onto the table. Here, this is for you. Shinjiechi picked up an egg and placed it in his bowl. Little Bao was startled, quickly pushing it back in panic. No, I can't. Annie should eat it. The eggs are all for Auntie. I don't deserve to eat them. Suddenly, fragments of memory flashed through Shinjiechi's mind. Little Bao had once secretly eaten her boiled egg, and the original Shinjiechi had beaten him harshly. She had even told him he wasn't worthy of eating eggs. To treat such a small child like that, what a terrible thing. How could a kind-hearted girl from the 21st century like Shinjiechi end up in the body of such a cruel person? Others who traveled into books lived in comfort and luxury, while she spent all her time cleaning up the mess left behind. Seeing how the original had treated little Bao so cruelly, leaving him with such deep scars, Shinjiechi almost fainted from anger and sorrow. She steadied herself, then gently apologized. Little Bao, I'm sorry. I was wrong before. I take back those words. Please, eat without worry. Little Bao blinked his big watery eyes, staring at her curiously. What was going on? Was Auntie really apologizing? But she had once smiled at him the same way, promising not to hit him again. Yet soon after, she had broken her word and treated him even worse. Xiaobao shrank his neck and shook his head, looking at the egg as if it were something terrifying. Annie, Xiaobao didn't do any work, so I don't deserve to eat something tasty. Shinjiechi stomped her foot in anger. Who said such nonsense and taught a child this? Xiaobao timidly lifted his head and looked at her. Shun Jiechi pointed at herself in surprise.
Me?
He shrank back and nodded. Shun Jiechi pressed her hand against her chest. Oh, original self. What other surprises have you left for me? She forced down her anger and put on a gentle smile. Xiaobao, you can eat the egg. You deserve it. No, our Xiaobao deserves the very best in the world. What I said before. It was all nonsense. Don't take it to heart. As she spoke, she peeled the egg and gently placed it into the little boy's mouth. Xiaobao's eyes widened in shock. After a moment, seeing that Shun Jiechi wasn't angry, he finally took a bite. His small face lit up with satisfaction. Just as he was enjoying it, Qiao Huilan shouted angrily, Xiaobao, how dare you steal your aunt's egg? Xiaobao's mouth was stuffed full, making him look like a little pufferfish. Startled by the sudden shout, he swallowed in a hurry and almost choked. Shun Jiechi quickly patted his back. Mother, it's not like that. Look, you've scared Xiaobao. Cough, cough. It's not like that, Grandma. He tried to explain with his mouth still full. Sure enough, he thought if Andy gave him the egg, it must have been a trick. Now he was going to be punished. Tears welled up in Xiaobao's eyes. Hearing the commotion, Peng Zhaodi rushed over. When she saw the egg in his hand, her face changed. Xiaobao, what are you doing? How many times have I told you? You can't take your aunt's things. She raised her hand to smack him, but Shun Jiechi quickly stopped her. Standing up, she pulled Xiaobao behind her protectively. Sister-in-law, you've misunderstood. Xiaobao didn't steal it. I gave it to him. What? Peng Zhaodi froze in place. Shun Jiechi nodded. Xiaobao is still growing, and besides, he's not well. How can he get better without proper nutrition? Peng Zhaodi's face was full of disbelief. In the past, anything that belonged to the younger sister was never shared with anyone. Today, she was surprisingly generous and gave Xiaobao an egg. Her eyes grew complicated as she looked at Shun Jiechi. What was she really planning? Hearing this, Qiao Huilan's heart ached. My Jiechi is so kind. She doesn't even have enough for herself, yet she still gives an egg to someone else. Shun Jiechi pointed to her own bowl. Mom, isn't there still one left here? Qiao Huilan frowned. That egg is for you to eat, and the other one is for rubbing on your ankle. It will help you heal faster. During years of famine, many people didn't have enough to eat and were so hungry they had to chew on tree bark. Yet in this house, they were so extravagant as to cook her 2 eggs, with one even used for treating bruises. It felt like a waste. The family's constant indulgence and favoritism weren't truly good for her. Instead, it was like putting her on a pedestal and letting her burn. For a family to stay harmonious, everything must be fair. Otherwise, over time, conflicts would surely arise. It seemed the Shun family's way of doing things needed some changes. Taking this chance, Shun Jiechi told everyone to stop what they were doing and sit down. She had something to say. The busy family members put down their work and sat in their places. The large round table was soon filled, except for the absence of the pregnant second sister-in-law, Yang Xiuli. Where's second sister-in-law? Shun Jiechi asked. Her second brother's face darkened immediately, his fingers curling into fists. Qiao Huilan gave a cold snort. Jiechi, did you forget? Your second sister-in-law went back to her parents' home. Only then did Shun Jiechi remember. A few days ago, her second sister-in-law had secretly taken things from the house to help her own family. When Qiao Huilan found out, she scolded her harshly. Upset, the second sister-in-law complained to her husband, saying, why was it that Shun Jiechi could use money and food to help an outsider, yet she, who was carrying the Shun family's child, was criticized for giving a little to her own parents? Her second brother got angry and argued with her. In the end, she packed her things and left for her parents' home that very night. It had already been 2 or 3 days, and neither of them was willing to give in. The situation remained tense. Shun Jiechi remembered that in the original story, her second sister-in-law suffered a lot after returning home. Because of poor nutrition, she eventually lost the baby. Not long after, she was secretly influenced by Yi Zhaozhao, turned bitter, and came back demanding a divorce. After the divorce, she married Yi Zhaozhao's widowed cousin, and together they caused endless trouble for the Shun family. Second brother's death seemed to have something to do with that widower. Thinking of his tragic end, Shun Jiechi felt restless. Second brother, tomorrow you should bring second sister-in-law back. She's still expecting a child. Shun Jianan was no longer angry. In fact, he was worried about his wife. But because of pride, he refused to give in. Now that his younger sister had spoken, he gladly accepted the chance. All right, I'll listen to you. After work tomorrow, I'll go bring her back. Qiao Huilan tapped his forehead. You're so spineless. Your wife treats you poorly, and you still run after her. In my opinion, there's no need to fetch her. Her family is full of trouble. Do you think she's living well there? If she isn't being mistreated, that's already lucky. Just wait. In a few days she'll come back on her own. Even so, Shun Jiechi thought it was safer to bring her back sooner. She secretly gave her brother a look, telling him not to inform their mother, but to quietly go and fetch his wife. He nodded knowingly, his heart warming. His wife often compared herself to his younger sister and had spoken badly of her many times. The two of them had never gotten along. Yet now, his sister was willing to let go of the past and show kindness. From now on, he must treat his little sister even better. When everyone had gathered and looked at her expectantly, Shun Jiechi cleared her throat. Today, let's have a short family meeting. Since second sister-in-law isn't here, second brother, please pass the message to her later. Her serious tone and manner made her look almost like a team leader. Everyone sat up straight, listening carefully. But they were puzzled. When had the Shin family ever held a family meeting? It was unusual. What could their little sister want to say? Dad, Mom, brothers, sisters-in-law, and little Bao, first of all, I want to say sorry to everyone. She slowly stood up and bowed deeply. This action left everyone stunned. My dear, are you sick? Did you get a fever and lose your senses? Why are you apologizing for no reason? Xiao Huilan reached out to feel her forehead, but she avoided it. Mom, I don't have a fever. It's just that after this near-death experience, I suddenly understood many things. Just now, everyone had quietly avoided mentioning the river incident, afraid of touching her sore spot. But unexpectedly, she brought it up herself, acting as if nothing had happened. It seemed she wasn't as fragile as they had imagined. Shun Jiechi's nose stung with emotion as she continued. In the past, I was spoiled and willful. I did many hurtful things and said many unpleasant words. I hope you won't hold them against me. From today on, I, Shun Jiechi, have decided to change and start anew. I promise I won't act foolishly again. Not only that, I'll also try my best to make it up to everyone. Her words were bold and passionate, but the room fell silent. After a while, someone finally spoke, and soon everyone began to respond half-heartedly. Yes, whatever Chi-Chi says is right, Qiao Huilan chimed in. For her, it was enough that her daughter had this thought. She didn't dare expect more. Her brothers clapped along, shouting words of praise, but without sincerity. It was obvious they were just humoring her. Shun Jiechi frowned and said angrily, I'm serious. Peng Zhaodi glanced at her. Pretty words were easy to say, but everyone knew Shun Jiechi's promises never lasted long. Only Shun Laogui didn't take it as a joke. Puffing on his pipe, he looked into Shun Jiechi's determined eyes, his heart full of relief. His precious daughter had finally grown up. Seeing everyone's expressions, Shun Jiechi knew it would take time to earn their trust. She would let her actions prove it. After the apologies, Shun Jiechi finally moved on to the main point. The second thing is, starting tomorrow, I'll work together with everyone.
What?
Qiao Huilan thought she had misheard. You can't carry or lift anything. Even starting a fire is hard for you. What can you do? Don't just make trouble. Shun Jiechi protested. Mom, if I don't know how, I can learn. I'm already 18. I can't just sit around at home doing nothing forever. Even if her parents didn't object, wouldn't her sisters-in-law? Besides, I also want to contribute to the family. Xiao Huilan was silent for a moment. Letting her daughter do some work might be good. When she and her husband grew old, at least their daughter would know how to take care of herself. After hesitating, she finally said, "All right then." Hearing this, her brothers could no longer sit still.
Mom.
How can you agree to this? The eldest brother was so anxious his tongue tied. Yes, we brothers are strong enough. Are we worried about not being able to support little sister? The second brother said unhappily. Little sister has been spoiled since she was young and has never done any work. Don't tire her out. The third brother always cares most about Xinjiaqing. The fourth brother looked grim. Is little sister listening to gossip? Don't take it to heart. We brothers are happy to support you. Those who talk behind your back are just jealous, understand? The four brothers all wanted to take care of her and refused to let her do any work. In short, we all disagree. If little sister works, we'll share the chores, the third brother said for the brothers. Xinjiaqing couldn't argue with them and sighed softly. It's okay if I don't work. I'll just provide supplies for the family to improve everyone's life. Peng Zhaodi looked like she heard a big joke. Little sister, if you don't take anything from the family, we'll be very happy. But I don't expect you to bring anything home. As soon as she finished speaking, the eldest brother rolled his eyes and signaled her to be quiet.
What?
Did I say something wrong? Everyone fell silent. According to the original character's personality, as the eldest sister-in-law said, she wouldn't take a single thread from home. Xinjiaqing knew her trust from the family was almost zero, maybe even negative. There's no point in talking more. Words are empty. She'll prove herself when she actually does something. Little sister, we understand your kindness. Is there a third thing? The third brother broke the silence and asked. Third brother, you've learned to answer quickly now. After teasing, Xinjiaqing's expression turned serious. She looked at the eggs in front of her. From today, leave my eggs for the younger ones who need them more, like Xiao Bao and second sister-in-law. I'll eat with everyone else, no special treatment. As soon as she finished, Xiao Huilan was the first to oppose. How can that work? You've been weak since you were little, as thin as a monkey. I'm worried we can't support you. She was the youngest daughter and fragile since childhood, the family's favorite. Xiao Huilan refused to let her give up her eggs. Xinjiaqing thought for a moment and said, let's do this. All my eggs into a soup so everyone in the family can enjoy eggs and stay healthy. That's a good idea. Peng Zhaodi exclaimed, her eyes shining at the sight of the bright yellow egg drop soup. Now, not only could little treasure eat eggs every day, but she could also enjoy some meat flavors. Look at you, so useless. Xiao Huilan glanced at Peng Zhaodi. Since her daughter had made up her mind, she couldn't refuse anymore. But some words needed to be spoken clearly. Older brother, second brother, third brother, fourth brother, the eldest, and little treasure. Remember, every bite of egg you eat is something my daughter saved up and shared with you. Chi-Chi doesn't have to share. She can take care of herself, but she's kind and generous, caring for the family and giving up her eggs. You must remember her kindness. The eldest brother's eyes filled with tears. Mother, I will never forget my little sister's kindness. The second brother nodded gratefully. Little sister, don't worry. I'll work harder to earn more points and exchange for more eggs. We'll never run out of eggs in our lifetime. The third brother smiled. Eggs are nothing. I'll buy real golden eggs for you someday. If your third brother can buy golden eggs, I definitely won't fall behind. I'll buy you golden eggs too. Little Treasure's eyes sparkled happily at the thought of drinking soft, tender egg soup. Thank you, little aunt. When I grow up, I'll protect you and be a good son. Good boy, Little Treasure. Xinjiaqing gently rubbed his round little head. Eat more, exercise more, and grow up quickly. Little Treasure was stunned.
Wow.
Little Aunt's hand is so soft and gentle. She didn't seem to dislike Little Treasure that much after all. He bravely leaned in and rubbed his head against Xinjiaqing's palm, acting very obedient. Yes, Little Treasure will grow up tomorrow. Xinjiaqing was amused by the child's sincere and silly expression. Unexpectedly, just 2 eggs could make everyone so happy. It seemed today's family meeting was a success. All right, that's enough. The meeting is over. Let's eat. Shun Jiaqing took an egg, peeled it, and divided it into 3 parts, one for Dad, one for Mom, and the smallest piece for herself, which she ate bite by bite. Xiao Huilan looked at the egg whites and yolks in the bowl. Suddenly, she felt a lump in her throat. Oh my, her daughter was beginning to care about others. A simple meal, but it tasted bland, and her stomach felt empty. Shun Jiaqing touched her flat belly, more determined than ever to go up the mountain to catch fish. She wanted to ask her brothers to go with her, but worried it would be a waste of effort if they couldn't find anything. So she decided to explore the path first. At night, after the family had gone to sleep, Shun Jiaqing secretly carried her basket and tools. She painfully limped into the mountain, ignoring her foot pain. The mountain people sleep early, so it was very quiet along the way, only the wind howling. She used a flashlight, feeling very scared inside, but thinking about the big fish, she couldn't resist sneaking into the woods. She moved slowly and carefully, stopping often. She didn't notice a strong figure standing behind her. When the man saw her, he frowned. It was so late, and she was alone going up the mountain. Was she not afraid of danger? The mountain looked peaceful, but wild animals sometimes appeared, along with various snakes, insects, and rodents. It was full of risks. How could she dare? The man was about to go back down the mountain, but changed his mind. He silently followed her from a distance of about 10 meters, neither too close nor too far. Shun Jiaqing was completely unaware, focused only on her supplies. I remember from the book that Yi Zhaozhao found wild by a stream, then discovered a fat fish. Trying her luck, Shun Jiaqing followed the sound of water and soon found a small creek. Then, she saw the distinctive crooked tree. She excitedly walked over and took out her small shovel to start digging. After a few shovels, she hit something hard. To avoid damaging the surface, she put down her shovel and dug with her hands, pulling out a large piece of wild. She had found it. Holding she felt like she had found gold. She kept digging and collected many pieces, unable to carry them all. The land here was fertile, with water nearby. Besides wild, there were many wild vegetables. She unconsciously filled a basket, and it was still not enough. After working for a while, she squatted by the creek to wash her hands, thinking to herself, if only I had a space to store all this. Just as she was thinking, the water rippled in front of her, and she suddenly found herself in a strange room. The room was square and vast, so big it seemed endless. On the shelves against the wall, there were countless items, tools, and books, but they all appeared as gray shadows with different numbers marked on them. Welcome to the personal space. I am your system. A cold, mechanical female voice sounded, informing her that this was her space, filled with everything she might need for daily life. I knew it. Other female protagonists who travel through worlds or books all have systems, spaces, and special abilities. I must have one too. Sure enough, my space and special powers arrived, just a bit late. Shun Jiaqing was very excited. She reached out to touch the toast bread beside her, but got no response. System, what's going on? Hello, host. All items in the space require you to earn others' goodwill points to use. Shun Jiaqing suddenly understood. The numbers on the items weren't prices, but goodwill points. How many goodwill points do I have now? The system detects that your current goodwill points are minus 1,000. What? Negative points? This character setting of mine is so disliked. Shun Jiaqing still wanted to struggle a bit. I accept the negative points, but minus 1,000 is too much. System, are you mistaken? The system chuckled awkwardly, with a hint of sarcasm. Hee. The system has recorded a list of the host's past misdeeds. A long receipt-like scroll slowly rolled down from top to bottom. The host spat at a guest at a wedding banquet when she was 1 year old. Goodwill points deducted. 10. At 2 years old, she snatched a big yellow dog's food bowl. Goodwill points deducted. 3. At 3, she kicked a ball that broke a village committee window. Goodwill points deducted. 5. At 4, She played with firecrackers and accidentally blew up a manure pit, causing a foul smell for 7 days. Goodwill points deducted. 80. At 17, she liked Jiang Shuryan and offended the entire youth group. Goodwill points deducted. 30. She fought with villagers over Jiang Shuryan. Goodwill points deducted. 15. She stole her family's grain to give to Jiang Shuryan, causing her family to go hungry. Goodwill points deducted. 30. To make Jiang Shuryan stand out, she deliberately damaged her opponent's pants during a cultural performance, making him look bad. Goodwill points deducted. 50. She snatched pork and cut in line to fight with others for it. Goodwill points deducted. 20. Enough. Stop reading this list. Shun Jiaqing's chest ached faintly. The more she looked, the more she felt like she might faint from frustration. If her points were deducted as a child because she was mischievous, then after she turned 17, all the points lost were because of Jiang Shuryan. This male lead had no looks, no muscles, and treated the original owner like a loyal follower. The original owner was blind to fall for him and did so many bad things for him. Host, you should think carefully about how to clear negative points and earn good favor. Shun Jiaqing took a deep breath. Can I get good favor from anyone? Yes, host. Not only people but animals and other creatures are okay too. She felt like crying but had no tears left. 1,000 points. When will she ever pay them off? So many good things can see but not touch, touch but not use. What a frustrating situation. What a harsh situation. Feeling her disappointment, the system's tone softened. Don't be discouraged. You just arrived today and already earned 80 points of good favor. Keep it up. Are these from the Shin family? Her efforts today truly weren't in vain. Thinking about it, 1,000 points didn't seem so hard to repay. Shun Jiaqing decided that from today on, she would turn over a new leaf for the original owner, work hard to earn good favor, and soon achieve the freedom of good favor. She squatted on the ground, opened her palm, and gently waved it over the freshly washed wild and vegetables. The items disappeared into her space. Now, no matter how much I dig up, I can take it all, Shin Jiaqing said with determination, grabbing a small and continuing to dig in the soil. There were too many wild gingers in the field. She couldn't dig them all. Soon, she dug enough for her entire family, her delicate fingers turning red from the effort. Just as she was about to rest, she suddenly remembered that the book mentioned a severe cold wave hitting the country this winter, causing pneumonia. Due to a shortage of medicine, many people died from the illness, and Daxing village was no exception. Without medicine, everyone could only boil soup to keep warm, which helped a little. At that time, was scarce nationwide, selling for a yuan per jean, still in high demand. If she could dig more wild, dry it, and store it, then during winter, making soup for the whole village could help reduce casualties. Shun Jiaqing clenched her teeth, enduring the pain in her hand as she dug and dug in the thick soil, sweating heavily. Not far away, a pair of deep, cold eyes watched Shun Jiaqing intently. Lu Zheng crossed his arms, observing her squatting among the wild grass, fiddling and moving around for a long time. He had no light, so he could only see faintly by the moonlight. His instincts told him Shin Jiaqing was probably digging for wild vegetables. Miss Shin, usually delicate and so fragile that even a dog would avoid her, was out alone at night in the mountains digging for wild plants. Lu Zheng's gaze darkened, filled with suspicion. Thinking about how Shin Jiaqing had reached into his shirt today, secretly touching his abs, he frowned, a flicker of dislike and disgust flashing in his eyes. He had planned to quietly watch over her until she safely left the mountain. Suddenly, a faint, rustling water sound came from nearby. Lu Zheng quickly turned his head and saw a flash of S-shaped light on the water surface of the creek, rushing swiftly toward Shun Jiaqing's back. Shun Jiaqing was busy harvesting wild, unaware of the approaching danger, until she felt a sharp pain in her backside. Instinctively, she reached back and felt a slippery, long object. It was alive, smooth, about the width of, coiled around her wrist. A snake. A snake. She screamed, her eyes rolling back as she nearly fainted. Since childhood, her greatest fear was snakes. She desperately tried to shake the snake off, but it only provoked it further, biting her tighter. She was utterly hopeless, thinking she might die here today. In the chaos, a flash of cold light appeared. A machete was into the ground, swiftly cutting the snake into two. One half was biting her. The other was twitching, wrapped around her hand. Shunjechi tilted her body, and her head hit a solid chest heavily. The man's unique scent, combined with a wave of warmth, invaded her senses aggressively. Without thinking much, she instinctively clung to him like a lifeline, wrapping her arms around his waist. The muscles on his waist were faintly visible, feeling very familiar. "Have you had enough?" Lu Zheng, cold as ice, despite his body being hot, spoke with a chilling tone like an icy mountain. Shun Jiechi raised her flashlight, revealing his twitching face, her breath frozen solid. They exchanged a quick glance, and his narrow eyes started to turn red, with his pointed ears also slightly blushing. Then, Lu Zheng was the first to turn his face away. Shun Jiaqing kept shaking her head, her small body hanging on his strong one, like a tiny ornament. Lu Zheng's body stiffened a little. The little woman in his arms was rubbing against him, making him feel very uncomfortable. "Let go. I'll help you take the snake's head off." Yes, she still had half a dead snake hanging on her backside, and in the most awkward spot. Shun Jiaqing released her hold, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. At that moment, a deep, husky voice sounded nearby. "Sorry about that." That warm, rough hand easily grabbed her waist, turning her face down and laying her across his legs. Lu Zheng looked away, but still caught a glimpse of her peach-shaped hips. Nowadays, everyone was thin from not eating enough, both men and women. But Shun Jiaqing was well taken care of. Her skin was white, her face beautiful, and her body full and soft. Even in loose blue work clothes, her curves were still visible. She looked soft and plump. Lu Zheng's throat moved, and his breathing grew heavier. Then his gaze darkened. He quickly reached out and pried open the snake's mouth, pulling out the fangs smoothly. His movements were quick and fluid, like flowing water, almost like lightning. But he accidentally touched her wound, causing her to flinch in pain, and her chest pressed heavily against his leg. In the next second, his face turned bright red, almost like it was bleeding. Shun Jiaqing was suffering from pain when Lu Zheng suddenly picked her up ruthlessly and threw her onto a large rock.
Ouch.
"It hurts." Shun Jiaqing grimaced in pain. Lu Zheng hesitated, unsure whether to stand or sit, clearly feeling a bit helpless. "Sorry, I was in a hurry to save someone earlier. I didn't mean to hurt you." Lu Zheng's sense of boundaries was very strong. Shun Jiaqing clenched her teeth and said, "I understand. Things are urgent, and I didn't care about anything else. Unfortunately, you can save me once, but not twice. I am about to be poisoned to death." Lu Zheng awkwardly turned around, quickly glanced at the bleeding wound, then looked at the already dead snake on the ground. "This is a water snake, non-venomous. Rest for a bit, wash the wound, and apply medicine." Shun Jiaqing let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, the snake was non-venomous. Otherwise, she couldn't imagine the embarrassing scene of Lu Zheng out the snake venom. "Thank you." Shun Jiaqing weakly leaned on a large rock, waiting for her body to recover gradually. Although her limbs couldn't move, her eyes kept scanning Lu Zheng back and forth. He is such a handsome man, with a tough yet clean face and an excellent figure. His muscles are well-defined but not bulky, a typical slim-fit look with a muscular body. If she hadn't helped him herself, she wouldn't have known that under his worn-out gray clothes, he had six-pack abs. Shun Jiaqing squinted, liking this type of man. Lu Zheng furrowed his brows, surprised that this was the first time a girl dared to stare at him so openly, with her eyes full of stars. He looks quite fierce, with a cold personality, and has even scared children before. Apart from Yi Zhaozhao, no girl in the village dares to interact with him. Even though he and Yi Zhaozhao are childhood friends, she still feels a bit intimidated by him. Thinking of Yi Zhaozhao, his gaze grew colder and deeper. To ease the awkwardness, He coughed lightly and said, "It's so late. Why are you alone up the mountain?" Shen Jiaqing glanced at the wild and vegetables she hadn't yet put into her space. "I caught a cold after going to the river. We can't afford medicine at home, so I thought I'd come up the mountain to dig some wild-to-boil water and also gather some wild vegetables." Lu Zheng turned his head to look, a faint surprise flickering in his eyes. "There's actually wild here." Shen Jiaqing nodded. She could tell from his nasal tone that he had also caught a cold today after saving her in the river. She felt a bit guilty and picked a plump piece of, handing it to Lu Zheng. "Sorry for making you catch a cold today. Take this home to make soup. You'll get better soon." Lu Zheng looked down and immediately saw her slender hand covered in mud, with redness and swelling underneath. Looking at the few pieces of wild and sparse vegetables on the ground, he felt a twinge of disappointment. She really is delicate. He took the wild and casually tossed it into his basket. "Thanks."
No, no, no.
"I should be the one thanking you. Your life was saved, and I have nothing to repay you with. This is nothing. If you need help in the future, just ask." After saying that, Shen Jiaqing immediately regretted it, feeling as if she couldn't really do much to help him. Instead, every time she saw him, she still needed his help to rescue her. Lu Zheng didn't take her words seriously. It was just a small favor, and he didn't expect Shen Jiaqing to thank him. With her reputation in the village, if she didn't repay kindness and instead cursed him, that would be considered repayment. Lu Zheng didn't want to bother her. He quietly stood up and walked to another unplowed wild grass field, silently swinging his and starting to dig. But what he dug up wasn't put into his basket. It was thrown into Shen Jiaqing's basket. Soon her basket was filled to the top. During this time, Shen Jiaqing also recovered quite a bit. She leisurely squatted by the river, washing a handkerchief and wiping blood off her pants. Since Lu Zheng was still there, she couldn't take off her pants to clean, so she just dabbed at the blood through the fabric. While tidying up, she kept staring at Lu Zheng's neat back. He went up the mountain tonight, probably to pick wild vegetables or hunt game. The Lu family has many members, but only he can earn work points. His parents are sick, his sister is a widow with a child, and he has younger brothers and sisters. With so many mouths to feed, he is the only one working. Besides supporting the family, he also secretly sends grain to Yizhaozhao. Without some side job, he would have been drained long ago. The story only briefly mentioned that Lu Zheng secretly took some mountain delicacies and game to trade in the black market for rice and oil. No wonder he appeared on the mountain so late. Shen Jiaqing absent-mindedly twisted her handkerchief. Suddenly, a splash of water startled her almost into jumping. Once bitten by a snake, she was afraid of well ropes for 10 years. After that incident, Shen Jiaqing became very nervous, afraid another water snake might appear in the water. She was about to stand up when she caught sight of a gray figure flashing by. Fish. Not just one, but 3 fish. 3 fat grass carp, appearing out of nowhere, were happily swimming in the clear stream. These fish were not afraid at all. Lu Zheng, there are fish in the river," Shen Jiaqing said excitedly, her voice trembling. During years of famine, the fish, shrimp, and in the river had all been caught. Not even a frog was left. She actually saw 3 big fish at once. If it weren't for that snake that bit her being harmless, she would have thought she was hallucinating from poisoning. Storytelling doesn't deceive me. There really are fish. Lu Zheng was busy digging in the dirt. When he heard her shout, he frowned slightly. What nonsense. Although he didn't quite believe it, he still turned around. He immediately saw Shen Jiaqing going into the river, bending over to fight with the creatures in the water, splashing everywhere. Seeing her clumsy movements, she probably didn't catch any fish and might even fall into the water herself. Without hesitation, he jumped into the river, rolled up his sleeves to show his strong arms, and with a firm grip, caught a fish. Soon, he caught one and threw it onto the shore. Then another. A few lively fish struggled on the riverbank, but he didn't look at them. Instead, he stared straight at her smiling face. It was sweet, like a bright little sun. Even the water droplets on her face looked shiny and beautiful. Lu Zheng was momentarily stunned. Quickly, he averted his gaze and helped her onto the shore by grabbing her arm.
"You're lucky," he said.
"The luckiest thing is that I met you tonight." Without Lu Zheng, her good luck was just empty talk. He easily caught the big fish she couldn't handle. He was like her lucky charm. If Lu Zheng hadn't been there tonight, even if she saw a big fish, she might just stare blankly or scare it away. Lu Zheng blushed and tore a few wild grasses into a string, threaded it through the fish's gills, tied a neat double knot, and conscientiously attached it to Shun Jiaqing's basket. Shun Jiaqing sat leisurely on the ground, drying her snow-white feet. Seeing him fill her basket and help her put the fish on, she was surprised and paused. "Why did you give everything to me? It was already yours." Shun Jiaqing didn't expect Lu Zheng to be so honest. "Then you saved me and helped catch the fish." She didn't hesitate and shared half of the wild and the biggest fish with him. Following his gaze, she looked at the broken snake on the ground. "If you want this snake, take it. I don't want it, but you must accept the fish and—" However, Lu Zheng hesitated and refused to take it, looking as if he wanted to keep his distance. "What's there to be afraid of? I'm not a fierce beast. Come on, think of this as my payment for helping you. Please carry the stuff down the mountain and home for me." Shun Jiechi's voice was muffled and hesitant, sounding a bit like a pout at first. Lu Zheng paused for a moment, then turned his face away and extended his arm toward her. His other hand quickly picked up the firewood knife and the snake, and he lifted the two baskets. Seeing him about to leave, Shun Jiechi didn't hesitate and reached out to hold on to him. Lu Zheng's face stiffened. Instinctively, he wanted to shake her off, but instead, she held on tighter.
"Why?
Can't you touch me?" Shun Jiechi tilted her head and looked at him. He hesitated, his lips trembling slightly. When he looked into her clear, contrasting eyes, he took 2 steps back. He hadn't said anything, but it felt like 1,000 words. Shun Jiechi quickly realized what was happening and immediately let go, straightening her body. This was the 1970s, a time when people were simple and honest. Flirting like this could easily be misunderstood as being a troublemaker or a troublemaker girl. Realizing she had just offended him, Shun Jiechi felt embarrassed and clenched her teeth.
"I'm sorry, Comrade Elu."
"I didn't mean to do it. I didn't want to take advantage of you," she weakly explained, saying she was just being casual. Lu Zheng stared at his raised arm in a daze. It was the first time a girl had held his arm like that. He hadn't fully recovered from the surprise. Normally, besides his sisters and Yi Zhaozhao, no other woman had ever come close to him. But just now, facing this delicate woman, he felt completely powerless to resist. When she was bitten by the snake, he didn't think twice and pressed her leg. In the stream, he reached out to help her voluntarily. He didn't mind being held by her. In fact, he was worried it might harm her reputation. Lu Zheng rubbed his aching forehead, looking a bit confused and displeased. Shun Jiechi explained for a long time, but Lu Zheng kept his face cold and silent. Actually, it wasn't surprising that Lu Zheng avoided trouble. At this time, he hadn't been disowned yet. He was still recognized as Yi Zhaozhao's fiancé. But Shun Jiechi was already notorious and didn't care about her reputation. However, Lu Zheng was different. He wanted to leave a good impression on Yi Zhaozhao. Could you help me carry the basket? I'll find a stick to lean on while walking." Shun Jiechi lowered her head, about to look for a dry branch, when she heard Lu Zheng's deep voice. He really agreed. As expected, she guessed right, and Lu Zheng looked at her with some disdain. Shun Jiaqing leaned on a vine stick, walking slowly behind Lu Zheng as they descended the mountain. All the way down, Lu Zheng deliberately slowed his pace, keeping his eyes on her from the corner of his eye. They kept a comfortable distance between them until they reached Shun's house. Lu Zheng silently put down her basket, noticing her swollen ankle. He seemed to remember something, and a hint of regret appeared in his eyes. He reached into his pocket and took out a small brown medicine bottle. This medicine works well to reduce swelling and can treat cuts.
"Try it."
Shun Jiaqing hesitated for a moment. Seeing that the bottle had no packaging and no label, She thought it wouldn't be recognized, so she happily accepted it.
Thank you,
She said softly, holding the warm medicine bottle carefully. Since he carried this medicine close to her, it must be very effective. As a gesture of politeness, Shun Jiaqing also took out a piece of orange-flavored candy from her pocket and offered it to him. Comrade Liu, please keep tonight's matter a secret. Don't tell anyone. Lu Zheng also had the same intention. He secretly went into the mountains to hunt and gather wild vegetables, not wanting any trouble. During hard times, no one wanted to attract unnecessary attention or cause problems. They exchanged a knowing look and silently agreed. Seeing her smiling face, he, who didn't usually like sweets, opened his hand and took the candy, holding it tightly in his palm. Shun Jiaqing watched Lu Zheng leave. When she saw no one around, she waved her palm lightly over her basket, and everything was stored into her space.
Ding.
The system detected a +5 increase in favorability. A mechanical female voice echoed in her mind. Shun Jiaqing shivered. Was that favorability from Lu Zheng? She had thought Lu Zheng hated her to death, but unexpectedly, she gained 5 points of favorability. It seemed he wasn't as cold and indifferent as she thought. Feeling happy inside, she had a good evening. She dug up wild and vegetables, caught a fat, tender grass carp, and gained favorability points. But that injury on her still needed to be treated. Shun Jiaqing sneaked into her room, took off her pants, and applied medicine to her wound. Fortunately, the snake bite wasn't deep through her pants. After cleaning and treating it, only 2 tiny red spots remained. She thought she could heal after a good night's sleep. She sniffed and found her nose was even more blocked and was running a little. She already had cold symptoms, and after being blown by the night wind and catching fish in the river, her condition seemed to worsen. She quickly took a piece of wild from her space and dragged her injured leg to the kitchen to boil water. She washed the wild carefully, sliced it thinly, and lightly crushed a small piece of brown sugar with the back of a knife. She mixed it into the water, and as the water heated up, a spicy, sweet aroma slowly filled the air. When the brown sugar water boiled, she simmered it on low heat for 5 more minutes, then poured it into a bowl. One bowl was for her, and the other was covered with a lid, reserved for little treasure. As she drank the warm and brown sugar water, the sweet and spicy scent warmed her throat and stomach. Soon, she broke out in a hot sweat, and her cold limbs gradually warmed up. Even her face looked healthier. The brown sugar water wasn't a miracle cure, but it made her feel comfortable all over, and her blocked nose cleared up. After applying the medicinal oil that Lu Zheng gave her and massaging her feet, she slept peacefully. That night, she slept very soundly. The last time she had slept so well was probably when she was in her grandmother's arms. Since her grandmother passed away, she became very afraid of the dark and had to sleep with the lights on. She couldn't sleep peacefully either, often having nightmares and waking up in the middle of the night. But on her first day in this new story, in the dark room, she didn't have a single dream all night. The next morning, she lazily stretched. Looking at the simple but tidy room, she realized she was in the 1970s and didn't need to get up early for work or clock in. After drinking the tea last night, her stuffy nose and headache were gone. After applying Lu Zheng's medicinal oil, her ankle no longer hurt, and she was almost fully recovered. She turned over comfortably, planning to sleep a little longer, but suddenly, a noisy commotion came from the yard. Qiao Huilan loudly said, "Old big sister, I know you care about little treasure, but you can't take the red sugar from the second family." Peng Zhaodi sobbed and said, "Mom, I didn't do it, it wasn't me."
Who else could it be?
"If you dare to do it, you'd better be responsible. Today, I'll teach you a lesson about our Shun family rules." Red sugar. Rules. Oh no. Shun Jiaqing quickly got up, opened the door swiftly, and saw her mother grabbing a broom to hit the eldest sister. "Mom, stop. It's not the eldest sister, it's me." Shun Jiaqi slipped her hands into her sleeves as she walked out the door. "I made this brown sugar tea myself. It has nothing to do with sister-in-law." Qiao Huilan's broom dropped back to the ground. She gave Shun Jiaqi a playful glare. "So, it was you." "I thought She coughed twice, trying to ease the awkwardness. Eldest daughter-in-law, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Peng Zhaodi felt wronged and began to sob softly. Mom, you just don't believe me. Qiao Huilan sighed. It's not that I don't believe you. I just don't believe my daughter would ever step into the kitchen. Her precious daughter was already 18, yet she had never even boiled water, let alone made tea. So, of course, her first suspicion fell on the eldest daughter-in-law. Oh no, system detected a decrease of 3 points in favorability. Shen Jiechi looked at her hard-earned -915, now turned into -918, and felt disheartened. Her sister-in-law was already sensitive and thoughtful. Being wrongly accused so early in the morning would surely make her hold another grudge. Shen Jiechi walked up to Peng Zhaodi. I'm sorry, sister-in-law, for making you feel wronged. I didn't know this sugar belonged to second sister-in-law. I just used it without thinking. The tea on the stove was specially made for Xiaobao. Please warm it up for him to drink. It will help his cold get better faster. Look at me, I drank tea last night, and today my cold is gone. No more headache, no more stuffy nose. It really works. Hearing this, her sister-in-law's expression changed. Peng Zhaodi hadn't expected that the tea was specially prepared by her younger sister for Xiaobao. In that moment, a wave of guilt rose in her heart. It seemed her younger sister had truly changed. In the past, she would never have cared about Xiaobao, let alone make tea for him. Seeing her sister-in-law hesitate, Shen Jiechi thought she was still worried. Don't worry, I'll replace the sugar I used. But neither Peng Zhaodi nor Qiao Huilan believed her. Over the years, Jiechi had borrowed so many things from the family. From large bills to the smallest needle, she always said she would return them. But when had she ever done so? It was always like lending a tiger a pig, gone forever. Shen Jiechi noticed the distrust in everyone's eyes, but she could understand. After all, seeing is believing. She was waiting. Soon she would go to the black market to sell fish and wild, then buy grain and sugar to bring back. Zhou Huilan only listened to her words as a passing comment. Now that the red sugar was used up, what could she say? Old big sister, since you always leave some for little treasure, just heat it up and take it to him. But, little treasure, where did you get this wild? Zhou Huilan remembered that only dried old yellow was at home, not any wild.
Well,
when she mentioned this, Shen Jiaqing remembered something. She turned and went into her room, took out a basket and a fish from her space. Mom, older sister, look. Shen Jiaqing used all her strength to barely move the basket, but Lu Zheng could lift 2 with one hand. His arm was really strong. Seeing so much wild vegetables and a fresh grass carp, Zhou Huilan and Peng Zhaodi were stunned. The Shen father and son, who had just woken up, also stared in shock. Little sister, did you do this? The fourth brother reached out and pinched the third brother, making him grimace in pain. Fourth brother, what are you doing? The fourth brother took a deep breath. I just want to be sure this isn't a dream. Then pinch yourself. Why are you pinching me? The third brother gritted his teeth angrily. I'm not stupid. The fourth brother slowly walked to the basket, picked up a plump piece of wild, still muddy and freshly dug. Did you dig this, little sister? The fourth brother couldn't believe it. Shen Jiaqing looked at him and nodded at everyone. It's me. Hearing this, the yard fell into complete silence. Big brother. Usually my sister barely goes to the fields. How could she go up the mountain to dig wild vegetables? She must still be sleepy. Second brother. With little sister's lack of knowledge and weak limbs, how could she recognize wild and vegetables in the mountains?
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
Third brother. During the famine years, the fields were stripped bare, and the fish, shrimp, and in the river were all caught out. How could little sister find this? Only the fourth brother silently observed her, noticing the redness and swelling on her hands. Little sister usually doesn't get her hands dirty, but suddenly her hands were swollen and red. It must be from hard physical work.
So,
most likely, she really did find this herself. Thinking about her secretly going up the mountain to dig wild and vegetables made his heart ache like a knife. Mom, Dad, older brother, sister-in-law, I didn't lie to you. I really went to the back mountain last night to dig. The fish is lucky find I picked up by the stream. Shun Jiaqing spoke excitedly, but she noticed everyone looked very gloomy and seemed unhappy. There was fish, and so why did they look so sad? Seeing her daughter's swollen fingertips, Chao Huilon felt so worried she almost cried. Sweetheart, does your hand hurt? You're usually afraid of pain. Why did you do all this? Exactly, little sister, why? Why didn't you call us when you went up the mountain? The eldest brother was anxious, his face turning red. Just you, a girl, going to the back mountain. Aren't you afraid of danger? The second brother was scared and said she shouldn't go alone again. Although the villagers in Daxing are honest and kind, there can still be some with bad intentions. His sister looks so lively and pretty, so he's worried something might happen. Digging so many wild vegetables, and you must be tired. Silly girl, why didn't you call third brother? Third brother held her hand, looking at her red-tipped fingers, which hurt more than if he had cut himself. Fourth brother's eyes turned red with worry. Yes, little sister, we don't lack these things. You don't need to tire yourself out. Shun Jiaqing knew her brothers cared about her, but the family was almost out of food. They were stubborn and trying to protect her in their own way. I just wanted to help the family a bit. I didn't tell everyone because I wasn't sure if I could find anything. I was just trying my luck and I actually found some. She happily lifted the fish. It's been a long time since we had meat. Today at noon, we'll make fish soup so everyone can have a good meal. As for the wild, we can boil it to make soup to keep warm and fight off colds. Right now, the family has a little patient, little Bao. In this era, with little medicine, drinking 2 bowls of soup a day works better than medicine. Any extra can be used in cooking or dried for winter. When it gets cold, Dad and the brothers can drink water to stay strong. Shun Jiaqing kept talking, listing her ideas one after another. Everyone listened, surprised and unable to argue. Oh, and these wild vegetables too. We'll add them to lunch. In just a few words, she arranged everything perfectly. For lunch, they'll have fish and some stir-fried wild vegetables. The whole family's meals will improve. Xiao Huilon rolled up her sleeves and wiped her moist eyes. Old man, did you see? Our daughter brought something home. Old Shin was also excited, showing his big yellow teeth. Yes, this is the first time she's brought something back from outside. Usually they took things out of the house. If I, an old man, were to die soon, I could close my eyes happily. Dad, what are you talking about?
You won't die.
You'll live a long life. Good, I won't die. I still want to take care of our girl. Shin Jiai felt a bit shy. Although it was the original owner who did the foolish thing, she was now the one with the original owner's identity. I admit, I wasn't very sensible before. After experiencing death once, I realized that family is the most important and caring for me. Everyone treats me well, and I want to treat everyone well too. This is just the beginning. From now on, I will bring more things home, making sure our family is full and happy. Seeing her clear change, everyone was moved to tears, their noses feeling a bit sore. Whether she could really do it or not didn't matter. The fact that she had a big realization and was determined to change made everyone feel happy. All right, don't look at me like that. Sister-in-law, hurry up and make some tea for little Bao. Mom, break the fish and cook fish soup for everyone at noon. Wild vegetables, and I'll leave to the brothers to handle. Everyone was happily ordered around and couldn't stop smiling, quickly going to do their work. Shinjiai smiled slightly. Is that enough? There will be more surprises ahead. Everyone was busy with their own tasks, except for the fourth brother, who stood still, staring intently at the grass rope hanging the fish. The special weaving technique, tied with double knots, seemed familiar. Where had she seen it before? The fourth brother walked over to her suddenly, startling her. Little sister, tell the truth. Who were you with last night? No, no one. Just me alone. Shun Jiai clenched her clothes, worried that fourth brother might have noticed something. Really? The fourth brother tugged at the grass rope on the fish's gills, looking suspicious. So, you made this too? Of course. Shin Jiai said, then immediately regretted it. She didn't know how to weave grass ropes. If fourth brother asked her to demonstrate right now, she might recover. Before he could ask further, Shun Jiaqing secretly pinched herself, her eyes turning red and painful. She looked tearful and said, "Fourth brother, do you doubt me?" Note: this story is set in a fictional 1970s world and is different from real life. Please do not compare. This delicate appearance made it seem like she might cry real tears at any moment. Fourth brother's heart suddenly tightened. Of course, he shouldn't doubt his little sister. She sprained her ankle, felt cold, and went up the mountain late at night to pick wild vegetables and catch fish. As her brother, he couldn't help much, yet he doubted her. He really should be punished. Looking at her pitiful little face, his heart almost broke. "I'm sorry, little sister. It's my fault. Don't be sad. I didn't doubt you, and I never will in the future." Although he couldn't explain how she suddenly learned to make grass ropes, catch fish, and wear fish, it didn't matter now. The most important thing was to comfort his little sister. He spent a long time soothing her, apologizing, and pouring her some face-washing water, finally making her happy again. "Little sister, wash up first. I'll go help outside." Shun Jiaqing nodded. After he turned away, she secretly let out a breath of relief. She almost got caught. Fourth brother's cleverness made him notice the problem with the grass rope immediately. If she hadn't acted quickly, pretending to be pitiful and fooling him, she might have been exposed. Late at night, a young girl and a boy wandering in the woods on the mountain. If anyone found out, her reputation would be ruined. Fortunately, although fourth brother was sharp, he had a fatal weakness. He cared deeply for his sister. "I'm sorry, fourth brother." Shun Jiaqing silently apologized with her hands clasped behind her back. System. The host's favorability score increased by 70. Shun Jiaqing was upset just a second ago about deceiving her brother, but now she was so happy, she jumped for joy. 70 points. That must be her family's favorability score. She never expected that catching a fish, a basket of wild, and vegetables could make her family happy and greatly boost her favorability. This double happiness was simply wonderful. Feeling very happy, Shun Jiaqing hummed softly to herself, singing Sweet Honey, and finished her simple washing up. In the 1970s, there was no such thing as cleansers, toners, or creams. Even just rinsing with water and wiping with a towel made the skin soft like a peeled egg. Shun Jiaqing was holding a red, lace-edged dressing mirror, looking at her face in the mirror, which was exactly the same as in her previous life. She had an oval face, willow-shaped eyebrows, big watery eyes, a natural red birthmark at the corner of her eye, and a faint dimple at the corner of her mouth. When she smiled, she looked very charming, even more beautiful and alluring than before, with a touch of elegance. While applying snow cream, she sighed to herself in the mirror. The 1970s are really different. The food and drinks are all natural and pollution-free. No need to stay up late working on computers, so the skin stays fresh and lively. Before her death, Shun Jiaqing often stayed up late working overtime. Her face turned pale and yellow, pores enlarged, as if her vital energy had been drained, making everything feel uncomfortable. The 1970s really knew how to nurture people. She applied a fragrant cream, paired with a red polka dot headband, and braided a fluffy plait that hung diagonally over her chest. A small splash of bright red made her lips look redder and her teeth whiter, her face like a peach blossom, more radiant and charming. "Little sister, come quickly for breakfast." The third brother called out from the yard, about to knock on the door when it suddenly creaked open. The early morning sunlight shone perfectly on the person coming in. Shun Jiaqing was wearing a light gray checkered dress, her fair and bright skin shining under the sunlight. The third brother's eyes widened in amazement. She was so beautiful, even more stunning than the actresses on posters. She was dressed so beautifully. She must be going to see Jiang Shiyan. Thinking of that handsome, lazy guy, the third brother's chopsticks almost bent in anger. He forced down his anger, walking over with a stern face. "Little sister, who are you dressing up for? Tell the truth, third brother, are you going to see that someone?" Shun Jiaqing's mouth twitched. Such an early morning, so annoying. Knowing that her third brother would misunderstand, she sighed and touched her forehead. Third brother, is it because I dress up that you think I'm after a man, that white liver guy? Is that not true? It seems you're just ignoring what I say. Shen Jiechi puffed her cheeks angrily. I told you I don't like Jiang Shiyan anymore. My dressing up has nothing to do with him. Loving beauty is human nature. Who says women can only please themselves? Can't I enjoy my own beauty? Besides, I haven't even dressed up much, she said, touching her plain face. Really? The third brother felt a bit more relaxed. Yesterday, his younger sister had kicked Jiang Shiyan hard right in front of him. Maybe she really wasn't joking. She truly didn't like Jiang Shiyan anymore, but out of love turned into hate, which became resentment.
Sigh.
Anyway, as long as my sister doesn't bother Jiang Shiyan, everything is fine. He then chuckled and said I was wrong. My little sister is naturally beautiful, and she looks good in anything, even in a sack. From now on, you can wear whatever you want. I won't bother you anymore, he said, showing his big white teeth. He served Shin Jiaqing a bowl of hot mixed grain porridge, picked out the biggest yellow steamed bun, and put it in the bowl as an apology. Soon, the whole family sat at the table, picking up their bowls and chopsticks. Although the food looked the same as usual, everyone felt that today's porridge was especially fragrant and sweet. Thinking about coming back at noon to enjoy delicious pickled fish, they felt so happy inside, eating with extra gusto. After finishing the meal, Lao Guishen and his 4 sons went to work. Peng Zhaodi was supposed to go too, but Xiao Bao was still sick, so Qiao Huilan helped her ask for leave. Now, only she, Xiao Bao, and Shin Jiaqing were left in the big yard. Xiao Bao took medicine yesterday and didn't have a fever last night, but his hands and feet were still cold, and he was coughing badly. In the morning, after drinking water with brown sugar, Xiao Bao's face finally looked a little rosier, his hands and feet warmed up, and his cough eased a bit. Peng Zhaodi saw this and wanted to thank Shin Jiaqing, but didn't know how to start. Big sister-in-law, is Xiao Bao feeling better? Shin Jiaqing asked. Peng Zhaodi quickly nodded. Much better. Xiao Bao, you should thank your little aunt. Xiao Bao was holding a spoon, drinking porridge small sip by small sip. When he heard little aunt, he almost spat it out. He looked scared and secretly peeked at Shin Jiaqing from behind his clay bowl. Under his mother's urging, he weakly managed to say, "Thank you, little aunt." Look at that, he got so scared. Shin Jiaqing gave a gentle smile and spoke softly, "Good boy, stay at home and rest well. Little aunt will buy you some candy." That word was very tempting for 4-year-old Xiao Bao. He looked at Shen Jiechi's beautiful face. His little aunt was smiling at him, and her smile was really lovely. Does she really? Buy candy for little Bao? Little Bao remembered his previous impression of a stern and dismissive little aunt. Now, seeing her here, as delicate as a flower, he felt a faint, hard-to-notice hope growing inside him. After breakfast, Shen Jiechi was ready to get to work. She rode a tractor from the village to the county town, asking many people for information, and finally found the secret black market. It was still early, before 9 o'clock, but the black market was already busy with people coming and going. Seeing everyone dressed simply and modestly, Shin Jiechi suddenly realized that her own clothes seemed a bit too fancy. Since she was new to this era and had little experience with the story, and because the original owner was very reserved, she didn't remember much about the black market. That caused her to make a big mistake. Since she was already here, she quickly found a quiet alley, put on a scarf to cover most of her face, leaving only her eyes visible. That way, no matter how eye-catching her outfit was, strangers wouldn't recognize her because they couldn't see her face. Ready, Shin Jiechi gently waved her palm toward the ground, and a bag of wild and a fat, fresh grass carp appeared. Last night, she gathered a lot of wild, plus the digging help from Lu Zheng, so she had plenty of supplies. Even if it wasn't enough, she could go dig more tonight. There was plenty by the creek. She clenched her teeth, pulled the bag, and slowly walked out of the alley. Just as she set up a stall, she saw 2 familiar figures. Jiang Shiyan and Yi Zhaozhao carried baskets and walked over, chatting and laughing. Really unlucky today, no good luck at all. Shun Jiechi quickly lowered her head, planning to pretend she didn't see them and avoid the main characters. But because of her eye-catching outfit, Jiang Shiyan saw her immediately. Even with the scarf covering her face, his sharp eyes recognized her. Shun Jiechi? Jiang Shiyan adjusted his glasses, thinking he must be seeing things. He usually only looked at Yi Zhaozhao and wouldn't notice other women. But Shun Jiechi was just too eye-catching. She was tall, with fair skin, wearing a simple, elegant gray plaid dress that showed off her figure very well, so much so that it was hard to ignore. Even with her head covered by a scarf, only revealing a pair of charming eyes, her beauty could not be hidden. Anyone who saw her would recognize her immediately. He had thought she was pretty before, but now, dressed in a skirt and a little more made up, she looked stunning. Standing among the crowd, she was like a crane among chickens. In comparison, Yi Zhaozhao, also wearing a long dress, looked dull and a bit petty, unable to carry off the floral dress she wore. But just a quick glance, and Jiang Shiyan's gaze was fixed on Shun Jiechi. As he looked, he suddenly felt a tightness in his stomach, and the spot where she had kicked him yesterday still ached faintly. Yi Zhaozhao followed his gaze, and was immediately stunned. Is that Shun Jiechi? She quietly observed her, surprised to see her copying her style, wearing a dress and braids. But her imitation was awkward, and she looked strangely charming instead. A gray long dress with a shirt collar and half sleeves unexpectedly made Shun Jiechi look alluring. She was truly a natural flirt. She had completely captivated Jiang Shiyan. Yi Zhaozhao's face darkened, and her eyes filled with jealousy. She tugged at Jiang Shiyan's sleeve, tiptoed close to his ear, and asked softly, Shiyan, how come she's here? Jiang Shiyan snorted coldly. She probably knew I was coming and came here on purpose to block me. Feeling her jealousy, he quickly took her hand and said anxiously, Zhaozhao, wait for me. I'll go talk to her and make her stop bothering me. Yi Zhaozhao lightly tugged his sleeve again and said, speak nicely, don't get angry. Shun Jiechi just likes you too much and can't let go. I'll handle it myself. When Shun Jiechi saw the two staring at her and whispering for a long time, she was sure they weren't saying anything good. She was already annoyed, and Jiang Shiyan suddenly stepped into the line of fire. Shun Jiechi, I've already broken off the engagement with you. Why are you waiting here on purpose? Are you trying to bother me? She was stunned. What was that? She was waiting for him on purpose? Shun Jiechi was amused and couldn't help but laugh. With his limited intelligence, how could he be the hero in the story? Was he full of nonsense?
You.
What are you laughing at? I tell you, no matter how pretty you look or how fancy your dress is, I won't look at you again. Whether he looked or not, hadn't he already seen her? I can't look at this and pretend I don't see how disgusting it is. Shun Jiaqing didn't indulge him. She crossed her arms and said, Jiang Shiyan, if you don't look at me, how would you know I'm looking at you? I'm talking about myself, not you. Didn't I arrive before you? I should be asking if you followed me here. She pretended to be surprised and covered her mouth. You're so weird. Jiang Shiyan gritted his teeth in anger. Who followed you? I've been with Comrade Yi all morning. Really? Did you two go to the bathroom to eat? Your breath is so foul early in the morning. If you're smart, just leave quickly. Don't bother me with my stall. He was scolded so badly, he looked like he was about to explode, his face turning purple. Seeing her wild attitude and that big, fat fish, he was momentarily stunned. Could it be? She really came to sell things? Soon, Jiang Shiyan shook his head. He knew Shun Jiaqing well. Others might not understand her, but he did. This spoiled young lady has never washed her own clothes or boiled hot water since she was a child. Someone like her, who's so lazy, how could she wake up early to sell things? Shun Jiaqing, stop pretending. Someone like you, how could you come to sell things?
I know.
I broke off our engagement because I knew you'd find it hard to accept. I've been hit and scolded, but I don't hold it against you. If you keep pestering me, I'll only dislike you more. He looked like a tired old dog, full of bad breath. Shun Jiaqing looked him up and down as if she was examining a fool. Me bothering you? She smiled. You should look at yourself in the mirror. No money, no looks. What do I see in you? Is it because you're ugly? Or because your face is so plain? Or maybe because your teeth are bad and you can only eat soft food?
You're.
Jiang Shiyan's veins bulged, and his teeth almost ground to pieces. What was wrong with Shun Jiaqing today? She dared to insult him repeatedly, challenging his patience. Usually, whenever she saw him, she looked at him like a love-struck fool. No matter what he did, she would praise him to the sky. But today, she didn't even look at him properly, and instead threw harsh words at him.
Could it be?
She was playing hard to get? Jiang Shiyan pretended not to see through her, straightened his back, and held his head high, teaching her a lesson from above. Shin Jiechi, even when you're being naughty, there should be a limit. If you keep causing trouble and swearing, do you believe I won't ignore you anymore? Ignore me then. Shun Jiechi suddenly paused, then clapped her hands and cheered. That would be great. I hope you mean it. From now on, don't bother with me. Just walk away when you see me. Don't let me look down on you.
Phew.
You scoundrel. Jiang Shiyan clenched his fists, about to get angry, but Yi Zhaozhao stepped forward a few steps and held his hand. Miss Shun, why are you talking like that? I know you like Brother Shiyan, but feelings go both ways, not just one side. Brother Shiyan, and you broke up peacefully, and still consider you a friend. Can't you change your attitude and talk to him nicely? You're insulting and cursing again. You're really embarrassing us women of the new era. Shun Jiechi originally only targeted Jiang Shiyan and didn't intend to scold Yi Zhaozhao, but she couldn't stand someone coming to pick a fight. Thinking about Yi Zhaozhao's scheme to trap her second brother, Shun Jiechi felt furious. Just perfect. Old grudges and new ones all at once. Shun Jiechi crossed her arms and sneered at Yi Zhaozhao. I say, where did this hen come from? Clucking and making noise here? Yi Zhaozhao blushed with shame and anger. You actually insulted me. What's wrong with insulting you? You're shamelessly looking for trouble. Isn't this just satisfying your wish? Shun Jiechi's aura was full force now, and her voice grew louder unconsciously. I'm here insulting the unfaithful man and you're dancing around, gesturing wildly, acting like you're performing? You two heartless people trying to tell me to change my attitude. Who gave you the right? Calling me shameful for being a woman of the new era. TSK, I didn't realize that the standard for women of the new era is to be like you, cheating on your fiancé. Who's really shameless. With that, Yi Zhaozhao's face turned green, and tears welled up in her eyes, ready to fall. What are you talking about? Brother Shiyan and I are innocent. You're spreading rumors.
Ha.
Such a pure and innocent little white flower. Since Yi Zhaozhao was eager to seek her own trouble, Shun Jiechi decided not to hold back today and delivered a sharp. She sneered, it's okay? Who has a man and a woman with no relationship, secretly holding hands? That's just being a bully. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yi Zhaozhao and Jiang Shiyan both panicked and let go of each other. Nowadays, being a bully is a serious crime. If caught, they could face jail. Such a big accusation. Who could handle it? Jiang Shiyan immediately panicked and lowered his voice. Shin Jiaqing, shut up. If you hate me, target only me. This has nothing to do with Zhao Zhao. Don't slander her. Slander? Shun Jiaqing raised her eyebrows slightly, her eyes flickering between the two. You two aren't involved, so why are you acting so close? If I remember correctly, she's supposed to be engaged, right? Hearing this, Yi Zhaozhao stepped forward anxiously to explain. Miss Shin, you've misunderstood. Shiyan and I are not what you think. Shin Jiaqing rolled her eyes dramatically. Before she could speak, Jiang Shiyan heroically stepped in front of her. We are innocent and don't need to explain ourselves to you. If you dare to spread more rumors, I won't hold back, Jiang Shiyan warned, glaring at her. Before Shin Jiaqing could reply, the older man and woman nearby couldn't stand it anymore. Fooling around on the street and threatening a young girl. How shameless. Yeah, and she said we're spreading rumors? I saw them holding hands just now. My old man also saw it. They were even whispering to each other. Truly disgraceful. This young lady is right. If you're not a couple or involved, then you're just bullies. Better watch out, you might get into trouble. People around started speaking up. They had been watching for a while and couldn't stand these two anymore. The beautiful girl just wanted to ignore them, but they kept pushing to be scolded. An aunt selling sweet potatoes reached out and patted Shin Jiaqing's shoulder. Young lady, don't be afraid. If they dare to bully you, I'll stand up for you. An old man selling cabbages also stepped in to protect her. Old Wang here can't stand your attitude. Today, with me here, I'll see who dares to make a move. Everyone was defending Shin Jiaqing, and the quiet alley suddenly became lively. Jiang Shiyan and Yi Zhaozhao had never seen such a scene before and nervously huddled together. No, everyone misunderstood. That's not how it is. Yes, we're just friends. Not like you think. Jiang Shiyan was sweating nervously and shouted at Shin Jiaqing in a commanding tone. Shin Jiaqing, help us explain clearly. Shin Jiaqing looked at him as if he were an idiot. Who are you? Why should I help you explain? Because of me. Jiang Shiyan clenched his teeth, looking impatient. If you don't explain now, believe it or not, I really won't care about you anymore. In the past, whenever he said this, Shin Jiaqing would beg him humbly. Today, it would probably be the same. He was confident and shot a reassuring look at Yi Zhaozhao. Before the smile even reached his eyes, he heard a sneer. Well, you better stick to your words. Don't bother with me. If anyone breaks their promise, they'll be a fool. Shin Jiaqing. He was furious. Could it be that Shin Jiaqing really didn't care about him anymore? Jiang Shiyan felt a strange sense of panic. This out-of-control feeling made him feel empty inside. Seeing her aggressive eyes, he decided to be bold. If that's the case, don't blame him for being rude.
Fine.
Since you won't let me have peace, I won't let you either. Just wait, I'll report your shady dealings. Shin Jiaqing's expression instantly turned cold. She knew Jiang Shiyan was shameless, but she didn't expect him to be this shameless. Fine, just wait and see. Shin Jiaqing's eyes flickered. She bit her tongue hard, causing a sharp pain that made tears stream down her face. Everyone, elders, brothers, sisters, this scoundrel is a young man from the countryside. He usually slacks off and doesn't work the land. When he was about to starve, he voluntarily signed a marriage contract with me to become my son-in-law, so I could support him for years. Over the years, I shared my work points with him, sent him rice, grain, tickets, and money, almost like I was giving him the stars from the sky. I happily waited for him to marry me, but he turned around and hooked up with another woman, forced me to break off the engagement, and pushed me to jump into a river. Fortunately, I survived. I was rescued and still feeling weak. Because of him, my family couldn't make a living. I had to come here to sell mountain produce, but they still wouldn't leave me alone. Everyone heard him threaten me just now, saying he would report me for speculation. He's really pushing me to the limit. Shin Jiaqing felt more and more upset as she spoke. She was just pretending to cry at first, but by the end, she felt an overwhelming sense of unfairness. Her nose started to sting, and she collapsed onto the older woman, crying loudly. This wasn't her true feelings, but probably the lingering emotions of the original owner. The original owner had treated Jiang Shiyan with all her heart, had done many wrong things for him, and even tricked her family. In the end, she lost everything, her money and her reputation. Who wouldn't feel wronged? Today, she also vented her anger on the original owner. Oh my, isn't this just a modern-day chinshimi? The older woman was so angry she rolled up her sleeves, wishing she could hit that young man with a stick. The old man moved faster, raising his cane and swinging it at Jiang Shiyan's knee. They almost knocked him down. Phew. You good for nothing. Living off a girl for years, and not even as good as a dog. A traitor. Exactly, that woman next to him isn't any good either. She has a marriage agreement but still steals men. Shameless. Everyone was furious, punching and kicking Jiang Shiyan. Even Yi Zhaozhao was hit a lot and almost got injured. They were arguing about calling the police and charging them with hooliganism. Maybe the commotion attracted the attention of the city patrol. Someone shouted, "Run! They're coming to catch us." Suddenly, everything became chaotic. Everyone hurriedly grabbed their goods and ran away. Shan Jiaqing looked at the two people on the ground, so miserable. Could this be the lucky star aura of the main character? In life and death moments, do plot twists happen to resolve crises? Taking advantage of the chaos, Zhang Shiyan quickly got up and pulled Yi Zhaozhao to follow the crowd. While running, he glared fiercely at Shan Jiaqing. Today, she embarrassed them and got beaten up. She couldn't just let this go. "Hey, little girl, stop looking and run quickly." The older woman carried a big bundle on her back, running as fast as if fleeing a disaster. Shan Jiaqing nodded gratefully, gathering her strength to lift the sack. She almost hurt her back. The bag remained completely still. Seeing everyone around her already running far away, even Zhang Shiyan was struggling to help Yi Zhaozhao run. It seemed no one noticed her. Shan Jiaqing was about to use her space ability when the burlap sack in her hand was easily lifted. The familiar scent of soapberry filled the air. The work clothes, washed until they looked white, wrapped around muscular, bulging muscles. Shan Jiaqing's eyes lit up. Her lips parted slightly. Lu Zheng. How did he come here? When did he arrive? Shan Jiaqing looked confused. Before she could react, a rough, large hand grabbed her sleeve and pulled her forward. The alleyways around the black market were many and complicated. There were people from the market supervision and security chasing behind. Everyone was like headless flies, turning in all directions. But Lu Zheng was confident and familiar with the area. He led her left and right, finally hiding in an abandoned yard, squeezed between two walls. "Don't move." Lu Zheng spread his arms and leaned down to press on her. His tall figure, like a fortress of bronze and iron, protected her tightly. Shan Jiaqing held her breath, pressed against his broad chest. The strong, lively heartbeat of the man could be felt through his thin clothes, making her scalp tingle and her heart race wildly. In the small space, their heartbeats rose and fell together, and the air around them grew warmer. Just as they were feeling awkward, footsteps suddenly sounded outside the wall, and someone looked into the yard. Shan Jiaqing, unaccustomed to such excitement, tensed up immediately, her hands gripping his waist. From that moment on, Shan Jiaqing's small hands never let go. When the people had gone far, she still held onto his waist, her palms feeling the smooth lines. She couldn't help but pinch him. Lu Zheng's waist was slim, but not weak. It was full of muscle, firm and strong. Anyone who became his woman would truly be very happy. Shan Jiaqing quietly measured his waist, her fingers restless, about to move to his lower back when someone grabbed her wrist. "Have you touched enough?" Lu Zheng's face was cold, but his earlobe was flushed red. This woman, every time they met, was always touching him. She was so shameless. Caught in the act, Shan Jiaqing's cheeks flushed with a suspicious red. "It's not. I'm just worried you'll be discovered. I was just trying to pull you inside." Lu Zheng sneered and said, "The person has already gone far away." "Really?" Shan Jiaqing awkwardly smiled and said, "Be careful, or you might end up in trouble if they turn back." Lu Zheng moved his mouth but didn't reply. The two of them stood close together for several minutes, making sure the security and monitoring people wouldn't come back. Lu Zheng stepped back, finally relaxing his tense body, which was soaked with sweat. Shan Jiaqing wasn't much better, rubbing her dusty shoes and feeling her legs go numb. "Lu Zheng, thank you." Shan Jiaqing rubbed her stiff calf. If she hadn't met him today, she probably would have been in real trouble. Lu Zheng sat on a pile of fallen red bricks, looking very gloomy and unhappy. Although they had only met a few times and weren't close, Shan Jiaqing could clearly sense his changing mood. Compared to last night, he was much more silent today, with his lips pressed into a line. Could it be because she just hugged him? Shan Jiaqing took off her scarf, blushing as she smiled. "Sorry, I didn't mean to bother you."
Please don't be upset.
"It's not you," Lu Zheng replied quickly this time. If it wasn't her, then maybe it was because of Yi Zhaozhao. Shan Jiaqing sat sideways on a nearby brick, her big, watery eyes full of sympathy. You saw everything just now, right? Lu Zheng didn't answer, but looked even darker. It's understandable, he looked upset. If any man found out his fiancée had cheated, he wouldn't look happy either. As someone who had been through this before, Shen Jiaqing thought she could help him feel better, maybe even repay him for saving her today. Comrade Lu, if you want life to go smoothly, you need to have a little luck, she said first, earning a sharp glare from him. Why are you looking at me? That's a wise saying, Shen Jiaqing said with a teasing look. Actually, in this situation, they were both victims. But everything has two sides. Maybe they should look at it from a different angle. For example, heaven is still watching over us. We were only deceived for a few years, not for our whole lives. There's still time to fix things before getting married and registering the marriage. If they divorced after getting married, it might not be so easy. You are so kind, handsome, and have a good figure. No girl would have trouble finding someone, yet you insist on hanging yourself on a tree? As the saying goes, better to let go of the sand you can't hold. Look at me when I decide to cut ties. I do it quickly and clearly, without dragging things out. Hearing this, Lu Zheng's gaze suddenly fixed on her, making her heart tremble. Lu Zheng said in a deep voice, "You aren't sad? What a big joke." Only the naive girl, the original owner, would be so upset over a scumbag that she would consider ending her life. Instead of feeling sad and upset, it's better to let them face the consequences of their actions. Like today, she saw Jiang Shiyan once and hit him once. Since he's the hero in the story, he probably won't die easily. As for him and Yi Zhaozhao, they're both the same kind of people, and they'll cause trouble in the future. Shen Jiaqing clenched her fists and muttered fiercely, "Today, they got lucky. Next time they dare to provoke me, I will make them understand why the flowers are so red." Just after she finished speaking, she suddenly realized that Lu Zheng was Yi Zhaozhao's fiancé. Saying bad things about his future wife in front of him, he probably wouldn't be angry, right? She looked weakly at the icy face opposite her, unable to read any expression. This uncertainty made her a little nervous. But even if he was angry, her attitude wouldn't change.
Ding.
The system detected that the host's favorability has increased by 50 points. Shen Jiaqing almost choked on her spit. This was Lu Zheng's favorability towards her? What's going on? She looked at Lu Zheng with a lively expression. This man was so calm and seemingly numb, yet secretly, he was growing more fond of her. She had just insulted his fiancée. Shouldn't he dislike her? Why did his favorability increase? Shen Jiaqing secretly pinched her thigh. Ouch, that hurt. This wasn't a dream. It was all real. She frowned, her mind racing, not noticing that Lu Zheng, after her words of encouragement, seemed to have made a decision. His previously restrained expression suddenly relaxed. Let's go. Lu Zheng was the first to stand up, naturally picking up 2 bags from the ground. One was his and the other was Shen Jiaqing's. Both bags contained the same thing, wild. They really are in sync. It's all because of that Jiang Shiyan, otherwise, my Jiang would have been sold long ago. Shen Jiaqi glanced at their Jiang. After a night, Lu Zheng's mud had dried, but hers still looked fresh, as if just dug up, covered in wet mud. She had a bold guess. She quickly looked down at the fish in her hand. The blood on the fish was still fresh. Carefully examining, she saw the fish meat twitching slightly, clearly just dead. Could it be that her space has a freshness-preserving function? In the future, she could stock up more supplies without worrying about them spoiling over time. During hard times, she could store extra rice, flour, oil, meat, and eggs, and also gather mountain goods to sell on the black market. She happily made plans, when suddenly a shout came from behind. "Big sister, wait a moment." Shen Jiaqi and Lu Zheng both turned around. A man in his 30s, full of scholarly air, was panting as he caught up, grabbing the burlap bag. Finally found you." Lu Zheng and Shen Jiaqi exchanged a look. Could it really be what she guessed, that the city inspector had come back? Lu Zheng reacted fastest, immediately dropping the bag and pulling Shen Jiaqi to run. "Don't go. I came to buy." The man took out his work ID. I'm a staff member from the County Agricultural Research Institute. Can you sell me the you have? It was just a scare. She was so frightened. Turns out he was a traitor. Seeing no one around and noticing his red-stamped ID, Shinjechi immediately put on a smile. Yes, we will sell. This big brother looks very knowledgeable. These are wild local yellow, very fragrant. Fair price, 4 cents a jean. How many jeans do you want to buy? The big brother examined it carefully, then broke off a piece, sniffed it twice, and looked satisfied. I want all these 2 bags of. All of it. Shun Jiechi almost gasped in surprise. The big brother nodded. It's all settled. Please come with me to the Agricultural Research Institute. She quickly signaled to Lu Zheng, Comrade Lu, what are you waiting for? Help the big brother weigh the ginseng. Lu Zheng snapped out of his daze and efficiently stepped onto the scale. 2 bags of wild weighed about 202 jin, approximately 101 kilograms. After rounding down, they counted it as 200 jin and sold it for 8 yuan. The big brother was straightforward and immediately paid the money. Shen Jiaqing looked at the 8 yuan in her hand, as if she heard the sound of coins raining down. This was the first big earning she made in the 1970s. She carefully touched the money, then counted out 4 yuan and handed it to Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng looked at the shiny 4 yuan, feeling it was almost unbelievable. Market prices for farmed were only about 3 cents per jean, but this wild from the mountains was priced at 4 cents, even higher than the market. And the big brother from the Agricultural Research Institute didn't bargain at all, taking the whole lot in one go. It was truly surprising. Lu Zheng accepted the money without hesitation, tucked it into his shirt pocket, and without saying a word, carried the 2 bags of and followed the man. Shen Jiaqing was holding a fish and chatting casually with the big brother. Big brother, you bought so much. Will you be able to eat it all? The big brother smiled shyly and looked at Lu Zheng's cold gaze, which made him shiver unexpectedly.
Call me Zhang Tao.
Otherwise, your man might get angry. Her man. Shen Jiaqing looked at Lu Zheng nearby. He's not. Don't say nonsense. Zhang Tao looked understanding, as if he knew everything. Young people dating often feel shy, which is normal. He chose not to expose anything and shifted the topic back to the 2 bags of. I'm buying this not for eating, but for research. We're going to plant it in the experimental fields. Zhang Tao and his team had been testing wild, collecting different varieties from all over the county. This was the first time he saw such large, healthy. Looks like this wild is very hardy and reproduces quickly. If we can successfully grow it or crossbreed it with existing, we could improve the varieties and greatly increase the yield. In this era, was mainly used for cooking or making tea. But people didn't realize that had many other uses, including medicine, health remedies, external treatments, wellness, and special therapies. Without mentioning the distant future, the upcoming cold snap and pneumonia season have shown how important it can be. If researchers at the Agricultural Institute succeed in testing and increasing the crop yield, it would be a great benefit for the country and its people. Is this enough wild? Shun Jiaqing asked. Zhang Tao was surprised. You mean, you still have some? Shun Jiaqing smiled. Yes, I do. He was so excited he patted his thigh.
Great. Then.
Whatever you have, I'll take it all. Shun Jiaqing eagerly winked at Lu Zheng, waiting for his answer. He was her lifesaver, and those wild gingers were dug up and moved by him. It wouldn't be right not to share the profit with him. Besides, she would need to go into the mountains to find treasures later. Lu Zheng knew that mountain area very well and was good at working. Bringing him in would be a sure way to make money. Lu Zheng hesitated for a moment, surprised that such a good opportunity could include him. After all, she was the one who found the wild. If she wanted to earn money alone, he wouldn't mind. Seeing her waiting, Lu Zheng hesitated a little and finally said, Okay. Hearing this, Shun Jiaqing's eyes narrowed into crescent moons. Comrade Zhang Tao, then it's settled. We'll send the wild over tomorrow. All right, I'll be waiting for you. After returning from the Agricultural Institute, Shun Jiaqing kept counting her money over and over. In the 1970s, a worker's monthly salary was only about 30 yuan. She had just made 4 yuan from this deal, and it was more than that. At the institute, Zhang Tao also introduced her to the canteen manager, who bought the grass carp she had. During this time, buying fish and meat required tickets, and due to the famine, many people couldn't buy fish or meat even if they had the money. Her fish was big and fresh, like it was just caught from the river. The canteen manager bought it immediately. He paid 3 mao 5 per jin, the price for live fish. The fish weighed about 3 jin 4 liang, and she sold it for 1 yuan 19. Adding the 4 yuan from selling, she now had a total of 5 yuan 19. With money in hand, she was ready to keep her promise. She went to another black market and bought a piece of pork with a good mix of fat and lean, 20 eggs, and a bag of fine grain. After wandering around a bit, she finally found a stall selling brown sugar and bought 2 large pieces. Throughout the journey, Lu Zheng silently followed beside me. I only had 5 yuan and Shen Jiaqing almost spent it all. Why don't you buy yourself something? Lu Zheng asked. Oh, right. Looking at the small change in her hand, Shen Jiaqing saw a stall selling baked flatbreads by the roadside. She jogged over and bought 2 with meat. By noon, we hadn't eaten anything or even had a sip of water. Here you go. Shen Jiaqing handed him a baked flatbread. Thanks for helping me today and for your effort. Lu Zheng usually didn't like accepting things from others, especially women. But she was smiling so sweetly, and the flatbread smelled so good, he couldn't refuse. He silently took it. As a thank you, he went to the stall and bought 2 bottles of soda. He twisted open the caps with his hands, inserted straws, and handed one to her. Without you, my business wouldn't go so smoothly. You're too kind.
We make a good team now.
She wasn't pretentious. She took the soda, clinked it with his, then drank half of it happily and let out a big burp. Lu Zheng's lips curled slightly. He also took a sip, then bit into the crispy, fragrant flatbread. I'm sorry, I don't have much money left. I can only treat you to the flatbread. Tomorrow, when we finish our second deal, I'll take you to a state-run restaurant for a nice meal. Shen Jiaqing was already mentally planning the menu when she heard a mumbling sound from beside her. Flatbreads are pretty good, not bad at all. Just one flatbread made him happy. What kind of hardships has Lu Zheng endured? That's right, all the good things at home were given to Yi Zhao Zhao. No wonder he had to eat plain food. Lu Zheng is just like a male version of her. The original heroine eagerly gave supplies to the male lead Jiang Shiyan, but was abandoned. Lu Zheng secretly gave rice and meat to the heroine Yi Zhao Zhao, only to be looked down upon and rejected. Why do honest people always get bullied? Is it because Jiang Shiyan and Yi Zhao Zhao are the main characters and they're just minor roles? The author of this book must be a twisted person with warped morals and personality. The main characters have skewed values and good luck. The minor characters must stick together to survive. Thinking of this, Shen Jiaqing took a deep breath and sat up straight with great seriousness. Lu Zheng, you saved my life. You are my hero. From today on, I, Shen Jiaqi, have a stutter, and I will definitely not let you go hungry. As she spoke, she patted the man's broad shoulder, her eyes shining like stars. Would you consider working with me? Let's get rich together and enjoy life. And also take revenge on bad guys and bad women. What do you think? She blinked eagerly, waiting for Lu Zheng's answer. Lu Zheng clenched his fists, quickly exchanged a glance with her, then looked down. I told you, saving you is just a small favor, not worth mentioning. As for the cooperation, Lu Zheng hesitated for a moment, but didn't reply. Shen Jiaqi pouted. He probably doesn't think she's only suggesting this to repay kindness, right? Comrade Lu, if I really just wanted to thank you, I'd offer myself. Cough cough. Lu Zheng suddenly choked on his soda. Don't get excited. I won't steal someone's fiancé. Don't worry, Shen Jiaqi quickly clarified. In the original story, Yi Zhao Zhao was reborn, used Lu Zheng, then kicked him aside. But Lu Zheng was deeply in love with her and was willing to be her loyal supporter, secretly helping her. Yi Zhao Zhao managed to get investment from a state-owned factory branch, successfully set up a factory and became the manager, largely thanks to Lu Zheng. Later, Yi Zhaozhao offended some enemies, and Lu Zheng even took a bullet for her.
This
Confirms he's a loyal supporter. Honestly, Shun Jieqi just needs to mind her own business and not interfere. But Lu Zheng kept saving her again and again. Knowing his tragic life, yet choosing not to tell her or repay her kindness, how could she still be so indifferent? Plus, Lu Zheng was quite useful. He could do many jobs alone and had endless energy. He was really a good helper. She looked at him eagerly, urging, "Think about the cooperation." Lu Zheng's large hand held a glass bottle, gazing at the delicate yet clear eyes of the young woman, his throat bobbing. "Let's talk about it later." Is that a yes or no? Shun Jieqi was scratching her head when suddenly a ding sounded in her mind. The system detected that the host's favorability score increased by 100. She immediately raised a finger. 100. She gave fish and wild vegetables to her family, but their total favorability score was only 70. Throughout the morning, Lu Zheng gained 150 points of goodwill from her. Could it be that Lu Zheng has a bonus to his charm? She really couldn't think of any other reason. It must be that. It seems that future efforts should focus on winning over Lu Zheng. Shen Jiaqing looked at Lu Zheng carefully. He was like a big iceberg, with a face that said "do not disturb." Surprisingly, he had two different expressions. "I don't care. I'll just pretend you agreed." Shun Jiaqing forcefully pulled him into her group. She was about to set a time to go digging for wild again tonight, when she saw Lu Zheng's expression change. His gaze shifted to a spot not far away. Across the way, in a corner, Jiang Shiyan and Yi Zhaozhao were acting secretively. They lifted a corner of their basket and secretly showed a small object to a man in a floral shirt. Shun Jiaqing's breath suddenly tightened. If she guessed right, that thing was probably a small porcelain bowl from the Song dynasty. This bowl was found by Yi Zhaozhao in the river and was quite valuable. She knew that in the 1970s, this item wouldn't sell for much, so she secretly hid it away. Later, in the 1980s, she started her own factory but lacked enough startup funds, so she reluctantly sold the bowl to a Hong Kong merchant. Now, she was far from starting her factory. Was she rushing to sell it? Could Yi Zhaozhao be in trouble? Shun Jiaqing thought it was very likely. She just didn't know how much a ceramic bowl like that could sell for in the 1970s. As the saying goes, in troubled times buy gold, in prosperous times buy antiques. But now, it wasn't a prosperous time. It was a famine year. Wealthy people wanted to buy food, not a broken bowl. Shun Jiaqing leaned back in her chair, looking like she was enjoying the show. Unexpectedly, the man in the floral shirt actually took out a stack of large banknotes. At least a few hundred. A few hundred. Shun Jiaqing's eyes nearly popped out. She and Lu Zheng had worked hard all night digging and fishing, earning only a few dollars. Yi Zhaozhao found a porcelain bowl and sold it for several hundred. No wonder she was the lucky heroine in the story. People really do outshine others. Shun Jiaqing admitted she was a little jealous. Just as she was sighing about unfair fate, there was a loud clattering. The porcelain bowl in Yi Zhaozhao's hand shattered into several pieces. Yi Zhaozhao had intended to take out the bowl, exchange money for goods, but the bowl unexpectedly broke.
How could this happen?
The duck she had in hand was gone, and Yi Zhaozhao almost lost her temper. She tightly clenched the broken pieces, blood dripping from her fingers, but she couldn't calm down. Seeing this, the man in the floral shirt quickly put the money back into his pocket. "How dare you sell me a broken bowl? Are you mocking me?" "Big brother, it's not like that." Jiang Shiyan hurried to speak, but was kicked by the man. "You're wasting my time." The man in the floral shirt patted his and left. Jiang Shiyan painfully picked up the shards, grinding his teeth. "It must have broken when I was hit earlier. It's all Shun Jiaqing's fault. That unlucky star." If he wasn't in a good mood, Shun Jiaqing would have gone over and kicked her again. They clearly started trouble on purpose, caused a scene, and got beaten, but they still blamed her. Serves them right, they deserve it. Shun Jiaqing smiled mischievously, then wondered why the heroine's lucky charm magic wasn't working anymore. Has heaven turned a blind eye? At this moment, a mechanical female voice sounded again. Due to system issues, the host was mistakenly transported to a book world. To compensate, a koi fish luck system has been bound to you. You can steal the heroine Yi Zhaozhao's lucky aura based on the plot. The luckier you are, the more unlucky she will be.
I see. So,
I was the first to grab the fish and wild yesterday, sold them for a good price, and she ended up breaking her bowl and ruining her business? Yes, that's correct. If it weren't for Lu Zheng standing nearby, she almost wanted to give the system a bow. It could bind the heroine and steal her lucky aura. She was stealing Yi Zhaozhao's luck, ruining her family. She thought it wasn't too much to just take Yi Zhaozhao's luck. The more lucky she became, the more unlucky Yi Zhaozhao would be, and that made her feel full of energy. Shan Jiaqing was secretly smiling with her lips pressed together when suddenly she felt on her face, and two resentful eyes shot daggers at her from afar. But in the next second, when she saw Lu Zheng beside her, like a mouse seeing a cat, she scurried away in a panic. They seemed very afraid of Lu Zheng. Shan Jiaqing looked back at his cold, handsome side profile. Was he really that scary? I have other things to do, I'll leave first. Lu Zheng frowned, hurriedly grabbed his bag and walked away. Good evening. Shan Jiaqing hadn't finished speaking when Lu Zheng ran off quickly. It seemed he was chasing in the direction of Yi Zhaozhao. She sighed softly, Lu Zheng, oh Lu Zheng, always trying too hard, and in the end, losing everything. Shan Jiaqing carried a big bag and headed toward the village's tractor stop. Seeing someone selling candied hawthorn, she remembered her promise to Little Bao and ordered a skewer. She had promised Little Bao she would buy him candy, and she wouldn't break her promise. Thinking of Little Bao's excited little face, she couldn't help but smile. She hurried along and finally caught the lunch. The men at home had just finished work and were washing their hands and faces in the yard. When Shan Jiaqing appeared, carrying flour in one hand and pork in the other, everyone froze in place. Little sister? The eldest brother stared with wide eyes, hurriedly wiping his wet hands on his clothes and stepping forward. Big brother, come help me, Shan Jiaqing said, placing the flour in front of him. The eldest looked down, and his already stammering tongue couldn't say a word. Teach this.
flour.
It's white flour, the second brother shouted. Dad, Mom, third and fourth brothers, come see. Little sister brought home white flour. Why are you shouting? Jiang Huilan came out of the kitchen and immediately saw the pork in Shan Jiaqing's hand and the bag on the ground. Oh my goodness. Am I dreaming? Jiang Huilan reached out to touch the fine white flour, then looked at the fatty and lean pork. Chi-Chi, what's going on? Where did you get this? This year, there was a severe drought. It hardly rained during spring and summer, and crops didn't grow well. The whole country was suffering from famine. Such fine white flour was hard to buy even with a ticket. People had to buy it on the black market at high prices.
Pork was even more in demand.
To buy pork belly, you had to queue at the supply and marketing cooperative before dawn. If you didn't want to wait, you'd have to buy on the black market. Her daughter had given all her money to Jiang Shiyan, and she had no job. Where would she get money to buy expensive grain and meat? Jiang Huilan could guess, and others probably thought the same. The originally happy mood suddenly turned into sadness. Little sister, you probably didn't. The word steal was about to come out of her mouth, but Jiang Huilan glared her down. Old master, if you dare to talk nonsense again, see if I don't beat you to death. Peng Zhaodi pouted sadly, not letting her speak anymore. If Shan Jiaqing hadn't stolen the money, where could she have bought so many nice things? Mom, you usually favor her, but the money in the house belongs to everyone. You can't protect your little sister. Hearing this, Qiao Huilan immediately got angry. What do you mean? Are you saying Jiaqing stole the money? Just look and see if she took it, Peng Zhaodi said boldly, taking advantage of her husband's presence, insisting that Qiao Huilan open the cabinet for an audit. Fine, I won't stand for this. Do I not know if there's enough money at home? Hearing this, the eldest son also glared angrily at his wife. I believe my sister.
You.
Just shut up. Shen Guodao, look at you, so useless. Who am I defending? I'm just protecting my rights, and everyone's. The eldest son stammered and couldn't argue with his wife. only remaining silent. Xiao Huilan angrily took out the key. All right, I'll open the cabinet. If the money isn't short, you must apologize to Jiaqing. Apologize?
Fine.
But if money is missing, it proves she stole it. She must return it. Peng Zhaodi firmly believed her sister-in-law stole the money and never thought she would lose. Big sister-in-law, we're all family. Isn't this a bit too much? The third brother stepped in to protect Xin Jiaqing, standing behind her. Too much? Little sister stole money from the house more than once. Even your dowry was taken by her. Why are you still siding with her? I like it that way. The third brother's confidence suddenly weakened. It's okay, little sister. I believe you, the second brother said confidently, then suddenly changed his tone. If you want money, you usually ask openly. You wouldn't sneak around. Xin Jiaqing almost choked on her spit. Her second brother's words were better left unsaid. Only the fourth brother remained calm, quietly leaning closer. Little sister, are you trying to get money from Jiang Shiyan? She was planning to ask Jiang Shiyan to return the money from the original owner, but not now. After all, when she gave money or things, she did so secretly with no proof. Jiang Shiyan could turn against her at any time. Be patient and wait for the right moment. Find a way to make Jiang Shiyan admit the truth and make him spit out all the money. Fourth brother, do you think that ungrateful person looks like he has money? Thinking it over, the youngest sister was right. Jiang Shiyan probably has more money than he looks. Then what are you doing? Xin Jiaqing pretended to be mysterious. You'll find out soon. While they were talking, Xiao Huilan had already opened the cabinet and took out a box of cookies filled with money. 51 yuan, 36 cents, just like in the account book. And these bills, not a penny more or less. Look carefully. Everyone was shocked, especially Xin Jiaqing. Was there only 51 yuan left at home? What a tragedy. Peng Zhaodi rushed forward and examined it carefully. It was exactly the same amount. Could it be that she was really wrong about her younger sister? Everyone go and apologize to my daughter quickly. Xiao Huilan pushed her forcefully, causing her to stumble and almost fall in front of Xin Jiaqing.
Sorry.
Sorry, little sister. Today, it was the eldest sister-in-law who wronged you. Xin Jiaqing looked up at her sister-in-law's head and sighed softly. Eldest sister-in-law, I know I've made many mistakes before. It's normal for you to doubt me. But now I've truly changed. From today on, I won't take a single cent from the family. Instead, I'll find ways to bring meat to everyone every day and earn money for the family. As soon as she said this, the yard fell silent. These days, just having enough to eat is good. Eating meat every day. That's just a dream. Little sister, eating meat every day? Am I dreaming? The third brother licked his lips, thinking about meat, and his craving was stirred up. What are you thinking? Can't you tell I'm just joking? The second brother nudged him. I'm serious. Look, the meat is coming. Xin Jiaqing proudly showed off the pork belly. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise. Pork belly. I haven't seen pork belly in a long time. She confidently handed the meat to Xiao Huilan. Mom, hold this. Oh, I also have eggs and brown sugar in my bag. We can make egg pancakes tonight, and tomorrow we'll cook braised pork. Hearing about so many good things, everyone gathered around, asking questions excitedly. Little sister, where did you get all these things? Xin Jiaqing pointed to the wild drying in the yard and said, From it. Yesterday, I didn't just dig up some wild or catch one fish. I caught two. This morning I sold everything in the county town, and that's how I bought these. Everyone was surprised. They didn't expect Xin Jiaqing to dig so much wild and be lucky enough to catch two fish. Is this easy to sell? Old Third's eyes lit up. It's not exactly easy, but I was lucky. I met someone from the Agricultural Science Institute who was doing research. They bought all making several dollars, and I sold the fish to the Institute's cafeteria. Old Third looked at her with admiration. Jiaqing, you're amazing. You earned several dollars in just one day. Much better than us. Xin Jiaqing blushed from the compliment. Third brother, I was just lucky. You guys work the hardest. However, Old Third didn't understand something. Little sister, you clearly have fish. Why not keep some for tomorrow? Why sell them? After selling, you go buy pork. Isn't that troublesome? Shun Jiechi explained, although grass carp are tasty, they have many bones. Kids might choke on the fish bones, so it's better to sell them and buy pork, which everyone loves. That way, little treasure can also eat. Everyone suddenly understood and admired Shun Jiechi's thoughtfulness. Hearing this, Peng Zhaodi, standing nearby, blushed with shame. She doubted her little sister at every turn. Just now, she even accused her wrongly. She didn't expect Shun Jiechi to think so much for her family and little treasure. Xiao Huilan weighed the meat in her hand, glanced at Peng Zhaodi with a sidelong look, and scolded, "People are different. Some are narrow-minded and suspicious of everyone. Look at my daughter. She's beautiful and kind-hearted, always thinking of others." These words felt like sharp thorns to the eldest couple, stabbing them painfully. The eldest clenched his fists tightly.
Peng.
"Zhaodi, you need to go inside." They hurried into the room. Once the door was closed, the eldest man was so angry he was trembling all over. "Little sister, for our family, you've been working so hard. You brought fish, and today, you even bought flour, eggs, and meat. If you keep bullying my little sister, we will break up." Peng Zhaodi didn't expect her husband to threaten divorce. "Shen Guodao, are you serious?" He slammed the table. "Yes. Fine, now that you have a son, you want to kick me out, right? Okay, break up then. You're a stutterer, old, and have a child.
Who would dare marry you?"
They argued loudly, mainly Peng Zhaodi shouting, while her husband didn't get a word in. Just as they were really angry, they suddenly heard a knocking at the door. "Big brother and sister-in-law, stop arguing. Come out quickly for dinner. If you're late, there won't be any fish soup left." As Shun Jiaqing finished speaking, the tightly closed door creaked open. "Little sister, let's go eat." After the fuss, the family sat around the round table in the yard. No matter how much they argued, they still had to eat. Shun Jiaqing held her bowl and chopsticks, smelling the fragrant sour fish, and her mouth kept watering. She had already eaten a pancake and drunk a bottle of soda, so why was she so hungry? The others at the table looked at the pot of sour fish, acting as if it was a dangerous beast, waiting for Xiao Huilan to give the signal to start eating. This fish was caught by Chi. The tenderest part, the fish belly, is for her. Is that okay with everyone? They relied on Shun Jiaqing to get a piece of meat, so no one dared to object. Seeing this, Xiao Huilan cut a big piece of tender meat for Shun Jiaqing and also put some fish belly into Xiao Bao's bowl. Xiao Bao is still sick and not very good at picking out bones, so he gets the tender parts. Xiao Bao pouted and said, "Thank you, Grandma." "Thank you, little aunt. When Xiao Bao gets better, I will work for Grandma and little aunt." "Good boy." Shun Jiaqing looked at Xiao Bao. The little guy was quite thoughtful. Looks like she could reward him with a candied hawthorn stick later. After distributing the tenderest meat, Xiao Huilan looked at her eager family members. "All right, start eating." Everyone quickly finished the fish, leaving no bones behind. Finally, they fought over the fish soup, not wasting a drop, and finished the dish in no time. Recently, the family had been eating plain porridge with salted vegetables every day, so bland they felt like birds. Finally, tasting the aroma of meat, everyone looked satisfied, a rare sight. Outside the house, Yang Xiuli, the second daughter-in-law, was secretly peeking from the wall corner. A strong smell of fish, mixed with a tangy scent of pickled vegetables, made her drool. "Well, I'm still carrying your Shin family's child, and you're secretly eating meat behind my back." She touched her slightly bulging belly, grinding her teeth with a squeak. With sharp eyes, she saw a piece of pork hanging in the kitchen. She angrily kicked open the gate. "You, Shun Jianan, this is how you treat me. Do you think you're right?" Shun Jiaqing had just finished the last sip of fish soup and let out a comfortable burp. She looked up and saw a thin, pregnant woman standing at the door, second sister-in-law. Sure enough, her mother was right. In just a few days, second sister-in-law had quietly come back. Second brother was about to stand up to greet her when Xiao Huilan suddenly slammed her chopsticks down. "Second brother's wife, you said you didn't want this family anymore, so why are you back?" Yang Xiuli was speechless. I never said I didn't want this family. Really? Qiao Huilan snorted coldly. If she weren't pregnant, she would have already acted. A few days ago, you argued with second brother, threw things and stormed out, saying you'd never come back. You wanted us all to regret it. Now, just 2 days later, you've forgotten everything? Knowing she was in the wrong, Yang Xiuli's confidence dropped significantly. That was just angry words. Besides, I'm back now. Who would have thought you guys secretly ate meat without me, not even leaving a bit of broth? The family's money was shared, and she believed she should have her part. When she was away, they used the money to buy fish, which made her feel very unfair. It was too much of a betrayal. Third brother couldn't hold back and said, "Second sister-in-law, that doesn't make sense. We didn't know you were coming back today, and we didn't cook for you. It's like we're targeting you." Second brother also got a bit angry. "You're not at your parents' house, so why did you come back?" Yang Xiuli, furious, snorted and glared. "Shen Jianan, are you really a man? I'm pregnant with your child, and you just watched me go back to my parents' house? If that's the case, then you should just marry into the family." Marry into the family? Shen Laogui, usually honest and straightforward, couldn't sit still. Our Shen family has never had someone marry into it. Qiao Huilan agreed and said, "If you don't want to live this kind of life, we can get a divorce. Our family doesn't rely on marriage to survive." Hearing about the divorce, Yang Xiuli knew she had gone too far. She didn't dare to divorce. If she returned to her parents' house, that would be a real danger zone. She angrily grabbed her second brother's ear. "Shen Jianan, say something. Are you silent?" The second brother grimaced in pain and shook her hand off. "What can I say? Your legs are on your body. If you want to go back, I can't stop you." "Fine, since even you won't protect me, then let everyone judge what's right." Yang Xiuli, heavily pregnant, hurriedly walked and sat down heavily at the door. "Everyone come see. The Shen family is too mean. Being pregnant, I was driven back to my parents' house, and this family used my money to buy fish and eat meat. It's so heartless." She shouted loudly, her voice sharp and piercing, quickly attracting a crowd of onlookers. How can the Shen family be like this? Other families treat pregnant women like treasures, but the Shen family wants to drive her away. Driving her away is one thing, but secretly using her money to buy meat is just too mean. Is there some misunderstanding? We're neighbors and have known each other for decades. I don't think the Shen family would do such a thing. What's 15 years? You can know a person on the surface, but not in their heart. I heard that Shen's second daughter-in-law only returned to her parents because she was forced out by her husband's younger sister. That Shen Jiaqing is just a troublemaker. Her own marriage fell apart, and now she wants to break up her brother's marriage too. She's so unkind. Shen Jiaqing was just listening to the gossip, but suddenly, she heard her own name. Her sister-in-law returned home because of her? Just as she was thinking this, a familiar ding sound came from her ear. The system detected that the host's favorability score is -60. She suddenly stood up from her chair, furious.
Why are you talking about me?
What does this have to do with me? Hearing this, Qiao Huilan jumped out to defend her. That's right. It was clearly the second family's fault for secretly taking things from the house to support their own family. When they were caught and scolded, they couldn't take it and left. What does my daughter have to do with this? Second family's daughter, this is your fault. You've married into the husband's family, so how can you secretly take things from your in-laws to support your own family? I heard that Shin Second's wife has been helping her family multiple times. She's a repeat offender. If she were my wife, she would have been kicked out long ago. Aunt Xiao is too soft-hearted. Everyone was talking loudly, criticizing Yang Xiuli for being selfish and dishonest. Hearing this, Yang Xiuli's face turned pale, and she was so angry that her stomach hurt. My family is in trouble. As a daughter, what's wrong with taking a few things to show respect to my mother? Is it okay for Shun Jiaqing to take things from the house to flatter her boyfriend, but I can't help my own family? My younger sister stays at home all day, doesn't work or earn points. My husband is not in good health and still works every day. What did I say wrong? Yang Xiuli quickly shifted the blame back to Shen Jiaqing. She couldn't really argue against that. As the only person at home with free time, not earning points or doing chores, and constantly taking things from the house to please Jiang Shuryan, no wonder her sister-in-law felt jealous. Ding! The system detects that the host's favorability score has decreased by 20. Oh no, oh no. She had really angered everyone. If this keeps up, when can she pay back the minus 1,000 points? When can she buy things from the space? Shun Jiaqing was anxious and worried, her eyes moist with tears. She was trying to think of how to explain when Qiao Huilan suddenly waved her hand confidently. My daughter taking her own things is no problem. Those are her dowry. She can take as much as she wants. As for you, when you married into my family, you said you are now part of the Shin family and have nothing to do with your old Yang family. Shun Jiaqing secretly gave her mother a thumbs up. At critical moments, her mother was the best. Yang Xiuli saw she wasn't getting anywhere and changed her tactics, crying and pretending to be pitiful. Mom, this is breaking bones and tearing tendons. If you don't let me contact my family, you're too overbearing. Qiao Huilan was known as the most domineering woman in the village. Usually at home, she was the boss. No one dared to argue with her. Everyone didn't expect her to be so extreme, forbidding her daughter-in-law from contacting her family. Is this even human? Grandma Qiao, you're too inhumane. Lu Shun, who didn't get along with her, mocked. Shut up. It's none of your business when it's my family's turn to speak. Shun Jiechi pointed at Aunt Lu and retorted angrily. Oh, your mother can do that, and you still won't let others talk?
Exactly.
As soon as she finished speaking, Shun's 4 sons stepped forward, each snorting and glaring. Try saying one more word about my mother? The atmosphere grew tense, but only Qiao Huilan remained calm. She had lived over 40 years and had seen many storms. Yang Xiuli wasn't afraid of losing face, so what was she worried about? All right, since it's come to this, I'll have a proper talk with you. Let everyone see whether my wife really has no sense of decency. When Qiao Huilan spoke, Shun Laogui immediately brought over a long bench for his wife to sit on. Yang Xiuli, you came to us yourself. You said you couldn't stay at your parents' house, and were about to be beaten to death. You begged us to agree to your mother's high bride price and marry you. As long as my family paid 70 yuan, you would be part of the Shin family from then on, cutting all ties with the Yang family. So, is that how you kept your promise? As soon as he said this, everyone around started talking loudly. What? 70 yuan for a bride price? Even for a city girl, that's too much. My second son married his wife for only 30 yuan, and I thought that was expensive. 70? TSK. Is she a hen that lays golden eggs? We all know the situation of Yang Xiuli's family. They're all bloodsuckers. They're selling their daughter. If you ask me, Aunt Qiao did nothing wrong. A bride price of 70 yuan is enough to sever ties with her family. Yang Xiuli's face turned red with embarrassment. She knew she was in the wrong. Her family had taken 70 yuan in bride price, something no other family in 10 miles had done. When she heard that her second sister-in-law's family only took 70 yuan, Peng Zhaodi clenched her fists and looked very upset. Her eldest brother's marriage only cost 35 yuan, half of what Yang Xiuli's family paid. Qiao Huilan also saw that her eldest sister-in-law had her own thoughts and sighed softly. Old sister-in-law, don't take it to heart. When your eldest brother married you, our family's third and fourth brothers were still in school. We didn't have much money, but we didn't shortchange you on the bride price. Usually in the village, people give 25, 28, or 30 yuan. We gave you 35, which shows we were sincere. Peng Zhaodi thought about it and agreed. She had moved in several years before her second daughter-in-law. At that time, her 2 younger brothers-in-law were still in school, and only her father, eldest son, and second son were working. Life was really hard. Later, when the second son married, the third and fourth sons could work, and the family became a little better off. Seeing Yang Xiuli being beaten every day, they felt sorry for her and paid a high price to marry her in. But she brought nothing but 2 yuan, not even a blanket or a set of dishes. The main family's relatives were poorer than Yang Xiuli's family. They only gave half the bride price but brought 2 sets of dragon and phoenix quilts, a hot water kettle, and 2 pairs of shoes. Yang Xiuli touched her face and asked, "Are you blushing?" Xiao Huilan laid everything out clearly. When the villagers, misled by Yang Xiuli and Aunt Lu before, heard this, they all shook their heads. Oh my, only 70 yuan bride price, but she only brought back 2 yuan. The Yang family really eats people without leaving bones. This is too much. The second daughter-in-law even lies and blames her in-laws. If she were my daughter-in-law, I would have kicked her out long ago. What kind of person is she? Everyone was talking about Yang Xiuli, who cared about her reputation. Today, everyone knew her story. Who knew what they were saying behind her back, plotting against her. Yang Xiuli felt more and more ashamed and angry, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. But thinking about her purpose for coming today, she forced herself to hold back her anger and said, "This matter is indeed my fault. But you tolerate your daughter taking things from the family to help outsiders, and you even deduct my food rations, making me eat poorly every day. I am pregnant with your Shin family's child. Is this how you treat me?" The deduction of her food was true. The original owner gave all the eggs and flour that Xiao Huilan prepared to Jiang Shiyan. Yang Xiuli could only drink porridge and eat pickles every day, starving so badly she couldn't sleep all night. Her belly, which was supposed to be 6 months pregnant, looked only 4 months. Xiao Huilan looked at her small belly and showed a hint of pity. "Second family, didn't I tell you that your food ration is deducted from mine? But you didn't listen at all. You just argued with the second son, and even got yourself upset and left." In short, Yang Xiuli was relying on her pregnancy to manipulate them, trying to get more from the Shin family. When her goal wasn't achieved, she deliberately went back to her parents' home, hoping the Shin family would lose patience and come to fetch her, agreeing to her demands. The plan failed. Everyone in the Shin family is stubborn, and they didn't come to pick her up for several days. She was pregnant at her parents' house, still working, getting scolded and beaten, eating rotten vegetables and worms in the corn, which was worse than drinking porridge at Shin's house. She secretly returned home, hoping to find a chance to go back, but unexpectedly saw the whole family eating fish and gnawing on bones. How could she swallow this anger? Thinking of this, she angrily slapped her thigh. "Split the family. I want to split from you." Yang Xiuli, unable to argue with Xiao Huilan, kicked her legs and started crying loudly on the ground. "This life is impossible to live anymore. I want to split from you and live separately with the second brother." Everyone looked shocked, especially Xiao Huilan, who covered her chest with one hand. Shin Jiaqing quickly went over to help her breathe smoothly. She looked sharp and coldly at Yang Xiuli. "So, this is your real goal?" Yang Xiuli, feeling guilty, turned her face away and dared not look at her. "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Shin Jiaqing squeezed out 2 words from her teeth. "Is that so?" In her memory, the second sister-in-law was naive, stupid, and oppressed by her family. With her intelligence, she could never think of splitting the family. In the original story, there was no mention of splitting the family. The reason she caused trouble and wanted to split was definitely influenced by others. Seeing Mother Qiao so angry, Shin Jiaqing also lost her good attitude toward her. "You better pray that Mom isn't driven to a bad state because of you, or you'll regret it. Mom is so healthy, how could I make her angry? Don't change the subject. Today, I am definitely splitting the family." As soon as she finished speaking, a furious shout came. "Yang Xiuli, have you had enough?" Second brother's eyes were bloodshot, and his lower lip was bitten so hard that a clear tooth mark appeared. Yang Xiuli was suddenly startled, and tears of grievance immediately overflowed. "Shun Jianan, what are you shouting for? I'm doing this for you. You work hard every day, give your work points to that little white face, and also support your sister. That's a bottomless pit. Before, we could barely manage without a child, but now, I am pregnant with your son. I can't just ignore our family."
Huh.
The second brother's face twisted slightly, his eyes dark and frightening. "Is this for me and the baby? Who are you really doing this for? You know very well." Yang Xiuli's eyes turned red. Shun Jianan, you're such a fool. She then held her belly and cried loudly. Son, your mother isn't capable. I couldn't even give you a full meal. The Shin family doesn't like me, and they won't care for you in the future. How are we supposed to live? Her crying and acting out made her sit on the ground and throw a tantrum. She refused to get up no matter who tried to pull her. She embarrassed the Shen family terribly. Xiao Huilan looked at Yang Xiuli with disappointment.
Fine.
If you want to split up, then just do it. Everyone in the family felt their hearts skip a beat. She actually agreed? The second brother suddenly knelt in front of Xiao Huilan. Mom, I absolutely disagree. If we are going to split the family, I would rather divorce her. Everyone was stunned, their eyes nearly popping out. Shun Jiaqing looked at her second brother in disbelief. In the original story, it was the second sister-in-law who wanted a divorce, and the second brother refused. They argued constantly, even involving the women's director. After all that fuss, they finally divorced. But now, why is it the second brother proposing the divorce? Why is the story different? Shun Jiaqing looked at her second brother's face, which was turning a dark purple. His health was already poor, and if he kept arguing, it might trigger his old illness. Plus, after divorcing the second sister-in-law, her second brother probably wouldn't want to remarry. After the divorce, her mother's family would surely look down on her and push her to marry again, collecting bride price. The baby in her belly would likely be aborted. But this was her second brother's child. He was innocent. Although Shun Jiaqing disliked Yang Xiuli very much, seeing the unborn niece or nephew, she sighed deeply. No matter how much she caused trouble, she would wait until the baby was born. If Yang Xiuli dared to stir up trouble again and disturb the family peace, and if her second brother wanted a divorce, she wouldn't stop him. She looked at Yang Xiuli with a deep gaze, noticing her secretly glancing toward the kitchen. It seemed she was hiding something interesting inside. A bold guess suddenly appeared in her mind. Shun Jiaqing patted Xiao Huilan on the back. Mom, you're still upset. Don't let your anger cloud your judgment. I'll pour you a glass of water first. While pouring the water, she quietly went into the kitchen. She gently waved her palm over the pork, eggs, rice, flour, wild vegetables on the stove, and everything was stored into her space. She didn't leave even the pots and bowls behind. She sneaked out through the back door of the kitchen, passed by the firewood shed, and went to her other family members' rooms. She hid all the good things into her space. The house, which was already drafty, now looked even emptier, with only a pile of broken metal left. After finishing all this, Shun Jiaqing returned to the kitchen and carried out a ceramic cup. Mom, drink some water first. Xiao Huilan took the sugared water her daughter prepared, feeling very touched. Her daughter is so thoughtful. Taking this moment, Shun Jiaqing went to Yang Xiuli's side. Second sister-in-law, if you want to split the family, I have no objection. But before you make up your mind, I advise you to think carefully. Think about what? Before she could finish, Shun Jiaqing squatted down and leaned close to her ear, lowering her voice. I know what you're planning. If you dare to split the family, I guarantee you'll only get the west room we're living in and a little of the household money. That money is only about 50 yuan, split among parents for brothers and me, 6 parts in total. You'd only get a few yuan.
What?
Yang Xiuli was shocked, her lips trembling.
You're
lying. Yi Zhaozhao saw you buy pork and eggs, and she even brought back flour. How could there only be that much? Turns out she's her. Shun Jiaqing thought it was just the Yang family causing trouble, but she didn't expect that second sister-in-law was actually incited by Yi Zhaozhao to come back and cause a fuss about splitting the family. She hadn't even taken revenge on Yi Zhaozhao yet, and Yi Zhaozhao kept causing trouble for her and her family. This can't be ignored. Shun Jiaqing secretly clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. She kept her composure and gave Yang Xiuli a meaningful look. Second sister-in-law, seeing is believing, hearing is deceiving. I'm only thinking of your good. You should find out the real situation at home before making a decision. Otherwise, once you split the family, there will be no way to regret it. Yang Xiuli saw her sincere expression, not like she was lying, and suddenly felt uncertain. Could it be that something changed in the Shin family while she was visiting her parents? It's impossible. She just saw the pork belly. She quickly crawled up from the ground and hurried into the kitchen. The moment she lifted the curtain, she was stunned. Where are the eggs and flour? The kitchen was empty. Nothing was there. She refused to believe it and looked everywhere, searching all possible hiding spots, but found nothing. Unwilling to give up, she went to Qiao Huilan's room. When she pushed open the door, the table, cabinets, and bed inside were cleaner than her face. She rubbed her eyes, then opened them again. The room was still empty and silent. At this moment, Shun Jiaqing quietly appeared behind her. Second sister-in-law, are you still planning to split the family? Yang Xiuli gasped and turned her head in disbelief.
You.
Where did you hide the things? I clearly saw meat. That big piece of pork belly and everything in the room. Where did they go? Second sister-in-law, maybe you're hallucinating from hunger? There's no meat here. How can this be? Yang Xiuli turned the room upside down. Not only was there no meat, but she didn't even see a grain of rice. She crazily wanted to search her older brother's room, but was stopped by Peng Zhaodi. Sister-in-law, this is my room. You can't just go around causing trouble. She didn't have the right to search her older brother and sister-in-law's room, but she was too upset to care about manners or rules. She pushed past Peng Zhaodi and rushed inside. You. Peng Zhaodi was about to scold her, but Shun Jiaqing shook her head.
There's
nothing here. Yang Xiuli then entered her own room, followed by her third and fourth brother's rooms. She even searched Shun Jiaqing's room thoroughly. There was nothing valuable. Seeing her acting frantic, searching every room, Qiao Huilan pulled Shun Jiaqing aside. Jiqing, what is she doing? Everyone looked confused, not understanding what Yang Xiuli was up to, except Shun Jiaqing. Mom, don't mind her. Let her make a fuss. Qiao Huilan temporarily suppressed her anger, until Yang Xiuli, exhausted and leaning against the doorframe, asked, where are the family's things? Where did they hide? Qiao Huilan shouted sharply, are you done causing trouble? Yang Xiuli was on the verge of breaking down, too scared to say a word. Shun Jiaqing sighed softly. Second sister-in-law, our family is so small. If you tear down the house, you won't find what you want. If you insist on dividing the family, just take that little bit of money and live separately with second brother. Second brother is too weak to do heavy work. His share of work is barely enough to support himself, let alone support you and your daughter. It's really tough. Shun Jiaqing nodded sympathetically and patted the second sister-in-law's shoulder. Yang Xiuli felt a heavy weight on her shoulders and stood there in a daze. Her husband has always been weak. Usually, the brothers help him with work. If they split up, how can he support the family of 3 on his own? What if something happens to him? How will she and the children survive? I won't divide the family anymore, I won't. Yang Xiuli suddenly changed her mind. No more division. Qiao Huilan sneered coldly. Do you think our Shin family is something you can just split or stay in as you please? Yang Xiuli quickly walked to the old lady's side. Mother, I was wrong. We can't split up this family. Qiao Huilan, nearly 50, had seen through her tricks immediately. You're not really sorry. You're just regretting it now, after calculating that it's not worth it. Today, I've decided to split the family. Qiao Huilan, tired, supported her head. Eldest, go invite the village secretary and the team leader. Let's count our money and belongings and split the family.
Mom.
You.
Sigh.
The eldest wanted to speak, but hesitated. Finally, she nodded heavily. Just as she was about to turn around, Yang Xiuli grabbed her. Big brother, no. I don't want to split the family anymore. Yang Xiuli was caught in a dilemma, jumping with anxiety. She just wanted to cause some trouble, never expecting her mother to really split the family. Thinking about not being able to even drink porridge after the split, she felt regretful to the point of tears. Seeing her truly distressed, Shun Jiaqing pretended to be sad and wiped her eyes. Second sister-in-law, you and second brother are so close, and you're pregnant. Why not enjoy a good life instead of splitting the family? Is someone encouraging you? If so, just tell me. Maybe mom can forgive you. This reminded her. Blame that scheming move by Yi Zhaozhao. Otherwise, she wouldn't have thought of splitting the family. It's Yi Zhaozhao. She's the one encouraging me to split the family. Yang Xiuli, clutching at a lifeline, blurted everything out without regard. She is the daughter of the village secretary, a lucky star in our village, the wife of the second family. You are recklessly spreading rumors and slandering others, Aunt Lu shouted. People around also started to join in. Yes, she is a high school student, one of the few educated people in the village. Why would she do such low tricks? Don't spread dirty rumors. I think it's clear that Shen's younger sister and Zhao Zhao don't get along. She's deliberately trying to blacken her name.
Ding.
System detected that the host's favorability score decreased by 20. Shun Jiaqing didn't do anything. She suddenly lost 20 points for no reason. Her heart ached painfully, and she felt like crying but couldn't. She forced herself to stay calm and asked, second sister-in-law, what's going on? Yang Xiuli sniffled and said, I was on my way home when I met Yi Zhaozhao. She usually acts proud and doesn't bother with me, but today she was strange. She came up to talk to me and even took my hand to defend me. She said that the Shin family took money while I was visiting my parents' house to buy meat, big chunks of pork. It's like they don't see us as family. If I stay silent today, the in-laws will get worse and treat us even worse. She told me that if I cause trouble at home, everyone will know. If the Shin family doesn't give me an explanation, I will ask for a division of the family, and I'm sure I can put them in their place. All of this was planned by Zhao Zhao. She pretended to be noble, but she's actually very scheming. She even tried to stir up trouble between Yang Xiuli and her in-laws, giving her advice. People who once trusted Zhao Zhao now started to doubt her. After all, Yang Xiuli looked natural and clear-headed, not like she was making things up. You good-for-nothing Zhao Zhao, a girl not yet married, daring to incite my daughter-in-law and disturb our family peace. Just wait, I'll tear her apart. Qiao Huilan said she was going to find Zhao Zhao but was stopped by everyone. Madam Qiao, you can't just believe one side and go after the daughter of the village secretary. Do you think my silly daughter-in-law could come up with such a scheme? Everyone fell silent, and Qiao Huilan's words made some sense. Shun Jiaqing also thought she shouldn't act impulsively. She quietly asked Yang Xiuli, second sister-in-law, when Zhao Zhao came to see you, were there others around? During midday, everyone in the village was busy eating, so no one was wandering outside. Without any witnesses and only relying on what second sister-in-law said, it was hard to accuse Yi Zhaozhao, especially since she wouldn't admit to anything. You couldn't hit her or scold her, so it seemed unlikely they would easily let her go. Shun Jiaqing was so angry she felt frustrated and couldn't swallow her anger. At that moment, second sister-in-law's stomach was growling with hunger. She quickly thought of a plan and whispered a few words into Yang Xiuli's ear. Second sister-in-law, just do as I say, and let her see how hard it is to summon spirits and how easy it is to send them away. Yang Xiuli hesitated. This plan seemed a bit harsh. Shun Jiaqing gave her a meaningful look. If you still want to stay in this family, just do as I say. I'll explain to Mom, and I promise you'll be fine. Yang Xiuli nodded. Though she didn't understand why her younger sister wanted to help her for now, she could only follow her. She struggled to get up from the ground, brushing dirt off her clothes. Mom, there's no need for you to get involved. Leave the Yi family to me. Trying to scheme against me? They really think I, Yang Xiuli, am easy to fool. With that, she puffed out her belly and, under everyone's watchful eyes, swaggered toward the village secretary's house. Hurry up and follow her. If anything goes wrong, Qiao Huilan, who was sharp-tongued but kind-hearted, still cared about her second daughter-in-law. Her second son immediately followed, keeping a safe distance. Shin Jiaqing comforted her mother.
Don't worry, Mom.
Second sister-in-law isn't going to fight anyone. Nothing will happen. Trust me, in no time, they'll be begging to send her back and even apologize. Let's all go later, but don't make a sound first. Let second sister-in-law handle them. While speaking, Shun Jiaqing cast a deep look toward the Yi family. Yi Zhaozhao used a sneaky trick, but Shun Jiaqing would play dirty too. It was all part of the game. Hey, what tricks did you and your sister-in-law come up with? Shun Jiaqing smiled mysteriously. You'll find out very soon. All right, everyone disperse. If you want to see the show, go to the village secretary's house. If you're late, you might miss it. Shun Jiaqing dispersed the crowd and led them toward Yi Zhaozhao's house. More exciting things were about to happen. No, I still don't feel at ease. Let's go and see for ourselves. Xiao Huilan led a large family out the door. Shun Jiaqing quietly slipped behind and walked in the opposite direction. When no one was around, she sneaked into the kitchen, took things out of the storage, and put everything back as it was. The room was also left untouched. It looked as if nothing had ever happened. After restoring everything, she calmly went out to watch the show. When she arrived, the yard of the village secretary's house was already crowded with people, standing in layers. Village Secretary Yi Changhe was anxious and busy, quietly scolding Yi Zhaozhao. His wife, Wu Jinfeng, was even more angry, with her mouth crooked, but she still had to pretend to be polite to Yang Xiuli. Big niece, this is the noodles cooked by Andy. You should eat a bite first.
Auntie Jinfeng, I'm pregnant.
Are you giving me plain noodles? If we starve our mother and child, and something happens to you at your house, you'll be fully responsible. Wu Jinfeng took a deep breath, wanting to get angry, but afraid of the villagers around. She gritted her teeth and said, Fine. I'll fry a chicken egg for you. 2 eggs. Yang Xiuli was quite the troublemaker. Wu Jinfeng glared at her fiercely, then turned and went into the kitchen. Big niece, just eat the noodles and go home. I've already scolded Zhao Zhao. She won't dare do it again. Yi Zhaozhao, scolded in front of so many people, had her eyes swollen with tears. Dad, I didn't.
It's not me.
She's the one who bit me randomly. Yi Changhe pounded the table. Enough. Are you trying to make things worse? Yi Zhaozhao, for the first time in her life, was scolded in front of everyone. It was so embarrassing. Everything was supposed to go according to her plan, to make Shin's family fight and split up. But why did it turn out like this? Yang Xiuli, pregnant and crying, came to her house. She said she was kicked out by Shin's family and couldn't go back to her own home. From now on, she would stay at her house. She immediately took over her room, entered without removing her shoes, and got into her bed. She also demanded her parents serve her 3 meals a day, with good food and drinks. When the baby was born, her whole family would have to take care of her postpartum. All of this was because of her instigation, and Yang Xiuli wanted her to take full responsibility. She had seen shameless people before, but never someone so brazen as to cling to her. Big niece, look at you, pregnant, and with both your family and your in-laws. What does it matter if you stay in my house? Yi Changhe looked unhappy as he advised her. Who made your good daughter cause me to have no home to return to? A nice family, ruined by her. If she's not responsible, then who is? Yi Zhaozhao angrily pointed at him. You say I caused it. Do you have proof? I can't produce proof. But do you dare swear on your good luck? If you really did such a bad thing, you'll never have good luck again. You'll only get more unlucky. Yang Xiuli stared at her steadily. Yi Zhaozhao was panicked for a few seconds. That's superstitious nonsense. I won't swear. You're feeling guilty. Nonsense. Yang Xiuli pushed the noodles in her bowl. Anyway, I came today, and I don't plan to leave. You'd better take good care of me. If anything happens to me or the kids, I will make you pay. At least, Uncle Yi might lose his position as secretary. Or worse, I might report you for harming someone. You all will end up in trouble.
You.
Yi Changhe was so angry he puffed out his cheeks and stared. Seeing the Shun family members present, he looked to Qiao Huilan for help. Big sister Qiao, you came just in time. Quickly take your daughter-in-law back home. Qiao Huilan had been confused earlier about why the Yi family was so eager to send back the second daughter-in-law. Now she understood everything. She smiled coldly and said, she already said she's not from the Shun family. Why should I take her? Since your daughter did something good, your whole family will have to accept it. Yi Changhe was speechless. You don't even want your grandson? Qiao Huilan said nothing but looked at the branches in the yard, appearing indifferent. Today, Yi Changhe finally understood. The Shen family was full of troublemakers. Yang Xiuli, pregnant, couldn't be forced to leave or stay easily. If something went wrong, what would happen to their family? Better to send this troublemaker away quickly. Great niece, tell me, what do I need to do for you to go home?
Yang Xiuli pointed at Ye Xiaozhao.
I want her to apologize to me. What? You wish. Before Yi Zhaoxiao finished, Yi Changhe glared at her. Hurry up and apologize. Yi Zhaoxiao was reluctant, but thinking of her room and the muddy footprints on her bed, she knew Yang Xiuli wasn't easy to deal with. She might really stay. There might be more tricks later. She forced herself to speak through her anger. I'm sorry. Speak louder, did you not eat? Yang Xiuli was slurping her noodles. A flash of anger crossed Yi Zhaoxiao's eyes. She forced herself to hold back her fury. Yes, I'm sorry. I was wrong. That's better. Yang Xiuli wiped a bit of oil from her lips and turned to Qiao Huilan.
Mom, see?
I told you it was her instigating. Please forgive me. Seeing her finally agree and thinking about going home, Yi Changhe quietly wiped his sweat. Qiao Huilan also went along with it. Since it was just a troublemaker stirring things up, I'll forgive you this time. But next time, be smarter and don't listen to every stray word. And Secretary Yi, today your daughter caused my family to be laughed at. Several of my children almost lost their trust, and our family nearly split. How do you think we should handle this? Young people are easy to talk to, but I, Qiao Huilan, am not so easy to fool. Her family was disturbed, their reputation damaged, and she just wanted a simple apology. She wasn't going to accept just that and brush it off. Yi Changhe felt a headache coming on. Everyone in the village knew that Qiao Huilan was the hardest to deal with. If he upset her, would his family ever have peace again? He forced a smile, his face wrinkled and unappealing, worse than crying. Big Sister Qiao, I apologize to you on behalf of Zhao Zhao. She's young and doesn't understand. She said something wrong. Please, don't hold it against her. Let's just forget about it. Forget it? That's easy to say. Qiao Huilan shot him a sharp look. It seems Secretary Yi still favors his daughter. Since the village can't give me justice, I'll ask the higher-ups to hear my case. She didn't hesitate. She gathered her family and loudly declared they were going to see the town mayor. Yi Changhe was anxious and stomped his feet. This matter wasn't in his favor. If he disturbed the mayor, he'd get scolded, and Zhao Zhao's new job might be ruined. Recently, the county planned to build a radio station in Daxing village. He volunteered to let Zhao Zhao be the announcer. At this critical moment, he couldn't afford any mistakes. Thinking of this, Yi Changhe clenched his teeth. Big Sister Qiao, wait. I'll make it right. Can't I just apologize to you? She turned around and said, everyone heard that Secretary Yi is the one who spoke. We should be compensated, and don't turn around and blame us if they give us something and then accuse us later. People around started to cheer. Don't worry, we're all watching closely. Everyone is a witness. Yi Changhe's face turned green. Qiao Huilan was really clever. Just tell me what you want for compensation. Qiao Huilan quickly noticed that the secretary's house had malted milk drink, and there were a few apples and canned yellow peaches on the coffee table. There should be many good things in the kitchen too, but unfortunately, she didn't get a chance to see them. Since we're all neighbors and friends, just forget about paying money. You can take a few things from their house to help my second daughter-in-law recover. Let's just consider this matter settled. Hearing that they didn't need to pay money, Yi Changhe's face lit up. All right then. They probably wouldn't dare to take much, knowing the value of the items. Hearing this, Qiao Huilan gave her son and daughter a quick look. Uncle Yi has spoken, so why are you hesitating? Go ahead and take what you can. Hearing this, the third child was the quickest. He hurried into the house, one arm holding the malted milk drink and the other grabbing a box of cookies. The second and first children exchanged glances. One went to the fruit table and the other went into the kitchen. The apples and canned goods on the table were quickly taken away. Soon, a voice came from the kitchen. "Oh, my sausages and eggs. Those are mine now," someone replied. The brothers were busy, and Shin Jiaqing also didn't stand still. She ran to the chicken coop and caught the biggest, fattest hen, holding it tightly in her arms.
Dad, look.
They're just like bandits. Yi Zhaozhao watched helplessly as the living room was emptied. She was so angry her whole body trembled. She tried to stop them from taking things from the east and west, but she couldn't. Yi Changhe didn't expect the Shin family to be so ruthless, only taking the most valuable items. The malted milk drink, cookies, apples, sausages, eggs, and even the only hen that laid eggs in the house, all fell into the Shin family's hands. "You all." Yi Changhe's thighs turned blue from hitting them. If he had known it would be like this, he would have paid some money instead. Yi Zhaozhao's chest rose and fell heavily, her whole body twisted with anger. "Father, they have no proof. Why should we pay them? Just be quiet already." Yi Changhe pulled her to the corner and said angrily, "Do you really think no one knows what you did? What do you mean? When you were talking to old Second Shin's wife today, Uncle Lu, and that young man from the Lu family were nearby on the mountain, and we saw everything clearly." Yi Zhaozhao thought no one knew about this, but suddenly 3 witnesses appeared. Her father cared a lot about his reputation and wouldn't show favoritism in front of others. No wonder from the start, her father hadn't been on her side. He scolded her harshly, clearly having seen everything. As for the Lu family, in the past, the Lu family would have supported her and kept her secret. Recently, their attitude changed completely. They no longer welcomed her and definitely wouldn't favor her anymore. Especially Lu Zheng, who ignored her, stopped sending food and meat, and even demanded she return the borrowed supplies, threatening to break off the engagement. This made her feel very powerless. The Lu family, Lu Zheng. The Shin family, Yang Xiuli and Shin Jiaqing. Even her malted milk, cookies, and apples. Everything was completely out of her control. Shin Jiaqing looked at the distraught Yi Zhaozhao. Just a small punishment, and she can't handle it? Today's incident was just a lesson for her. To show her that doing bad things has consequences. Even if she has a hero's aura, she can't do whatever she wants and harm others, especially her own Shin family. Seeing her children sweep through the Yi family and take everything, Qiao Huilon cleared her throat and said, "All right, that's enough." Everyone silently returned outside the yard. Second young master's family, quickly thank Uncle Yi for giving you so many good things to nourish yourself. Yang Xiuli finished the last sip of noodle soup, puckered her sleeves, and wiped her mouth. "Thank you, Uncle Yi. You're too kind. You cooked noodles and brought gifts. I'll come again, next time." Yi Changhe looked extremely tense, with his eyes twitching. "Please don't come again." This time, the Shin family left fully satisfied. Ding! System detected. Host's favorability plus 100. Shin Jiaqing happily hugged her old hen, which clucked loudly in response. It finally increased. It was really not easy. "Little sister, this time, it's all thanks to you. If it weren't for your advice, I would have been tricked to death by Yi Zhaozhao today." Yang Xiuli sincerely thanked her, feeling quite guilty. Shin Jiaqi looked at her second sister-in-law and her belly. In the original story, after Yang Xiuli went home, the main character, to get back at her second brother, deliberately deducted her sister-in-law's food rations, causing her to become malnourished. The baby, nearly 7 months old, died in her, and she had to have a miscarriage at the hospital. The second sister-in-law held her already dead baby and cried all night. The next day, she demanded a divorce. If she didn't get one, she caused a fuss at home, breaking things and fighting with her second brother. Finally, the women's director came to mediate, and her second brother let her leave. No wonder, after the divorce, she intensified her revenge against the Shin family, especially targeting Shin Jiaqi. After all, killing a child is a crime that cannot be forgiven. Shin Jiaqi patted her chest, breaking out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, her second sister-in-law and the unborn baby are both safe. Her mother has forgiven her and allowed her to return home. Everything is still salvageable. The supplements taken from the Yi family are just right to help her second sister-in-law recover, hoping to save the unborn child and change her second brother and sister-in-law's tragic fate. She closed the courtyard door, threw the hen into the chicken coop, and casually scattered some broken millet. Others also gradually put down what they were holding, piling up more than half a table. Second family, come here. Chao Huilan sat on a stool, and the atmosphere instantly froze. Before she could speak, Yang Xiuli knelt suddenly. Mother, I was wrong. I really was wrong. Shun Jiechi pushed her second brother, who staggered forward a few steps, and also knelt down with her second sister-in-law. Mother, it's all my fault for not watching my wife properly, causing all this. Hit me if you want. Just as Chao Huilan reached out her hand, they shrank back in fear. Enough, you're pregnant, why kneel? She helped Yang Xiuli up. I'll say this only once. Listen carefully. Yang Xiuli kept her eyes on her nose and ears, listening carefully. Second family. If you want to live a good life, stop contacting your family. If I find out you're using household items to support your family again, I'll separate you and your second brother. Chao Huilan's face was stern, her tone serious. Yang Xiuli understood that her mother was serious this time. Girl, I understand now, she muttered, looking at Shun Jiaqing. What about little sister? Will she also use family belongings to help outsiders? Will mother treat her the same? You ungrateful person. Jiqing just helped you, and now you want to compare her to her? Yes, little sister helped me. I remember that. But each thing is separate. Mother shouldn't be too biased. Just as Chao Huilan was about to get angry, Shin Jiaqing stepped forward willingly. Second sister-in-law, don't worry. I won't take a single thread from the family anymore. Actually, I will bring things into the house.
Yang Xiuli frowned.
Little sister, how many times have you said that? My ears are getting sore. Seeing her doubt, the second child quickly explained. Wife, it's true. These past few days, you weren't home. Little sister went up the mountain to dig wild and went down to the river to catch fish. The pickled fish we ate was caught by her. Yang Xiuli glanced at the fish bones that hadn't been cleaned up yet. This fish was really big, at least 3 gene, about 1.5 kilograms. Did little sister really catch it from the river? Sister-in-law, it's true. At first, I didn't believe it either. But look, little sister's hands are all red and swollen from digging wild, Peng Zhaodi said, holding Shin Jiaqing's hand and opening her palm. Her palm and a few fingers were covered with red, swollen marks. Yang Xiuli's eyes paused slightly, a look of surprise flashing across her face. Seeing is believing. You can't fake these marks. Could it be that little sister has really changed? In her memory, little sister was always spoiled, always relying on others for everything, like a useless person. This was the first time she saw her working in the fields.
That.
Yang Xiuli hesitated for a moment. At this moment, a soft, childish voice came weakly. Second aunt. Little aunt didn't lie. Little aunt gave eggs to little treasure and also fish meat. Little aunt bought pork belly and flour. Tonight, we will eat egg pancakes and tomorrow, braised pork. Little aunt said she will bring back lots of meat for us to eat. Yang Xiuli almost couldn't believe her ears. Wasn't little treasure most afraid of little sister? Why is she defending her? The 4-year-old child didn't seem like she was lying. She stared blankly at Shin Jiaqing.
So.
I was right. There really is pork belly at home? Shun Jiechi chuckled softly, truly her second sister-in-law. Even now, she was still worried about that piece of meat. She turned and walked to the kitchen door, lifting the cloth curtain. Take a look yourself. On the stove hung a piece of pork with both fat and lean meat. Below it was a basket full of eggs, and on the ground was a bag of flour. Yang Xiuli pointed at the kitchen in shock, her tongue tied. Where did it all go just now? Shun Jiechi blinked. I hid it. I wouldn't hide it if I were you. Do you think that would stop your bad ideas? Yang Xiuli looked a bit embarrassed and said nothing, feeling guilty. Besides, wealth shouldn't be shown. Everyone is hungry now, and we have lots of meat and fish. Aren't you worried about thieves noticing? Shun Jiechi rolled her eyes at her. Only someone as clueless as Yang Shili would be easily influenced and call people over to see the excitement. But luckily, because of Yang Shili's fuss, everyone saw that their family was really poor and wouldn't attract envy. Xiao Huilan nodded in agreement. Jiechi is right. That's the second thing I want to say. No one in our house is allowed to tell anyone about what's inside. Be careful not to attract trouble. Especially you, second sister-in-law. Watch your mouth. If you say something, I'll punch out your teeth. Yang Shili shivered in fear and quickly covered her mouth. Mother, I understand. This year there was little rain and the crops didn't grow well. After June, a rare and huge storm was coming, and the grain in Daxing village would be completely lost. After the flood receded, villagers had to go up the mountain to pick wild vegetables and chew bark just to survive. Counting the days, there wasn't much time left before the storm. Shen Jiechi wanted to stock up more supplies in her space. She also wanted to find a good time to remind the villagers to harvest early and store grain in advance, to reduce the disaster's impact as much as possible. At this critical moment, if the family's unity broke down or they couldn't control their mouths, it could bring great trouble to everyone. Besides her two sisters-in-law, everyone else in the family was united. Although her eldest sister-in-law didn't get along with her, she was sensible and would keep secrets, even for little Bao. The only real troublemaker in the family was second sister-in-law Yang Shili. Yang Shili is not very clever. She has a bit of wit, but she uses it in the wrong way. She is very stingy and petty, always remembering every small grievance and never forgiving. She spends all her time trying to please her family and get their approval. She often speaks and acts without thinking, easily influenced and misled by others. I believe that after this incident, she will become more clear-minded and realize who her real family members are. Second sister-in-law, don't take it to heart. Mom cares about things, not people. Shen Jiechi comforted her. Seeing her mood improve a little, she continued. Today's matter clearly shows that someone doesn't want us to do well or see you live a good life.
Yang Xiuli nodded angrily.
That Yi Zhao Zhao is still a high school student, and she's so obsessed with studying. From now on, I'll scold her every time I see her. Who does she think she is? Shen Jiechi couldn't help but laugh and say, it's not just Yi Zhao Zhao. Your family and outsiders, if they say anything to you, think carefully first. What is their real purpose? Don't be foolish and let others use you like a tool.
Yeah.
I didn't think of that. Yang Shili looked at her with a different expression. Isn't my little sister just a fool? She usually lets others manipulate her, but today she's suddenly so smart. Anyway, her little sister is right. Yi Zhaoxiao deliberately tries to get close to her just to harm her.
But
I haven't done anything to offend Yi Zhaoxiao. Why does she want to hurt me?
Yang Xiuli asked.
Shen Jiechi took a deep breath. Think about it. If you really split from your family today, your future would be full of trouble, and you'd be hungry every day. With your personality, you'd probably divorce second brother. And after you divorce, will your family accept you? Yang Shili thought for a moment and shook her head immediately. Her mother would definitely be ashamed of her and might even kick her out of the house. By then, you'll be out of options and probably have to remarry. I remember that Yi Zhaozhao has a close cousin whose wife just died. They're looking for a match for him everywhere. Shen Jiechi's eyes flickered, giving Yang Shili a meaningful look for her to think about carefully. Yang Shili was stunned for a moment. Cousin? The one living at Dongmenpo, the poor guy who likes to hit his wife, Chung Sanmao? I heard that his wife was beaten badly and drank pesticide to end her life. Good families in the 10-mile neighborhood who would marry their daughter to him. Shen Jiechi looked at her steadily. What if it's a woman who has been divorced and kicked out by her family? Yang Shili suddenly broke out in cold sweat. Such a cruel thought. Yi Zhaozhao's heart was also very dark. She quickly grabbed Shen Jiechi's hand. Little sister, if you hadn't stopped me, I might have fallen for her tricks. From now on, the second sister-in-law won't target you anymore. If anything happens, you can ask her for advice. Shen Jiechi was about to speak when Xiao Huilan interrupted her. This is the third thing I want to say. She lovingly pulled her daughter close, like a mother hen protecting her chicks. Since you married in, you've been at odds with Heir's family. Even you said you're targeting Chi-Chi. Today's matter has even caused Chi-Chi to be betrayed by others, making her look bad. If people don't know better, they might think she did something to you. She helped you today, so you can't repay her with hatred. What do you plan to do about this?
Yang Xiuli felt guilty.
I will apologize to my little sister. I'll do chores for her. From now on, I'll clean her room and wash her clothes.
Well,
Shun Jiechi frowned and looked at her belly. Yang Xiuli knew what she was worried about. She patted her chest and said, "Don't worry, little sister. These chores are nothing to me. You should know, the rough and tiring work she did at her family's place was worse than that of animals."
that's settled then.
Xiao Huilon immediately made the decision. She knew exactly what her second daughter-in-law was capable of and that it wouldn't affect the baby. Her mother and sister-in-law had already discussed everything, and Shin Jiechi wasn't involved. Still, she was very worried about her sister-in-law's health. After all, her pregnancy wasn't fully stable yet. If anything happened to the baby, her sister-in-law would definitely blame her. Being resented was small, the child's life was big. This was a living, breathing little life. So, Shun Jiechi's eyes turned. How about this? Let's wait until your sister-in-law has the baby and recovers from her confinement before fulfilling the promise. Look at Chi-Chi. She's kind and caring. She's considerate enough to delay her own plans to help you, even with your big belly. Your family probably wouldn't take such good care of you. Yang Xiuli was so touched that her nose felt sore. She held Shin Jiaqing's hand tightly and said, "Little sister, thank you for thinking of me. From now on, you are my real sister." Second brother took the chance when everyone wasn't paying attention and secretly wiped away his tears. "Little sister, don't worry. Your second brother will treat you even better in the future." Of course, Shin Jiaqing smiled shyly. At that moment, a familiar mechanical female voice sounded again. Ding! The system detects a +30 increase in affection. +30. Her eyes immediately lit up. Was the system malfunctioning, or had it added several 30s at once? Feeling her confusion, the system responded, "Your second brother, second sister-in-law, and the baby in her belly each added +30 to you." Oh my! Even the little one in her belly could increase her affection level. Shun Jiaqing seemed to open a new door. "All right, let's put this behind us," Qiao Huilon said, then began dividing today's loot. Second brother's family, take the malted milk and apples into the house. The canned yellow peaches are for Gigi, the cookies are for Xiaobao, and everything else is confiscated. Hearing her mother's distribution, Yang Xiuli felt a bit uncomfortable. She had contributed the most to this, yet she only received a small share. Though unhappy, she didn't dare to speak up. She silently took her share from the second room and went into the house with second brother. Xiaobao's and white eyes were full of disbelief. "Xiaobao, do I also have one?" "Yes. This is a reward from Grandma for speaking up for your little aunt," Qiao Huilon said, handing Xiaobao some cookies. Xiaobao was so happy, he danced around.
Thank you, Grandma.
I have cookies to eat, sweet cookies. Not just cookies. Shun Jiaqing took out a string of crystal-clear candied hawthorn from the room. Xiaobao's mouth formed a small O. Candied hawthorn. Sweet and sour candied hawthorn. "Xiaobao, little Annie promised to buy you some candy." "Take it," Shun Jiaqing said, bringing the hawthorn close to Xiaobao's mouth. The sweet, sticky taste made his mouth water uncontrollably. Before, little Andy wouldn't even buy him candy and would get annoyed just by looking at him. But these past 2 days, little Auntie seemed to have changed. "Little Auntie, is this really for Xiaobao?" he asked timidly. Shen Jiai smiled gently and said, "Of course." "Thank you, little aunt." Little Bao finally dared to take the candied hawthorn. Just as he was about to take a bite, he suddenly remembered something and handed the candied hawthorn to Shinjai. "Auntie, you eat first. Mother said that all the good things at home should be eaten by Aunt first." The more Shinjai looked at little Bao, the more she liked him. This child was so sensible. I really don't understand why the original owner disliked him so much. "Good boy, Anna's already eaten." This one is yours. Little Bao then happily bit into it. The crispy, sweet sugar coating covered the sour and powdery hawthorn fruit. With a crunch, it was so delicious. Little Bao chewed the hawthorn seeds while looking at the pretty little ant. Having meat and sweets with her, and even getting rewarded with a pack of cookies for speaking up for her, made him like her a little more. Ding! System detected. Host's favorability increased by 10. Shun Jiai happily crouched down and kissed Little Bao's tender, red cheek. Seeing Shun Jiai carefree and smiling like a child, the third older brother reached out to gently ruffle her fluffy hair, with a look of concern in his eyes. Little sister, you've been upset today. If you're feeling bad, just cry. Don't hold it in. Cry? No way. What's there to cry about? She had seen all kinds of storms. She was just upset about losing favorability points. The eldest brother, worried, stammered even more. Little sister, brother, loves you so much. Qiao Huilan and Shun Laogui also comforted her, saying they would support her, so the second sister-in-law wouldn't dare to bully her anymore. Compared to others, the fourth brother was unusually calm, with deep, well-like eyes fixed on Shun Jiai without blinking. Is she really his little sister? She had made Yi Zhaozhao and the branch secretary both lose face. In just a few words, he resolved the resentment with his second sister-in-law. Since the little sister jumped into the river, she seemed to have changed into a different person. He always felt something was strange, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Anyway, he felt he liked the current little sister more. All right, don't crowd around me. I'm tired and going to sleep. Shinjia yawned and went back to her room to rest. She had stayed up all night working hard and didn't rest well. Tonight, she had to fight again. Her body, even if strong, couldn't hold up. She needed to rest and regain her strength. She was so tired that she fell asleep as soon as her head touched the pillow. Outside, everyone went on with their tasks. Some were clearing the table, some were washing dishes and pots, yet all of them were men. In the Shin family, there was an unspoken rule. Women cooked and men washed the dishes. Because of this, the Shin family was often laughed at by the villagers. In those days, how many men would actually do housework? Some had never even stepped into a kitchen. The brothers, afraid of disturbing Shin Jiechi's nap, worked quietly, their hands never stopping. When Shin Jiechi opened her eyes again, the sun was already setting, and the courtyard was filled with the smell of fried eggs. Little sister, time to eat, the third brother called, knocking 3 times on her door. Still half asleep, Shin Jiechi got dressed and followed the smell outside. It smells so good. Fresh hot egg pancakes, perfect with chili sauce. Her third brother placed a golden pancake in her hand, urging her to eat quickly before it cooled. With the food in front of her, Shin Jiechi finally woke up fully, taking big bites of the pancake. Her mother's pancakes were always delicious, crispy on the outside, soft inside. The only flaw was that she used too little oil. That night, after everyone had gone to bed, Shin Jiechi, now more confident than the night before, quietly picked up her basket and tools and slipped out of the courtyard. The gate creaked shut behind her. She hesitated, wondering if she should go to the Lu family to call for Lu Zheng, when she suddenly saw a tall figure slowly walking out of the alley. In the moonlight, Lu Zheng met a pair of captivating eyes. The corners of those eyes curved upward like a crescent moon, and the deep brown pupils shimmered softly, making them strikingly beautiful. What stood out most was the small red mark at the corner of the eye, like a tiny red bean, adding a unique charm. Lu Zheng swallowed nervously. "It's me," he said, blushing as he instinctively straightened his clothes. The night was dark, and he stood in the shadows. Shun Jiechi couldn't see his flushed face, but she felt the warmth radiating from him, as if waves of heat were rising through his worn jacket. "I was just about to look for you. I didn't expect you to already be here." Lu Zheng nodded. "I just arrived." No wonder he felt so warm. It was from hurrying over.
So,
It seems Lu Zheng has agreed to work with her. Shun Jiaqing trusted him completely, her mind full of her wild. She looked around cautiously, making sure no one was nearby, then waved at him. "Hurry up, let's go up the mountain." This time, Shun Jiaqing didn't waste any time. She was familiar with the way and headed smoothly toward the small creek. There was no path here, but Shun Jiaqing and Lu Zheng had carved out a small trail. Compared to yesterday, when the weeds were thick and she had to step carefully, today her steps were steady. As she was walking, a deep, magnetic voice suddenly came from behind her. "Is your foot feeling better?" Shun Jiaqing moved her ankle. It didn't hurt or swell anymore, so she was fine. "Much better. Thank you for the ointment. I wanted to ask you, where did you buy it? I'd like to get a few bottles." Lu Zheng's deep eyes showed a hint of happiness.
You can't buy it.
"I made it myself. If you want, I can give you a few bottles, but it needs some time to soak." "You made it yourself?" Shun Jiaqing turned around, her face full of disbelief. "You have that skill too?" She looked at him with a hint of admiration. Lu Zheng's whole body tensed up suddenly, and he straightened his posture unconsciously. Is this still the same Lu Zheng she knew? Cold and serious? His proud smile was almost impossible to hide. Shun Jiaqing also realized for the first time that Lu Zheng had such a lively side. In the original story, Lu Zheng was a tragic character. He came from a good family background, 3 generations of poor farmers very broke. His father was injured and at home, his mother was bedridden, and his sister had been kicked out. He also had younger brothers and sisters to feed. He was like an old ox, doing endless work every day. His family was already miserable, and he still had to be Yi Zhaozhao's loyal follower. He treated the heroine sincerely, but all he got in return were knives, each one stabbing his heart. So, in Shun Jiaqing's impression, Lu Zheng was a man who loved but couldn't have her, full of bitterness and hatred. But in reality, Lu Zheng was a straightforward, kind-hearted, honest, and warm person. Beyond his tough, handsome appearance and muscular body, his soul seemed even more attractive. Only Yi Zhaozhao, with blind eyes and a blind heart, would choose Jiang Shiyan, that soft rice man. Seeing Shun Jiaqing staring at him in a daze, Lu Zheng reached up and touched his cheek. Does he have dirt on his face? Or is there something wrong with what he just said? Lu Zheng clenched his fists in frustration, unsure how to speak. His eyes, like peach blossoms, narrowed into crescent shapes. Shun Jiaqing smiled brightly, showing a row of small, white teeth. "All right, then it's settled. You help me make a few bottles of medicinal oil, and I'll prepare some delicious food for you. Deal?" Since she kindly offered to give him the medicinal oil, refusing would seem unkind. Giving money might feel too formal, and it's better to exchange gifts as a sign of friendship. Since they plan to work together long-term, exchanging useful items is a good way to build a closer relationship. This reason for meeting again is just right, isn't it? Lu Zheng didn't expect her to agree so quickly. At this moment, he already looked forward to what tasty food Shun Jiaqing would make for him.
Ding.
The system detects that the host's favorability score has increased by 100. Shun Jiaqing's spirits lifted, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. Sure enough, gaining favor with Lu Zheng boosts her chances of success. Just a few casual words earned her 100 points of favor, so satisfying. If Lu Zheng hadn't still been engaged, she'd want to chase after him every day. It seems she needs to find a chance to make him see Zhao Zhao's true nature clearly. This small interruption didn't stop their progress. They quickly arrived at the creek and started working. This time, Shun Jiaqing was smarter. She brought a pair of work gloves. Her skin is very delicate. She's never done rough work before, so her hands easily get scraped or blistered. With gloves, her hands feel much better. She and Lu Zheng split up to work separately. Even though she didn't dig much, her basket quickly filled up. She habitually opened her palms, wanting to put her items into her space, but hesitated because Lu Zheng was nearby. Lu Zheng silently filled her basket first, then started packing his own bag. They dug up all the wild around them, filling 7 or 8 sacks, before finally stopping. Shun Jiaqing sat on a large rock, exhausted and sweating heavily. Looking back, Lu Zheng's clothes were almost soaked through, with large water stains. He unbuttoned 2 buttons on his shirt, feeling sticky and uncomfortable, as his skin stuck to the fabric. On a normal day, he would definitely take off his clothes and work shirtless. But now, in the middle of the night, with a man and a woman alone in the small woods, he doesn't care about his reputation, and Shin Jiaqing still wants to keep hers. Seeing him uncomfortable, tugging at his collar, and trying to breathe more easily, Shin Jiaqing kindly stands up. Lu Zheng, I need to go somewhere convenient for a moment. I won't be back soon.
You can do as you like.
She deliberately gives him a chance to take off his clothes and cool down, then quickly turns around and walks away. She holds a flashlight in one hand and grips a small axe in the other, walking slowly back along the path, her figure soon hidden by the bushes. Since being bitten on the by a snake, she's been very cautious around this forest. She didn't dare go far, just staying nearby where Lu Zheng could see her faintly, to stay safe. Soon, she hears faint sounds of rustling clothes behind her. Lu Zheng, meanwhile, unbuttons his shirt while watching the back of Shin Jiaqing's head. She doesn't seem as foolish or stubborn as the rumors say. On the contrary, she's very smart, good at reading people's expressions, and handles social situations well. Jiang Shiyan, surprisingly, was willing to break off the engagement with Shin Jiaqing. He must have been blinded. Lu Zheng quickly takes off his clothes, picks up some sticks to hang his clothes and let them dry, then turns to walk toward the creek. The sound of rushing water fills the air. The hot, fiery feeling on his skin is instantly cooled by the icy stream, creating a thin mist. Clear water beads run down his body's curves, washing away sticky sweat. He feels much more relaxed now, and under the moonlight, his chest muscles glisten faintly. After washing, his clothes dry in the wind. He shakes off the water droplets and is about to put them on when a sharp scream suddenly pierces the night.
Ah!
His brows furrow. Before he can put on his clothes, he grabs his small axe and rushes quickly toward the sound. He feels like he's run for a long time, even though it's not far. He wishes he had wings to fly instantly to Shin Jiaqing's side. He dives into the bushes, getting scratched by sharp grass blades without noticing. Seeing Shin Jiaqing squatting with her back turned to him, he quickly reaches out with his long arm, wraps it around her small waist, and lifts her up with one hand. Shin Jiaqing was staring intently at the creature in the grass. Suddenly, her stomach tightened, and her legs hung in the air as her back hit two small, slightly raised bumps. What's wrong? Lu Zheng's heart pounded as he quickly looked at her. Shin Jiaqing was almost out of breath from his grip. She deliberately lowered her voice and said, "I'm fine."
Let go.
Only then did Lu Zheng realize he was squeezing too hard. His tense arms relaxed, and he gently set her down.
You.
He started to speak, but a slender finger pressed against his lips from behind. Shin Jiaqing quietly moved aside the weeds. Not far ahead, two large, fluffy, grayish wild rabbits were lying on the ground, chewing on plant roots. Normally, wild rabbits are very alert. Despite the noise, they weren't scared away and kept chewing, their eyes looking dazed, which seemed strange. Lu Zheng crouched forward quickly and firmly grabbed both rabbits by their ears. Only after he caught them did the rabbits seem to realize what was happening. They struggled instinctively, then went limp and relaxed. Lu Zheng squatted down, picked up some remaining plants from the ground, and looked around. His eyes suddenly lit up. These are cassava stems and leaves. Cassava contains a toxic substance called cyanogenic glycosides. If humans or animals eat it by mistake, they can get poisoned, and in severe cases, it can be life-threatening. These rabbits probably ate the cassava leaves by mistake, which made them sluggish and numb their nerves. Seeing these weak, breathless rabbits, Shin Jiaqing suddenly felt they looked familiar. Could this be the same story from the book with Yi Zhaozhao? How did it happen by accident and end up on her? In the original story, Yi Zhaozhao found wild here, caught some fat fish, and, out of curiosity, returned to the same spot. She then encountered two silly rabbits. During a famine, not just rabbits, birds in the area were almost gone. Yi Zhaozhao, like a lucky fish, easily caught rabbits and made a delicious spicy rabbit dish. With that dish, she won Jiang Shiyan's heart. She also helped a pair of orphan children in the village. As a result, the older brother in the orphanage was a business genius. 2 years later, he became her most trusted helper. Shun Jiaqing remembered that the book only mentioned 2 rabbits, but didn't say that the rabbits ate cassava leaves. It also didn't mention that there was cassava hidden in this land. This was truly a happy surprise. Shun Jiaqing didn't think much and picked up a machete to dig like a. After a few swings, she dug out a big, fat cassava. Sure enough, it was there. She excitedly looked up and saw several sets of abs. On his lightly tanned skin, the muscles were faintly visible, perfectly dividing his firm stomach into 8 packs. Each groove was shadowed, slightly bulging, covered with tiny water droplets. What a beautiful body! Shun Jiaqing was stunned, unable to look away. Honestly, Lu Zheng's figure was just as good as a model's. Every muscle was perfectly carved, strong and full of vitality, wild and tempting, making her want to reach out and touch. Her mouth was dry, and she swallowed nervously, her cheeks burning, her breathing hot. She had only touched him lightly before, but now she was so excited she was panting. Now, seeing him shirtless with a broad chest and tight, strong abs, she couldn't help but stare openly. That eager, drooling look made her seem like she wanted to eat him up. Lu Zheng had been shirtless before. Every day when he worked outside, he would take off his shirt when he got hot. It wasn't the first time a girl had secretly looked at him, but Shun Jiaqing was the first to openly stare and drool. That fiery, hot gaze on his bare body almost made him feel like he was burning. Does she even know what shame is? For the first time, Lu Zheng felt nervous under someone's gaze. Seeing her dreamy yet teasing eyes, a fire ignited in his heart, and even the air seemed to heat up. He was in his early 20s, full of youthful energy. Moreover, the girl in front of him was delicate and charming, with a fair, tender face. She was prettier than any girl he had seen before, and she was bolder and more flirtatious. Lu Zheng forcefully turned away his eyes. Before Shun Jiaqing could get up, he hurriedly ran away as if escaping, quickly putting on his clothes and fastening all the buttons tightly, locking the top button securely. When Shun Jiaqing saw Lu Zheng again, he was fully dressed, even his sleeves were down to cover his wrists, leaving not a single inch of skin exposed. It seemed that her previous bold behavior had really frightened him. Shun Jiaqing didn't want to do that either, but she couldn't help herself. She had been single since birth, 25 years, never even touched a man's hand, and suddenly found herself in this historical novel. The first time she saw a man with such a good figure and looks that matched her taste, she lost control for a moment. She promised herself that next time such a good chance came, she would look again, secretly. That wasn't intentional just now. I heard you calling and thought you were in danger. Lu Zheng explained calmly, but his breathing was already a mess. Seeing him blushing, flustered, and struggling to breathe, Shun Jiaqing chuckled secretly. Lu Zheng was too easy to embarrass. In the 1970s, the society was simple and honest. People's thoughts were quite pure, so they were naturally shy. Compared to that, her bold gaze looked quite intimidating. It's not your fault. Mainly, I was startled by the rabbit. I thought it was a snake again. Fortunately, it was just a false alarm. She didn't encounter any wild animals or poisons. Instead, she found 2 poisoned wild rabbits and discovered some cassava in the field. Fresh cassava is toxic, but if handled properly, it can be turned into food. She had seen bloggers digging cassava in the fields and making cassava noodles. To remove the poison, you need to peel the cassava, cut it into small pieces, soak it in water for 2 to 3 days, then cook it thoroughly. After processing, cassava can be transformed into delicious food on the table. Thinking that this was food, Shun Jiaqing didn't delay at all. She urged him to start digging with her. She pointed in a direction. You dig over here, I'll dig behind you. Lu Zheng hesitated slightly and softly reminded her, this is poisonous. I know. I have a way to remove the poison. Just trust me and dig, she replied confidently. Seeing her determined look and the confidence in her voice, he seemed to believe she had a method. He didn't say more, just silently turned around and started digging in the ground. Shen Jiaqing was not idle either. She quickly dug through the mud beneath her feet. This time, she was more experienced. Every time she found a cassava, she would secretly hide it in her space by opening her palm. After some effort, Lu Zheng packed 2 large bags of cassava, but Shen Jiaqing only had a few scattered ones. Looking at the messy ground, the bags were almost empty. Lu Zheng frowned and asked, "Did you only find these few?" Shen Jiaqing smiled shyly. She hadn't been resting. She had been diligently digging for treasures, but she had stored everything in her space. Seeing her embarrassed look, Lu Zheng's tone softened. "I'm not blaming you, but..." Her luck was just too bad, and she had worked hard for nothing. Lu Zheng sighed gently and split his cassava in half, giving her 1 bag. "Here, this one is yours." Shen Jiaqing didn't expect Lu Zheng to be so generous. She was right not to have doubted him. Seeing this, she shyly waved her hand. He had worked all night digging, and she didn't want to take his things for free. "This is what you found, so it's yours. How can I take it?" When she refused, Lu Zheng's dark eyes suddenly darkened. "You found the rabbit, then dug up the cassava. It's what you deserve." If it weren't for Shen Jiaqing, they wouldn't have had such an unexpected gain today. She tried to persuade him, but the man opposite was more stubborn than a mule and refused to give in. But she couldn't just take advantage of him for nothing. What kind of person would Shen Jiaqing be then? She thought carefully and said, "Since we're working together, let's set a rule today." When Lu Zheng heard working together, his expression became a bit strange, but he didn't argue. Instead, he agreed. "What rule?" Shen Jiaqing said, "From now on, when we go up the mountain, if I find good things, all treasures will be split equally between us." She continued, "If you find something good, all of it belongs to you. I won't take a single share."
How about that?
Lu Zheng was quick and found more than she did. He didn't want to take advantage of her. These 2 rules greatly protected Lu Zheng's interests, and only a fool would refuse. Hearing this, Lu Zheng raised his thick eyebrows slightly, and his expression darkened with irritation. "No, this is bad." His deep voice was full of suppressed anger, and his face darkened completely. Shen Jiaqing saw his gloomy expression. Was he upset because things weren't divided fairly? She made a concession. 6 for you, for me that's okay." Lu Zheng looked even more grim. He took a cold breath, making people feel uneasy. Could he still be unhappy? Shen Jiaqing puffed up her cheeks and said, "It can't be 7 for you and 3 for me. That's too much." As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Zheng clenched his jaw tightly and muttered, "Equal split." Shen Jiaqing froze.
What?
"From now on, when we go up the mountain, whoever finds something, I will do the dirty and tiring work. We share the supplies equally. That's settled." Without any discussion, Lu Zheng set the rule. She didn't even get a chance to negotiate. He would do the hard work, and she could just enjoy the benefits? For a moment, she didn't know whether to praise him for being brave or to think he's adorably naive. Is this the kind of person he usually is? No wonder Yi Zhaozhao always took advantage of him. Ding! System detected. Host's favorability decreased by 20. Shen Jiaqing froze. Her mind went blank. After a while, she slowly regained her senses and looked at Lu Zheng, whose face was dark. He secretly deducted points from her in his mind? Just because of the rules. He's so unpredictable. Shen Jiaqing clenched her teeth in frustration. But despite her anger, she felt sorry for him as she watched him struggle to carry several sacks. "Stop carrying it.
Put it down here.
The villagers are watching. If we carry so much back and someone sees, we might get into trouble." Lu Zheng eased his grip and put down the sacks. It's not safe to leave them in the woods either. Someone might come into the mountain during the day. Even if we're not caught, the weather could spoil everything. He made a good point. The weather at the end of June was already getting hot, and things couldn't be left out for too long. It was fine to store her supplies at her space. It kept them fresh and safe. But how should she bring it up to him? Talking about her space suddenly might make him think she's crazy or strange. Shen Jiaqing's mind raced quickly, becoming very serious. Lu Zheng, do you believe me? He had a stern look in his eyes and gave her a meaningful glance that said, "What do you think?" Shen Jiaqing immediately understood. "Since you trust me, just leave the burlap sack here. I'll ask a few brothers to pick it up and store it temporarily in my family cellar. My family has a hidden cellar in the mountains. It's warm in winter and cool in summer, perfect for storing food. If you trust me, give me the items and I'll keep them safe. When you need them, I'll give them back to you." Lu Zheng didn't expect Shen's family to have secretly dug a cellar. Thinking about today's wild, Shen Jiaqing's was fresh and tender, as if just dug out. His own was dry and old, probably because of the cellar. He almost didn't hesitate. "All right, but..." She knew what he was worried about. "Don't worry, I won't tell my brothers that you dug it. Our trip up the mountain will stay a secret." Lu Zheng looked at her sincere face. His thin lips slightly parted, but he only uttered a soft word. In the end, Shen Jiaqing decided to keep both the cassava and wild. Tomorrow morning, she would ask someone to pick them up and they would take everything to the Agricultural Research Institute together. Lu Zheng left feeling light. He carried 2 rabbits in his left hand and a bag of cassava in his right, turning to scout ahead. While he wasn't looking, Shen Jiaqing quickly reached down and stealthily swept her hand over the ground. 7 or 8 burlap sacks disappeared without a trace. "Wait for me." The two walked back under the moonlight, their steps light and quick. They didn't speak much along the way, but there was no awkwardness, only a strange sense of harmony. It was as if they had been old friends for many years. Lu Zheng seemed to be in a good mood. Curious, Shen Jiaqing tentatively asked Lu Zheng, "Are you still okay with Yi Zhaozhao?" When she mentioned Yi Zhaozhao, Lu Zheng's expression visibly darkened. "Why do you ask? We're all comrades now. I just want to check on you." Lu Zheng's lips twitched slightly, and his tone suddenly turned cold. "What exactly do you want to say?" TSK, this man's mood swings faster than flipping a book. If she hadn't interacted with him these past days and known he was cold on the outside but warm inside, she would have been scared off by his fierce appearance long ago. "I mean, you should be careful. Don't let yourself be sold out and then have people count the money." Shen Jiaqing couldn't say this directly, so she could only leave it at that. Lu Zheng is very smart and alert, but he can always find clues to dispel Yi Zhaozhao's charm. Just as she was thinking this, a sneering laugh came from beside her. If someone wants to sell him out, they must have the ability. Knowing that Shen Jiaqing was warning him, he said nothing, just responded with an "Thanks for the reminder, I understand." This sounded somewhat dismissive. Shen Jiaqing looked at him very seriously. "I'm serious." Her face turned red like a tomato, worried for him. Lu Zheng was about to be broken off from his engagement, yet he still managed to smile. Seeing her anxious, his deep eyes looked at her like a dark hole, as if wanting to swallow her. "Why do you care about me?" Shen Jiaqing's heart suddenly beat very fast. "Of course, because you are my lifesaver and my teammate. Why wouldn't I care about you?" Lu Zheng's face visibly darkened. He looked calm on the outside, but there was a faint coldness and distance in his eyes. "Don't bother Comrade Shen with my matters." After saying this, he pressed his lips into a straight line and walked forward. Watching his cold back, Shen Jiaqing sighed softly. It's hard to persuade a stubborn person. Lu Zheng looked quite tough now, but she hoped he wouldn't secretly cry later. The way down the mountain wasn't long, but Lu Zheng deliberately slowed his steps, keeping his eyes on Shen Jiaqing all the time. When they reached Shen's house, he put down the rabbit and the bag and took off his backpack. Shen Jiaqing kept saying, "Thank you. If you want, I can keep this rabbit. Once I make braised rabbit, I'll bring it to you." Lu Zheng responded with an his tone seeming a bit cold. Shen Jiaqing frowned. Was he still upset about her meddling? Really ungrateful. She, slightly annoyed, picked up the rabbit's ears and suddenly heard a ding in her mind. Host's favorability plus 60. A smile unconsciously appeared on Shen Jiaqing's face. Lu Zheng was quite interesting. He seemed cold and indifferent on the outside, with no emotional waves, but secretly he was giving her points. He was truly a strange person. Knowing he wasn't truly angry, Shen Jiaqing felt relieved.
Well,
Rest early, see you tomorrow. She waved at him with a smile in her eyes. Lu Zheng turned around coldly, with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, then disappeared into the darkness. After he left, Shen Jiaqing skillfully packed up the items on the ground. Later, she boiled water for a bath, soaked 2 more buckets of cassava, and worked until late at night. Finally, she lay on the bed and, with a thought, entered her space. Inside the space, there was cassava everywhere. She carefully picked each one up and packed them into burlap bags, stacking them nearby. Tonight, she had a good harvest and one corner of the space was filled with cassava. She looked up at the shelves full of goods, cakes, bread, snacks, soda. She kept swallowing her saliva. System, how many points do I have now? Your current favorability score is minus 503 points. Shen Jiaqing's eyes lit up. She had only been in this story for a few days, but she had already gained 497 favorability points. Thinking about it, it didn't seem too hard. In less than 2 days, she could turn negative points into positive ones and buy items inside. Shen Jiaqing felt very happy and, without realizing it, fell into a deep sleep. When she opened her eyes again, it was already bright outside. The yard was lively, with the families starting to wash up one after another. The sounds of dishes clattering filled the air with a warm, lively feeling. Shen Jiaqing hadn't heard this familiar noise in a long time. For a moment, she felt like she was back at her grandma's house. In the real world, although she had parents, they were distant and uninvolved. Unexpectedly, she had gained a lovely family in this story. She stretched lazily, got up slowly, dressed, and took her toiletries to wash her face and brush her teeth. Little sister, so early. The third brother washed his face 3 times, making sure his eyes were clean, then combed his hair in front of the mirror, proudly showing off. Good morning, Mom and Dad, brothers and sisters-in-law. Shen Jiaqing had just finished speaking when her basin was snatched away by the third brother. Sit down, third brother will pour hot water for you. Seeing her third brother, who looked quite well-dressed, as if ready for a banquet, Shen Jiaqing quietly asked her fourth brother nearby. Fourth brother, why does third brother look like a peacock today? The fourth brother snorted coldly. Why else would a peacock spread its tail? She blurted out, to attract a mate. Oh, I see. Third brother is going on a date with his future sister-in-law. That's a good thing. She didn't know why the fourth brother looked so serious, as if he was unhappy. In the story, because the main character secretly took the bride price money, the third brother's marriage with his beloved, Wan Yume, fell apart. Later, Wan Yume married someone else, and the third brother became very sad. He used to be a gentle, caring person, like a little sunshine, but now he was gloomy and often stared at the tokens of their love. Even so, the third brother never blamed the main character. He only felt sad that they couldn't be together. This time, she was determined to find a way to return the bride price money so that the third brother could marry his love. By the way, how much was that money again? It seemed to be 120 yuan. Yes, exactly 120. Of that, 40 was the bride price, and the remaining 80 was for the wedding feast and buying drinks. In those days, 120 yuan was like 4 or 5 months or even half a year's wages for a worker. She really couldn't come up with that amount quickly. Shen Jiaqing vaguely remembered that Wan Yume was going to be arranged for a blind date by her family at the end of the month, forced to marry someone else. In just over half a month, she had to gather 120 yuan. Thinking about it, time was really tight. Earning money was one thing, but she also needed to find a chance to get Jiang Shiyan to return her money. She guessed that in a few days, the first opportunity would come. By then, she wouldn't need to look for Jiang Shiyan. That scoundrel would be the one to come begging her. She absent-mindedly twisted a towel, gently wiping her face when she heard her sister-in-law in the kitchen let out a soft cry. Rabbits. And cassava. Xiao Huilan quickly covered her mouth. Shu, do you want everyone in the village to hear? Peng Zhaodi shivered in fright and dared not make a sound anymore. Hearing the noise, Yang Xiuli, who was pregnant, hurriedly walked into the kitchen. Mother, where did all these things come from? Qiao Huilan was also confused. Could it be another surprise? Just as she was thinking, she heard Shen Jiaqing's clear voice from outside. It's me. Qiao Huilan dropped the basin in her hands. Everyone was stunned, staring blankly, as if they were frozen, unable to react for a long time. Yesterday, Shen Jiaqing brought back grass carp and wild, which everyone thought was already impressive. But today, Shen Jiaqing had actually brought 2 wild rabbits and 2 barrels of cassava. Little sister, are you the girl from the snail village? If it weren't for having watched her grow up, the third brother might have thought she was a fairy fallen from the sky. During a year of famine with little rain, the wild animals in the surrounding woods had all been hunted out. Where could wild rabbits come from? Once, I caught 2, both fat and healthy. As for the cassava, my younger sister usually doesn't distinguish grains or work hard, so how would she know about cassava? Shen Jiaqing felt nervous under their watch and nervously brushed her hair.
I went up the mountain again last night.
I originally wanted to dig some wild to sell, but I accidentally saw 2 rabbits eating cassava leaves and getting poisoned, so I brought them back, and I also dug some cassava. Young sister, why did you go to the mountain alone again? It's too dangerous. The third brother said worriedly. Why didn't you ask us to go with you? Shen Jiaqing pursed her lips. If she called her brothers to go with her, her partnership with Lu Zheng would be over. How could she continue to win Lu Zheng's favor and get high points? She steadied herself and looked around with a slight smile. I didn't go far. I just reached the foot of the mountain and happened to find something good. Everyone was impressed and kept praising her luck, calling her the family's lucky star. Everyone says Yi Zhao Zhao is the lucky star, but I think my younger sister is the real lucky star, the third brother said proudly, almost smiling as high as the sky. Qiao Huilan also grinned widely. Look at who she's born from. My Jiqi is truly blessed. Only the fourth brother quietly stared at her, his eyes deep and mysterious. How many secrets does my younger sister hide from us? Shen Jiaqing felt a bit shy when praised. What lucky star or not, don't talk nonsense. Be careful, people might think you're superstitious. The third brother and Qiao Huilan exchanged looks, quickly shutting their mouths out of fear. Yes, it's all because mother was too happy. I'll be more careful next time. As soon as Qiao Huilan finished speaking, Yang Xiuli eagerly moved toward the kitchen, touching the rabbit's fur. Such beautiful fur. If made into a scarf, it would be very warm. Qiao Huilan looked down on her younger sister's lazy attitude. She always wanted to take the best things, sneaking around and being sly, but she never missed out on any benefits. Listen, second sister, these 2 rabbits belong to Jiqi. If I make a scarf, it's for her. Don't think about it. She shot a sharp look to warn Yang Xiuli to keep her hands away. Yang Xiuli released her hand reluctantly, but her eyes stayed fixed on the rabbit. Shen Jiaqing saw that she truly liked it and wanted to use this chance to improve her relationship with her sisters-in-law. She kindly said, the weather is still very hot now.
I don't need a scarf for the time being.
Since second sister-in-law likes it, I will give you a rabbit fur.
Really? Yang Xiuli smilet hapili.
She had heard that her younger sister had changed. Not only did she bring things home, but she also started to care about others. Even her quarrelsome sister-in-law and little Bao were speaking well of her. Now it seemed that her younger sister was truly becoming more sensible. When Yang Xiuli received the rabbit fur, Peng Zhaodi's eyes darkened briefly. She was about to turn to prepare breakfast when Shen Jiaqing's voice rang out again. Second sister-in-law has one, so of course, the eldest sister-in-law should have one too. The other rabbit fur is for the eldest sister-in-law. Peng Zhaodi paused with her hands, stunned for several seconds. I also have one? Of course. Shen Jiaqing now acted like a master of sharing, making sure everyone got a fair share. This made Qiao Huilan feel jealous. She glared at her daughter and said, You ungrateful girl, don't you know how to respect your mother? Shen Jiaqing smiled and said, Mom, don't worry. I won't favor you, Dad, our brothers, or little Bao over anyone. Although it was just a verbal promise, the whole family felt as happy as if they had eaten honey. Little sister, normally it should be me and your second sister-in-law giving you gifts. Thank you for helping us yesterday. Otherwise, our small family might fall apart. The second brother held a bottle of malted milk. They had brought it from the Yi family yesterday. Their mother gave it to them, and he discussed with his wife to give this bottle to his little sister as a thank you gift. Seeing the malted milk, Shun Jiaqing looked like she saw a terrible monster and quickly avoided it. No, this is from Mom. Besides, second sister-in-law still needs it to strengthen her health. I can't accept it. Yang Xiuli, rarely generous, took the bottle of malted milk and forced it into Shun Jiaqing's hand. Little sister, this is a small token from your second brother and me.
Please accept it.
Shun Jiaqing stubbornly refused to take it and pushed it back. Second sister-in-law, I really can't drink malted milk. You and everyone else can keep it. Hearing that the items would be confiscated, Yang Xiuli carefully hugged the jar. No, this is for you. If you don't want it, I will take it back. Then you better keep it safe, Shun Jiaqing said precisely, knowing exactly how to handle her sister-in-law.
Ding.
Host's favorability increased by 50 points. Shun Jiaqing secretly smiled, feeling like it was a wonderful day. She was quietly happy when she saw Qiao Huilan nearby, about to throw away her cassava. Mom, what are you doing? Qiao Huilan sighed. You girl, if you don't understand, don't go up the mountain to dig around. This is cassava, and it's toxic. I know, she replied. But even so, Qiao Huilan started to speak, but then Jiqi said, I have a way to remove the poison. Just let me try it. Sigh. Her daughter was being mischievous, and she couldn't do much, so she waved her hand and decided to let her play. Soon, breakfast was ready. Compared to before, today's meal was much better. A steaming basket of plain steamed buns and sweet egg drop soup instead of mixed grain porridge. Everyone ate happily. Yang Xiuli took big bites of the buns, suddenly feeling a sour taste in her nose. Fortunately, she hadn't been fooled into splitting the family, or else she wouldn't be eating such soft white buns. And she was drinking egg drop soup. She hadn't had oily or meaty food in a long time. She heard that the eggs were given by her younger sister, who cracked her eggs to make the egg drop soup for the whole family. Originally, they only had 1 egg a day, but today they cracked 2. The other was laid by the old hen in the Yi family. Early in the morning, Xiaobao found 3 eggs in the hen house. The men went to get some malted milk, canned food, sausages, and ham. Shun Jiaqing was the smartest. She a hen that only laid eggs. Now, the family didn't have to worry about running out of eggs. Currently, the household had pork belly and sausages, plus 2 fresh wild rabbits. They wouldn't finish eating them in a few days. As the weather warmed up, except for the sausages that could be stored longer, the pork belly and wild rabbits needed to be eaten soon, or they would spoil. Qiao Huilan looked at the still weak wild rabbit that had been slightly poisoned. Let's kill that rabbit later. Today, we'll have braised pork. Whenever they mentioned braised pork, everyone couldn't help but salivate. Oldest brother, I leave the braised pork to you. Peng Zhaodi just got a rabbit hide and was very happy. She said, Mom, don't worry, leave it to me. The eldest daughter-in-law had already been assigned a task, so the second daughter-in-law couldn't avoid it either. Qiao Huilan cleared her throat and said, Second daughter-in-law, this afternoon, you stay at home and sweep the yard and the rooms. Yang Xiuli wanted to find an excuse to avoid work, but was glared at by Qiao Huilan. If you're tired, you can swap with your older sister-in-law. She'll sweep the floor, and you can go to the kitchen to cook. No, I don't mind. I'll leave the cooking to my sister-in-law. I promise to finish the task. After breakfast, everyone went to work, leaving Shun Jiaqing, Yang Xiuli, and Little Treasure at home, and the house suddenly became quiet. In this era, there were no kindergartens in the countryside. Children usually played mud in groups in the village. Little Treasure had been sick these days and could only stay at home to rest, which made him very bored. Yang Xiuli also didn't feel well these days. The baby kept kicking her belly, so she didn't want to go out. She slowly swept the yard with a broom. Shun Jiaqing tidied herself up in front of the mirror. Seeing that it was getting late, she packed her cloth bag and prepared to leave. Sure enough, Lu Zheng was already waiting for her at the tractor stop at the village entrance. Although they were far apart, They pretended not to know each other and exchanged a glance. Then, Lu Zheng's gaze towards her became strange. He looked around and saw that she was walking alone with her hands empty. He wanted to ask her something but hesitated because the villagers were nearby. He was at the front, leaning on the tractor, and jumped onto it nimbly, taking the seat closest to the edge. When Shun Jiaqing slowly climbed onto the tractor, most of the seats had already been taken. There was only her standing among all the people on the vehicle. "Shun girl, sit here." Lu Zheng folded his legs, and a seat just enough for her to sit appeared beside him. Shun Jiaqing looked at the small space. It was so tight. Would she have to sit close to him, legs touching? "Shun girl, sit quickly. The vehicle is about to start." Niu Daong, the driver, prepared to shift the gear. Shun Jiaqing made up her mind and turned to sit down, squeezing into the narrow space. Lu Zheng slightly turned his body to give her more room, trying not to make her uncomfortable. Everyone in the car was holding their stomachs, barely able to sit down. When the tractor started, it shook slightly. Suddenly, someone shouted from behind, "Wait. Wait for us." Jiang Shiyan and Yi Zhaozhao ran out of breath, but finally caught up with the tractor. "Nudaong, didn't you hear us calling?" Jiang Shiyan, panting, supported the frame of the vehicle. When he looked up, he saw Shun Jiechi's charming eyes. What a person Shun Jiechi was. Yesterday, she was waiting for him at the black market, and today she had chased onto the tractor. When Yi Zhaozhao saw Lu Zheng, her heart skipped a beat. Why is it him again? He and Shun Jiechi are together again. Yi Zhaozhao quickly sensed something. Considering Lu Zheng's recent strange behavior, could he and Shun Jiechi?
No, impossible.
She and Lu Zheng grew up together. No one else knew how he felt about her. Didn't she understand him better? Besides, in Daxing village, besides the educated youth, she was the only girl who had attended high school. She was also the daughter of the village secretary. With such good conditions, you couldn't find someone like her even if you looked with a lantern. Even if Shun Jiechi had a charming face, so what? A simple-minded woman like her wouldn't catch Lu Zheng's eye. Their appearance was affecting the progress of the tractor. Niu Daong was so angry, he jumped off the vehicle. "You two, wait for the next ride. This one is full." Hearing this, Jiang Shiyan immediately frowned. "Next ride? That means waiting another 2 hours? How many important things will be delayed?" Yi Zhaozhao also nodded anxiously. "Yes, Brother Daong, I have urgent matters in the county seat with Jiang Jiqing. Please let us squeeze in." Niu Daong sighed. "It's not that I don't want to let you. Look for yourselves. Are there any empty seats left on this vehicle?" In the tractor's cargo bed, people sat in a circle, with chickens, ducks, geese, firewood, and freshly picked vegetables piled in the middle. There was no space for more people, let alone to stand. Yi Zhaozhao's face turned red as she looked at her watch anxiously, as if something important was pressing on her. Jiang Shiyan's brows furrowed deeply, looking like a headless fly, troubled. Suddenly, he caught sight of Shun Jiechi. "Shun Jiechi, get off. Let Zhaozhao go up." This commanding tone and bossy attitude made Shun Jiechi's blood pressure rise. Next to them, Lu Zheng also clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white, like a furious beast ready to strike back at any moment. The people in the car kept sighing. They all knew that in the past 2 years, Shun Jiaqing had been chasing after Jiang Jiqing constantly. When Jiang Jiqing said go east, she dared not go west. Just as everyone thought Shun Jiaqing would give in and get out of the car, she rolled her eyes dramatically. "Ugly and still dreaming. Look at yourself in the mirror. Who does Jiang Shiyan think he is, daring to tell me to give up my place?" After she said this, everyone looked at her differently. Since Shun's daughter broke off her engagement, she had suddenly become more confident. Jiang Shiyan was publicly humiliated and looked very embarrassed.
You
dare to ignore me now?
Who are you?
Why should I listen to you?" Jiang Shiyan's chest suddenly hurt, as if he had been punched hard. He said, "Shun Jiaqing, I know you're upset with me, but now isn't the time for this. Comrade Yi has an important matter and needs to go to the county town immediately. Just help her out, okay?" What a joke. Shun Jiaqing didn't get up. Instead, She sat more firmly and looked down at him. Even if we're no longer engaged, I have nothing to do with you. Even if we weren't broken up, why should I give her my place? Ask yourselves, who on this bus doesn't have something important to do? Who isn't in a hurry? If you're really in a rush, you should have left earlier and waited at the village entrance. Instead, you stopped the car halfway and delayed us from going to the city. Shen Jiaqing's words left everyone speechless. They all thought she was right and started complaining. Yeah, if you were really in a hurry, you should have come earlier and let go of the handbrake. We're leaving now. Yeah, I need to catch a train to see my son. I also need to send some things to my daughter. You're just causing trouble on purpose. Jiang Shiyan originally just wanted to target Shen Jiaqing and force her to get out of the car. But unexpectedly, she stirred up the crowd, and everyone started criticizing him. Seeing that Shen Jiaqing was difficult to deal with, Jiang Shiyan looked at Lu Zheng nearby. Seeing this tough, cold-faced man, he grimaced and gritted his teeth, saying, "Aren't you Zhao Zhao's fiancé? Give her some space." His words sank like a stone into the water, causing no ripples or response. Yi Zhao Zhao's face immediately lost its composure, and her heart sank even more. Since just now, Lu Zheng hadn't even looked at her directly.
Lu Zheng.
Recently, he had mysteriously mentioned breaking off their engagement and suddenly became cold toward her, as if he had changed into a different person. She felt very upset, but knowing her time was running out, she clenched her teeth and walked behind Lu Zheng, weakly tugging at his sleeve. "Lu Zheng, I am really anxious.
Can you please let me?"
Even though she had mentioned breaking off the engagement, with their childhood friendship and over 10 years of connection, Lu Zheng wouldn't refuse her, right? She was about to roll up her sleeves to climb onto the vehicle when she saw a cold, emotionless voice come from above his broad back.
No.
I can't.
What?
You actually refused her. Yi Zhao Zhao was struck like by lightning, frozen in place for a long time, unable to regain her senses. Lu Zheng had always been very obedient to her before. Even if she wanted the stars in the sky, Lu Zheng would find a way to get them for her. How could he have changed so suddenly in just a few days? Yi Zhao Zhao wanted to say some soft words to comfort him, but before she could speak, Shen Jiaqing mockingly said, "Yi Zhao Zhao, didn't you hear what Comrade Lu just said? If I were you, I wouldn't have the face to speak again. You should go find Jiang Jiqing. Jiang Jiqing is so eager to help others. Why don't you go to the county town with him? No need to waste everyone's time, right, Brother Daong?" Niu Daong had long been annoyed by their antics, and his anger was almost boiling over. Suddenly called out by Shen Jiaqing, Niu Daong decisively started the tractor. "Exactly. You two figured out yourselves. Don't waste my time." He pressed the accelerator, and the tractor sputtered forward, kicking up a mouthful of yellow dirt and black smoke.
You.
Cough, cough. Jiang Shiyan opened his mouth and inhaled a mouthful of sand, his glasses covered with a thick layer of dust. By the time they recovered, the tractor had shrunk to the size of a fingernail. He stomped his feet in anger, his teeth almost grinding to bits. His last hope for Shen Jiaqing was completely shattered. Not only was he furious, but Yi Zhao Zhao was also steaming with anger. Shen Jiaqing's tantrums were one thing, but Lu Zheng actually dared to refuse her. This was going too far. Yi Zhao Zhao always felt something was wrong. It seemed that recently, nothing had gone smoothly. After finally finding an antique porcelain bowl, it was accidentally broken. She was so upset that she encouraged Yang Xiuli to cause a family dispute, hoping to give Shen Jiaqing a lesson. Unexpectedly, this led to her entire family being robbed, and her reputation was ruined. Now, she was anxious to meet a leader in the county. She had prepared everything, and whether she could become the village's announcer depended on this chance. Despite rushing, she still missed the tractor. She was so worried she started crying. "Brother Shiyan, what should I do now?" Jiang Shiyan was also very anxious, but felt helpless. It was all Shen Jiaqing's fault for refusing to step down. Otherwise, Zhao Zhao wouldn't be crying so hard. Yi Zhao Zhao was anxious. "We missed the scheduled time. The leader will think I'm not sincere. It will be hard to meet again next time." Jiang Shiyan knew how important this opportunity was. He sighed deeply. It's all your dad's fault for digging out those 2 bottles of old wine in the field. That just caused delays. How can you blame my dad? Without those 2 bottles of wine, even if we met the person, nothing could be done. They looked disheveled, sighing and blaming each other. Forget it. Instead of arguing here, let's go back first. I'll ask my dad to borrow a car quickly. Even a small one will do. That's all we can do now. Jiang Shiyan looked discouraged. Tractor, big ears, like an airplane. A little child on the bus was singing a nursery rhyme about tractors softly. Shun Jiaqing sat close to Lu Zheng, feeling the hot, firm muscles through the thin clothes. As the bus jolted, their clothes rubbed against each other with a rustling sound. Lu Zheng, already warm, felt even more dry-mouthed, and his heart raced when he touched the soft water-like woman beside him. Fortunately, there were many people on the bus. With children singing, adults chatting, and chickens and ducks making noise, no one noticed his hurried breathing. Seeing Shun Jiaqing frown as she was squeezed tightly, like a quail hiding at the side, he reached out an arm, wrapped it around her back, and held the iron railing at the front of the bus. This pose looked like he was hugging her, which actually felt quite safe. But because his arm was no longer hidden, she leaned directly against Lu Zheng's chest. Shun Jiaqing nervously glanced around. Seeing no one paying attention to them, she quietly let out a breath of relief. Finally, Lu Zheng found a chance to speak to her. He deliberately lowered his voice, acting like a secret agent. Where is it? Did you bring it? Could Shun Jiaqing just tell him she was carrying a space device with her? She cleared her throat twice. My brother cares about me. He's worried I might get tired on the way, so he asked a friend to send it to the county first. She remained calm and unbothered, her lying skills becoming more skilled. Lu Zheng felt something strange, but couldn't find any flaws. After all, Shen family brothers are famous for spoiling their sister. Shun Jiaqing raised an eyebrow at him. Don't worry, when we get near the Agricultural Science Institute, I can make it appear for you. He muttered. I didn't doubt you.
Then.
Oh. Before Shun Jiaqing could finish, the tractor suddenly hit a pothole, jolting sharply. Shun Jiaqing was sitting well, but suddenly her body dropped down, then bounced back up, almost being thrown out. Seeing her body out of control, a strong hand quickly pulled her back to his side, instinctively wrapping her in his arms. In a flash, she bumped into a hard chest, her ears filled with rapid heartbeat sounds. She couldn't tell if it was hers or his. She felt a hot palm through her clothes pressed against her waist, making her tiny goosebumps rise. Hold on tight. Lu Zheng's voice was close to her ear. Shun Jiaqing only then realized she had been clutching his clothes tightly without knowing, and the arm behind her, like a steel band, kept her within a safe space. When the tractor finally stopped, he quickly released her hand as if nothing had happened. But her pounding heart had already betrayed her. Still shaken, Shun Jiaqing looked up and met his cold, sharp features. Beneath his lowered eyelashes, a gentle shadow was cast. Are you okay? Lu Zheng asked, a little nervous.
I'm fine.
Shun Jiaqing said lightly, but her hands still clung tightly to his clothes. The road is bumpy. There are often big potholes, so you need to sit still. Shun Jiaqing rubbed her lower back and sighed. If only I had a bicycle, I wouldn't have to squeeze on this tractor every day. Riding a bicycle to the county town is faster than using a tractor, and it's convenient to ride and go whenever you want. Nowadays, it's not easy to buy a bicycle. Even with money, you need a bicycle ticket. Lu Zheng listened quietly to her words, but a dark, unclear emotion flickered in his eyes. After a bumpy ride, under Lu Zheng's protection, they safely arrived at the county seat. With yesterday's experience, Shun Jiaqing and Lu Zheng confidently reached the entrance of the Agricultural Science Institute. Wait for me here. I'll go for a quick walk nearby, Shun Jiaqing said, worried he might follow her, so she asked him to wait at the door. Then she ran into a dead-end alley next door, waved her hand at the open space, and a few burlap sacks piled up into a small hill. Shun Jiaqing was cautious and didn't take all the wild. Thinking about the cold snap this winter, she had to stock up some in advance. Of course, Lu Zheng didn't dig up all the wild either. He left some in the ground, waiting for it to grow and be harvested repeatedly. Besides wild, Shun Jiaqing also took out a basket of cassava to show the Agricultural Science Institute, just in case they needed some. Everything was ready. She quickly ran out of the alley and waved to Lu Zheng nearby. Lu Zheng, call a few more people. Lu Zheng nodded understandingly and asked the security team to help call Zhang Tao. A few minutes later, Zhang Tao arrived with several young workers to help move the items. Comrade Shun, Comrade Lu, thank you for providing so much wild. Our leaders said if the experiment succeeds, we might rent some fields from your village's team for further testing. Shun Jiaqing's eyelashes suddenly fluttered, as if she saw a wave of unity crashing toward her. That's great. When the time comes, you'll probably need someone to watch over the fields. My brothers and I are quite capable and good at working. Zhang Tao didn't expect this young girl to be so quick-witted. Since they were short-handed, they would definitely need to hire villagers to help later.
You reminded me.
If we really go ahead, I'll contact you directly or find Comrade Lu. Shun Jiaqing smiled warmly. No problem. Lu Zheng was weighing and calculating with the people from the Agricultural Science Institute nearby. When he heard Shun Jiaqing had assigned him another task, a slight smile unconsciously appeared on his face. Thinking of something, Shun Jiaqing picked up a basket. By the way, do you need these wild cassava? Zhang Tao looked around and frowned. Cassava is toxic and many people don't know how to handle it. To prevent mass poisoning, our department isn't researching it for now. But if you find any medicinal herbs or unfamiliar plants in the mountains, you can bring them to me. Shun Jiaqing isn't very skilled at this, but Lu Zheng should be fine. After all, he knows how to make medicinal oil. After half an hour of work, the wild was finally weighed. Today's harvest was over 100 pounds more than yesterday, totaling 352 pounds. They rounded down to 350 pounds. At 4 cents per pound, they earned 14 yuan today, which is 7 yuan each. Shun Jiaqing, holding the money, couldn't help but kiss the bill. Come on, Lu Zheng, let's go to a restaurant. The most famous state-run restaurant from that era had to be visited to see what it was like. Shun Jiaqing, holding the money in her pocket, looked more confident, almost reaching 1.8 meters tall. Lu Zheng glanced at the still warm money. Not going? I'd rather just have a bowl of noodles. Nearby, someone was selling noodles from a cart, costing only 12 cents a bowl. It was cheap and filling. Shun Jiaqing looked at the noodle stand next door, where the broth was clear and watery, with no sign of meat or flavor. Lu Zheng had helped her so much today. Just buying a bowl of noodles felt a bit too casual. She insisted, I promised you that after earning money today, I'd treat you to a meal at the state-run restaurant. You can't expect me to go back on my word. Lu Zheng paused, looking at her soft, round face, and finally gave in. You pay if you want, but I'll cover the money. He had eaten everything since he was young, except soft rice. If Shun Jiaqing paid today, what would be the difference between him and Jiang Shiyan? He was stubborn, more than she expected. They had agreed she would pay, but now Lu Zheng was eager to pay the bill. What kind of situation was this? She tried to persuade him for a while, but Lu Zheng refused to spend her money no matter what. Shun Jiaqing looked up, meeting his tense jaw. It seemed she wouldn't win this meal. Forget it, she thought. Let him have his way. After dinner, she would go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy a small gift to show her appreciation. He couldn't possibly refuse a gift, right? The two of them walked side by side to the state-owned restaurant. As mealtime approached, the waiter at the restaurant was sitting at the door, swatting flies. Inside the large restaurant, only 3 tables were occupied, and business was very slow. Hello, are you here to eat? The waiter put down his fly swatter, ready to greet them with a smile, but he saw Lu Zheng's clothes, which were washed so white they looked faded, with a bit of dirt on the chest. Where did you come from, dirt poor person? Go away, this isn't a place for you, the waiter said, reaching out to chase them away. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them, standing between the two. Shun Jiaqing puffed out her chest and protectively stood behind him. Who are you calling dirt poor? What's wrong with being from the countryside? The rice you eat was grown by farmers like us. Look at you, so proud. The waiter looked her up and down. Seeing she was dressed decently, he assumed she was from the city. Why would she be hanging out with someone from the countryside? She must be a young person who recently moved to the city. Did I say something wrong? Just look at him. Do you think he can afford to eat here? The waiter said arrogantly, peering through the door. Seeing Lu Zhang's simple clothes, he automatically thought he was poor and couldn't afford the meal. Enough, you two, go quickly. Don't stand at the door and disturb the customers inside. Tell me to leave. This made Shen Jiaqing very angry. She rolled up her sleeves, ready to argue with this outspoken person, when suddenly she felt a cold aura behind her. Call your manager. I want to see if I'm good enough to eat here. In the 1970s, state-owned restaurants had no owners. The manager was the leader. Hearing this, the waiter sneered and rolled his eyes. You think you can see our leader just like that? Even if he were here, he wouldn't let you in. Who knows if you have money? Maybe you're just here to eat and drink for free. Lu Zheng frowned tightly, his fists clenched with a cracking sound. The veins on his forehead bulged visibly. Shen Jiaqing quickly held him back.
Don't do anything.
I have plenty of ways and means to deal with people like this. Lu Zheng raised a slight eyebrow, as if she had misunderstood. Lu Zheng doesn't cause trouble and isn't afraid of it, but he would never hit a woman. He was about to explain when Shen Jiaqing spoke first. Comrade, your thoughts are quite problematic. Your family's ancestors go back 3 generations, and there are farmers in your lineage. Do you look down on your ancestors? Some people rely on farmers for their livelihood, but secretly look down on them. That's worse than animals. At first, the waitress didn't understand, but after catching the double meaning, her face turned pale like pig liver. Why, you're insulting me indirectly. Shen Jiaqing smiled and said, I didn't say anything. If you think that way, I can't help it. You. The waitress pointed at her nose, furious, and kept saying you several times. At that moment, the loudspeaker on the electric pole at the door started playing the noon broadcast, a lively, spirited song called Labor Song. Listening to the powerful, inspiring song, Shen Jiaqing was moved and thought of a short essay she wanted to write. She grabbed Lu Zheng's rough, cracked, calloused hand and spread it out in front of the waitress. Open your eyes and see clearly. These crisscrossing marks are not trenches. They are impressions left by the land. These aren't cracked shells. They are the sun forged by hardworking people day after day. He stands on the horizon, bowing countless times, supporting the pulse of life. Aren't they the most worthy of respect? Shen Jiaqing spoke passionately, quickly attracting a crowd around her. Everyone was touched by her voice. Even Lu Zheng's eyes narrowed in surprise. Shen Jiaqing's talent for words was impressive. She spoke so well, better than the announcers at the radio station, instantly capturing hearts and making people empathize. Very well, that was excellent. Truly wonderful. Everyone clapped for Shen Jiaqing. She shyly smiled at everyone, not noticing a gray-haired old man with black-rimmed glasses sitting in the corner by the window, sipping his drink and smiling quietly at her. Then she put away her smile and asked firmly, So, why do you look down on farmers? Why won't you let us eat here? Her words left the waitress speechless. The people around also started to cheer. Exactly, you open a shop and do business, and you dare to look down on farmers. This lady is right. The service staff has a problem with their thinking. They should be sent to the countryside to receive proper education. Yes, a service worker with such arrogance must have some background. I suggest a thorough investigation of her family history. Everyone was criticizing the service worker loudly, making her eyes turn red with worry. Don't talk nonsense. I haven't done anything. My family are honest workers. Workers and farmers are one family. How dare you look down on farmers? More and more people gathered around, and the voices grew louder. Seeing the situation getting out of control, a stern voice came from behind. What are you doing? Causing trouble in a state-run restaurant? A man in his 40s with a dignified appearance and a square face pushed through the crowd. The service worker saw him and immediately saw a savior, rushing over to him. Manager, you're finally here. What's going on? The manager looked grim. Before the staff could speak, Lu Zheng cleared his throat. Manager Wang. Long time no see. Wang Jiangwo turned around and immediately went to greet him. Old Lu, what are you doing here? Come in and sit down. He enthusiastically pulled Lu Zheng inside, but Lu Zheng held him back, standing still. Seeing this, Wang Jiangwo understood. What's wrong, old Lu? Lu Zheng looked up and coldly glanced at the service worker. Wang Jiangwo's eyes swept over Lu Zheng's clothes and then at the criticized worker, and he immediately understood everything. Lu Tsuetsue, are you judging people by their looks again? How many complaints have you had this month? I tell you, if you can do the job, do it. If you can't, then get out. There are plenty of people eager to take your place. Wang Jiangwo scolded her harshly. This troublemaker, who just arrived, kept causing problems. Lu Tsuetsue was so scared she trembled all over. Manager, I was wrong. I didn't know he really knew you. This is my brother, Lu Zheng, from the Daxing Village production team. Thanks to him, we can get good rice, flour, meat, and vegetables. If you offend him, you might as well prepare to drink the northwest wind. Shen Jiaqing raised her eyebrows slightly. Was Lu Zheng really that impressive? The original book doesn't mention much about Lu Zheng. However, from his later help in setting up a factory for Yi Zhaozhao, we can see he is very capable and well-connected. Even manager Wang from the state-run restaurant respects him and doesn't dare offend him, showing how impressive Lu Zheng's hidden identity is. Guangua, angry and red-faced, shouted, "Apologize." Quickly apologized to Brother Lu. Lu Tsuetsue was truly scared this time, worried she might lose her job. She reluctantly lowered her head and said, Sorry, I was wrong to look down on you. Please forgive me. Lu Zheng ignored her and glanced at Shen Jiaqing beside him. As long as Shen Jiaqing nodded, he would forgive her. Shen Jiaqing keenly sensed Lu Tsuetsue's reluctance. From what manager Wang said, this wasn't the first time, and she probably had some background to stay here. She didn't want to embarrass manager Wang, but she also didn't want to let Lu Tsuetsue off easily. So she turned her head toward the quiet restaurant. Manager Wang, your business is really slow. If it keeps like this, you might lose your position as manager. Hearing this, manager Wang broke out in a cold sweat. Business had indeed been worse in the past month or two. The ingredients and chefs were the same as before. If it wasn't the ingredients or taste, then it must be. Suddenly, manager Wang realized Lu Tsuetsue, starting today, you won't work at the front. Go wash vegetables in the kitchen.
Wash vegetables.
That's too tiring. What's wrong? Can't you do it like others? Fine, I'll go. Lu Tsuetsue cried as she went to the kitchen. After dealing with Lu Tsuetsue, manager Wang repeatedly apologized to Lu Zheng and Shen Jiaqing. Sorry, it's my staff's fault. She won't be serving guests at the front anymore. Please come in. Lu Zheng and Shen Jiaqing were warmly welcomed and seated by the window with the best view. Manager Wang poured them hot tea. Brother Lu, sorry about today. Feel free to order anything. This meal is on me. Just as Lu Zheng was about to refuse, manager Wang subtly signaled him. Brother Lu, I need to ask you for a favor. Could you come to my office to talk? He gently nodded and handed the menu to Shen Jiaqing. You order first. I'll eat whatever. Thank you very much. Lu Zheng stood up and went to the back with Wang Jiangwo to discuss something. Shen Jiaqing ordered 3 dishes and a soup, a plate of braised beef, a stir-fried pork dish, some vinegar-flavored shredded potatoes, and a bowl of 3 delicacies soup. Just after ordering, a figure appeared in front of her. An elderly man with gray hair, wearing square glasses and a neat Zhongshan suit, smelled of alcohol. He smiled kindly and greeted her. Hello, young comrade. Hello. Shen Jiaqing vaguely remembered that this old man was sitting at the table behind her. Old sir, is there something you need? Yen Chunqing looked at this young girl and liked her more and more. Not only was she pretty and lively, but her voice was also very distinctive. Her Mandarin was very standard, probably a fellow worker like him. Young comrade, I'm not a bad person. I work at the city's propaganda department. My name is Yen Chunqing. I just heard you recite those poems. Your pronunciation is clear. Your tone has emotion, and you express it very well, better than the colleagues at our county broadcasting station. I want to ask, which radio station do you work at? Have you ever thought about transferring to our city? City propaganda and broadcasting station? Shun Jiaqing was stunned at first, but then she remembered. The book did mention that after she jumped into the river, the city decided to set up village broadcasting stations in several large villages. Daxing Village was one of them and a key station to develop. Yi Zhaozhao used her father, who was a village party secretary, to get a job as a broadcaster. She received a monthly salary plus 20 yuan. The salary wasn't high, but the job was easy. It was close to home, not much work, and she had a lot of prestige. Everyone was envious of her at the time. Because of her work as a broadcaster, Yi Zhaozhao quickly gained respect in the village. Later, everyone supported her decisions. Could it be that the story about the broadcasting station was starting? Shun Jiaqing stayed calm, first inviting Mr. Yen to sit down and pouring him a cup of hot tea. Old Mr. Yen, thank you for your praise and recognition. My name is Shun Jiaqing. Shun is my family name, and Jiaqing means beautiful dreams. I'm not a professional announcer or host. I'm just a girl from the countryside, living in Daxing Village. I currently don't have a job. Hearing this, Yan Chunsheng didn't look down on her. Instead, he smiled even more happily. Not having a job is good. What? Shun Jiechi was stunned. Yan Chunsheng quickly explained. No job? That's perfect for you to try out as a broadcaster. Yan Chunsheng said, nervously pulling out a folded piece of paper from his shirt pocket. Then he took out a pen from his pocket and quickly wrote a letter of recommendation. This is my recommendation letter. You can take it to Minister Chun from the County Propaganda Department. He's my student and recognizes my handwriting. In a few days, the county will hold a selection for broadcasters. Which village are you from? Shunjichi, Daxing Village. I remember Daxing Village is also on the village radio list, so I just feel like I'm wasting my talent. With your appearance and voice, you could easily work not just in the village radio, but also in the county, city, or even the provincial station. Maybe even at the central broadcasting station. Shun Jiechi blushed from the compliment. Was she really that impressive? In reality, she wasn't a professionally trained broadcaster. During university, she joined the campus radio station and even served as station manager. Writing scripts and broadcasting were easy for her. In the original story, the final choice for Daxing Village's radio station was Yi Zhaozhao. She didn't expect she'd still have a chance to compete. If that's the case, she wouldn't hold back. After all, the system said, the more unlucky the heroine Yi Zhaozhao was, the luckier she would be. And there was an even more important reason. If she could become a broadcaster successfully, she could use the radio station to warn the villagers in advance about the upcoming heavy rain and cold snap at the end of the year, reducing casualties and economic losses. So, without hesitation, she accepted the recommendation letter. Old Yen, thank you. I will prepare well and not let you down. Good, good, good. A promising young person. They chatted happily. Shun Jiechi raised her cup, using tea instead of wine, and invited him to join her for more food. Yan Chunsheng waved his hand. No need to be polite. I've already eaten. You and your partner enjoy yourselves. I won't bother you young people. As Lu Zheng entered the hall, he overheard those words. His tan, tough face suddenly turned red, like a heated boiler. Mr. Yen, please don't say nonsense. I only helped that comrade. We're just friends, Shun Jiaqing hurriedly clarified. Next to them, Lu Zheng's eyes visibly dimmed, and he stood rooted to the spot. It was my mistake, old Yen, but... Yan Chunsheng smiled silently. However, as someone experienced, he felt that the young man's gaze at Comrade Shun was more than just friendship. Yan Chunsheng looked at those lively, clear eyes. Young people are so full of energy. He wanted to talk more with Shun Jiaqing, but suddenly, engine sounds came from outside. A big jeep stopped at the restaurant entrance. All right, Comrade Shun, I have to go back to the city. We'll meet again, if fate allows. Yan Chunsheng carried his briefcase and waved goodbye. Shun Jiaqing stood up to see him off. Old Mr. Yen, have a safe trip. Hope we meet again someday. Yan Chunqing's secretary took his bag and helped him into the back seat. He waved happily at Shen Jiaqing. No need to see me off, just go back quickly. Shen Jiaqing agreed with her mouth, but didn't move.
Ding.
The system detected that the host's good impression value increased by 30. Shen Jiaqing was stunned. Was that old Yan's good impression value? It was such a big surprise. Until the jeep drove away, she couldn't regain her composure. Suddenly, behind her, there was a squeaking, harsh metal grinding sound. Jiang Shiyan and Yi Zhaozhao looked disheveled, their knees scraped and bleeding, pushing a broken-down bicycle, limping along. Shiyanji, do you think, since we're so late, is that old leader still here? Jiang Shiyan was exhausted, sweating all over, with his knees torn up. Don't worry, you're lucky. He'll definitely wait for you. Stop talking. Recently, I feel like my luck's run out. Nothing's going right. This morning, they missed the tractor, and the borrowed two-wheeled cart broke down halfway, causing them to fall badly. The wine she was going to give as a gift also shattered. Her heart was all over the place, feeling uneasy and restless. Jiang Shiyan softly comforted her. Don't say that. You're just scaring yourself. Shen Jiaqing stood by the electric pole, watching their miserable state with great interest. She found it extremely delightful. Then, Yi Zhaozhao suddenly looked up and immediately saw Shen Jiaqi's amused smile. Shen Jiaqi. Oh, Miss Yi, Jiang Jiqing, what kind of trendy outfit are you wearing? A beggar's look? When it comes to insulting others, Shen Jiaqi ranks second. No one dares to be first. Jiang Shiyan was embarrassed this morning by her, and now she was openly mocking him. His anger flared up quickly. Shen Jiaqi, stop being sarcastic. It's all your fault. Otherwise, Zhao Zhao wouldn't be suffering. If you delay her, I won't forgive you. Really? Then let's see who won't forgive whom. Shen Jiaqi's pupils suddenly constricted. She shifted her ankle, ready to kick. Frightened, Jiang Shiyan quickly crossed his legs and backed down. He had already experienced Shen Jiaqi's fierce temper. It still hurt a little. He didn't want to go through that pain again. Before she could make a move, Jiang Shiyan grabbed Yi Zhaozhao and hurriedly ran away. Shen Jiaqi, we have something important to do. We can't waste time on you. Shen Jiaqi was still warming up, but they had already escaped, wasting her effort. However, she overheard that they had something urgent to handle, like they were looking for someone. Watching them support each other and walk into the state-run restaurant, Shen Jiaqi was waiting for a good show. Suddenly, she remembered Lu Zheng was still inside. Knowing Lu Zheng's temper, would he start a fight upon seeing Jiang Shiyan holding his fiancé's hand? Shen Jiaqi quickly rushed inside, expecting to see a dramatic scene of two men fighting over a woman. But surprisingly, everything was very calm. Lu Zheng sat quietly at the table. Seeing Jiang Shiyan and Yi Zhaozhao, he showed no emotion, as calm as a still pond. Instead, Jiang Shiyan instinctively let go of Yi Zhaozhao's hand. Why is he here? Yi Zhaozhao glanced at the unchanging expression on Lu Zheng's face, feeling a twinge of bitterness. He had just proposed to break off the engagement, and she hadn't agreed yet. Did he really not care about her? She felt strangely frustrated and empty inside. The huge gap made her feel overwhelmed. But right now, she had no time to pay attention to Lu Zheng. Her only focus was to find old Yan. Yi Zhaozhao swept her gaze across the hall, not missing any face, even checking the private rooms. Today, only young people came to eat, and the oldest was under 50, so she wasn't the person she was looking for. Her heart sank, and she grabbed the waiter to ask, "Excuse me, is there a very important old man who came here for lunch today?" A very important old man. The waiter immediately thought of the little old man by the window, drinking alone, dressed in a brand-new Zhongshan suit, looking like a leader. Yes, he did come, but he has already left. Left? Yi Zhaozhao's eyes widened as if she had been hit hard. Her mind went blank. How can he leave? How long ago did he leave, and which way did he go? Yi Jiangxian asked anxiously. The waiter pointed outside to the road. He was just picked up by a jeep, not long ago. Yi Zhaozhao staggered a few steps. Her legs went weak, and she almost fell to the ground. Just now on the street, she saw that army green Jeep, which had kicked up dust all over her. Could it be that? Besides that Jeep, there didn't seem to be any other cars. Yi Zhaozhao felt like she had been struck by lightning, sitting limply in her chair, lost in thought. It's over, everything is over. She was clutching her father's recommendation letter. If she handed it to Old Yen and tried to promote herself again, she was sure she could get the announcer position. But now, she had missed Old Yen completely. They were only a few steps apart. If she had been a little faster, just 1 minute earlier, she could have caught Old Yan's car. It's all because of Shun Jiaqing and Lu Zheng, who refused to give up the tractor's spot. It's because of that old motorcycle that broke down halfway. It's because her father insisted on digging out those 2 bottles of old wine, which delayed everything. She felt angry at the world, hopeless, and everything she had worked for was gone. The wine her father gave her was also broken. Everything was over. Shun Jiaqing watched the commotion from the side. Unexpectedly, Yi Zhaozhao was actually here to find Old Yen. But unfortunately, fate was cruel. Old Yan's recommendation letter had already fallen into her hands. Yi Zhaozhao's plans were probably going to fail. Shun Jiaqing quietly took back the letter, calmly walked into the restaurant, and saw Yi Zhaozhao secretly wiping her tears. Yi Zhaozhao quickly wiped her face and pretended to be proud as she lifted her head. I didn't do anything. It's just a job as a radio host after all. Even without a recommendation letter, she has ways to get this position. Yi Zhaozhao is the only high school student in Daxing Village. Besides her, who else could do this job? Even if there are some competitors, she has plenty of tricks to deal with them. Thinking of this, Yi Zhaozhao's disappointment disappeared, and she regained her confidence. Brother Shiyan, let's go. She called Jiang Shiyan to stand up and leave, not giving anyone a chance to laugh at her. Before leaving, she looked at Lu Zheng beside her. Seeing him sitting calmly at the table, drinking tea slowly, Yi Zhaozhao felt even more jealous.
Ha!
Lu Zheng, just pretend. Yi Zhaozhao deliberately held Jiang Shiyan's arm and walked away confidently. After they left, Shun Jiaqing sat opposite Lu Zheng and gave him a thumbs up. Impressive, Lu comrade. Your fiancé is with another man, and you can stay so calm. He must really love Yi Zhaozhao. Lu Zheng put down his glass with a bang. I broke off the engagement. Who she spends time with is her business, not mine.
What?
Shun Jiaqing's pupils widened in shock, almost losing his mind. After a moment, he took a sip of tea to calm down. When did she break off the engagement with you? Lu Zheng's face darkened. It was I who proposed to end it. She hasn't agreed yet, but it doesn't matter to me anymore. Hearing this, Shun Jiaqing became even more unsettled. In his memory, it was Yi Zhaozhao who broke off the engagement, and Lu Zheng was the one begging to keep it, even following her around like a puppy. Has the story changed again? So, right now, he proposed to end the engagement, and Yi Zhaozhao hasn't agreed? The engagement isn't officially over yet. She couldn't focus on her meal, her mind full of anxiety. What exactly happened? Lu Zheng felt uncomfortable under her intense stare. This was his private matter, and he shouldn't have told Shun Jiaqing, but he still spoke. A few days ago, I went to Ye's house to break off the engagement and also asked for the things I gave her back. Over the years, Lu Zheng had given Yi Zhaozhao a lot of food and meat. Without proof, will they admit it? Shun Jiaqing asked. Lu Zheng sneered coldly. Even if they don't admit it, they will have to. Recently, the village planned to build a radio station. They were worried that Lu Zheng might cause trouble, ruin Yi Zhaozhao's bright future, and damage her reputation. They wanted to keep him quiet. He promised the Yi family that as long as they returned the items, he would handle everything quietly. The Yi family also promised him that within 10 days, they would gather rice, flour, oil, meat, and money to pay him back. Once the items were officially returned, the marriage between the two families would be called off. Hearing this, Shun Jiaqing suddenly understood. No wonder Yi Zhaozhao was so eager to sell that small porcelain bowl in the black market the other day. It turns out it was because of this. The Yi family appeared wealthy and respectable, but they didn't actually have much money. Yi Zhaozhao considered herself very proud, thinking she was a scholar and didn't want to do farm work. Her two brothers were also irresponsible. The older brother had a job as a clerk but was inconsistent, working only sporadically. The second brother had no job and was lazy and careless. Recently, she heard her older brother was about to get married, and the bride price and preparations nearly drained their family's savings. So, she was forced to sell her antiques early. Unfortunately, she didn't sell the antiques successfully and ended up in trouble. Shen Jiaqing was biting her chopsticks, her mind racing. The change in the story caught her off guard. Just as she was thinking about what to do next, she suddenly heard a low muttering. So, from now on, don't mention her in front of me. Shen Jiaqing stared blankly at him. It took her a moment to realize Lu Zheng was talking about Yi Zhaozhao. She looked at Lu Zheng with concern. He didn't seem sad or upset at the moment. But given his feelings for Yi Zhaozhao, he probably couldn't forget her easily. That's okay, she thought. Take it slow. She steadied herself and comforted him. Yi Zhaozhao isn't a good person. It's better to let go of the wrong ones so you can meet the right ones. Lu Zheng lowered his head gloomily, his fingers clenched around a glass. He raised the glass and gently clinked it with hers. I'll say the same to you. Let go of the wrong ones and meet the right ones. Don't worry, I'll find someone better, taller, more handsome, with better conditions, maybe a young, fresh guy.
Ding.
The system detected that the host's favorability score decreased by 500. Shen Jiaqing was drinking tea and almost spat it out. No, what did she say that hit Lu Zheng's sore spot again? She quickly asked herself silently, wondering how many points her good impression score was right now. Currently, the host's good impression score is minus 943 points. Minus 943 points. Does that mean she's back to square one? Shen Jiaqing felt like crying but had no tears. Why did she offend Lu Zheng? He really is a strange person. She had worked hard to earn her points, but Lu Zheng just took them all away. During the meal, the two of them ate without tasting the food. Shen Jiaqing kept thinking about her points. Lu Zheng was inexplicably upset, though he didn't know why. After eating, Shen Jiaqing thought for a moment and suggested they go to the supply and marketing cooperative. She bought a red hairpin for her mother, a pack of herbal cigarettes for her father, and a small badge for each of her brothers, very popular at the time. Then she went to the men's clothing section to look at belts. Leather belts were very expensive, and with her money, she couldn't afford one. She could only buy a fabric-woven belt. Please help me wrap this fabric belt separately, Shen Jiaqing said to the clerk. Seeing her buy only a belt, Lu Zheng's face darkened.
Ha!
He talks nicely, but he still can't forget Zhang Shiyan. Lu Zheng stood nearby, surrounded by a gloomy aura, feeling very upset. His pale, tender hands held out the belt. Lu Zheng, this is for you. Lu Zheng stared at her blankly, as if struck by lightning, his pupils full of disbelief. He hesitated. This is for me? Of course. Shen Jiaqing didn't hesitate and shoved the belt into his arms. Afraid he wouldn't like it, she said, I know this belt isn't the most expensive, but it's the only decent gift I can give right now. Please don't dislike it. Lu Zheng's heart was pounding wildly as he grasped the gift.
How could he dislike it? Why?
He asked. Why are you giving me something all of a sudden? Why are there so many reasons? Just take it, Shen Jiaqing said without hesitation, pushing the belt into his hands and turning to get her own things. Lu Zheng looked at the heavy gift in his hands, a smile slowly spreading on his face. The heavy weight in his heart suddenly disappeared.
Ding.
The host's favorability score increased by 1,000 points. Shen Jiaqing covered her chest, wondering how much that was. She suspected she had heard wrong, confusing 100 with 1,000. The system sensed her thoughts and announced again. The system detects that the host's favorability score has increased by 1,000 points. Yes, not just 100, but a full 1,000 points. Shen Jiaqing almost jumped with joy on the spot. She didn't expect that a simple belt and a small gesture could make Lu Zheng like her so much, boosting her score to the maximum of 1,000. She smiled so broadly she couldn't close her mouth and asked eagerly, Quick, tell me, how many points do I have now? System. The host's current favorability score is 57 points. Wow, finally no longer negative. Shen Jiaqing was so excited she almost cried. Does this mean she can buy things in the space now? System. Yes, host. She had waited a long time for this day and couldn't wait any longer. So she found an excuse. Lu Zheng, I need to go to the bathroom. Shen Jiaqing ran off quickly to a corner where no one was around. As soon as her thoughts shifted, she entered the space. In the far corner of the space, an unremarkable shelf changed from gray to colorful. It looked like a points mall, with items that could be exchanged for 57 points or less. Shen Jiaqing stood in front of the shelf, dazzled by the many options, almost unable to choose. There were toast, boxed milk, keychains, pencils, stationery paper, small boxes of common medicines, lollipops, toilet paper, sanitary pads, and more. All everyday items, not very expensive. System. Host, your current favorability score can only exchange for one item. If you don't find something you like, you can save your points and come back later when your score is higher. Shen Jiaqing didn't believe the system's words. She couldn't save her points. Who knew when her score might turn negative again? This roller coaster of a favorability score made her unwilling to keep it. She sniffed and said stubbornly, I won't save them. I want to exchange now. What should she exchange for? Her eyes swept across the shelves, and she considered choosing something for her family. But after looking around, nothing seemed really necessary. Although it was a year of famine, she and Lu Zheng worked together strongly, and recently their family's life improved. They no longer worried about food, and every meal included meat. Little Bao, although feeling a cold, drank sugar water every day, and his cold gradually got better. Second sister-in-law, though malnourished, had Yi Zhaozhao's malted milk, and with regular eggs and meat, she believed she would recover quickly. As for third brother, he most needed bride price money, but she had spent it all. Oh, right, the money. She could choose a popular item from this era and exchange it on the black market for cash. Shen Jiaqing opened her big eyes and scanned the shelves like a scanner. Bread, pass. Cola, pass. Toilet paper, milk, keychains, medicines, stationery, pencils, all pass. Just when she was overwhelmed and unsure what to choose, a dusty pen in the corner caught her attention. It was a pen, and a hero brand pen at that. Shen Jiaqing felt like she had found treasure and grabbed it without hesitation. In the real world, pens had gradually fallen out of common use, with only a few people still using them or buying them as gifts or collectibles. But in the 1970s, a good pen was a valuable currency. It was not just a writing tool, but also a symbol of status. Owning a hero brand pen was a matter of pride and honor. Many young men would carry a pen when dating or getting married. Even if they couldn't afford one, they'd borrow to make a good impression. Shen Jiaqing never expected that her treasure hunt would actually find such a valuable item. This was a rare treasure with no market price. I want this hero brand pen. Shen Jiaqing held the pen in one hand and picked up its small gift box with the other. System. Congratulations, host. Exchange successful. Your goodwill points are reset to 0. She had endured a loss of 1,000 points before, so 0 points didn't matter. Returning to reality, Shen Jiaqing looked at the pen in her hand, feeling very excited. She completely forgot that Lu Zheng was still waiting for her. She didn't dare delay, and quickly wrapped her face with a cloth before sneaking off to the nearby black market. The black market was busy, with people coming and going, all trying to hide their faces and look around cautiously. Shen Jiaqing chose a busy place and stood there softly calling out, "Fountain pens, hero brand limited edition fountain pens, with small gift boxes." When people heard fountain pen and hero brand with a gift box, they quickly gathered around. Wow, it's really a hero fountain pen. But I don't think I've seen this style before. You're not very knowledgeable. The little girl said it's a limited edition. Can it be the same as ordinary ones? That's true. This pen looks very high quality. The metal is shiny, and the nib looks very elegant. Miss, your fountain pen isn't cheap, is it? Everyone asked eagerly. Shen Jiaqing nodded. Fixed price, 300 yuan.
No bargaining.
300 yuan. Half the crowd dispersed. We can't afford that. No wonder Shinjichi asked for a high price. She said it was a limited edition, only one in the world, so it couldn't be sold cheaply. Some people genuinely wanted to buy but couldn't afford it, so they looked at the pen reluctantly. But some came just to cause trouble. Miss, isn't your fountain pen a defective or fake product? Since Shunjichi dared to sell it openly, she wasn't afraid of trouble. She cleared her throat. Everyone, look at this pen's material, craftsmanship, and workmanship. Can a defective product be made so finely? She confidently showed the pen, even opening the cap to reveal the nib and its detailed processing. Honestly, they had never seen such a good pen before. This is a limited edition hero fountain pen. It's normal that no one has seen it before. As for how I got this pen, don't worry. It was given to me by my family. Seeing her calm and unshaken, people thought she might be telling the truth. They looked her over and guessed her background. Her elegant demeanor and neat, proper clothes suggested her family was well off. Hearing her fluent, standard Mandarin, they wondered if she was from the capital. Since your elders gave it to you, why are you selling it?
Someone asked.
Shunjichi pretended to be sad and wiped her eyes. Sigh. If I weren't in urgent need of money due to some difficulties, I wouldn't sell it cheaply. Upon hearing this, those who had been looking for trouble and doubting her all fell silent. Young girl, if you're in trouble, it's best to sell quickly. If you start at 300 yuan, who can afford it? Shun Jiaqing thought that made sense. If not, she could lower the price a little. Just then, a strong, confident voice came from the crowd. A middle-aged woman dressed in a white dress, looking very elegant and dignified, walked toward her in high heels. Her son was about to get married, and she was worried about not having enough money to buy a pen. She decided to try her luck at the black market and finally found her chance. Earlier, when Shin Jiaqing shouted about selling the pen, she had been paying close attention. The pen was finely crafted, uniquely shaped, and came with a gift box. Not just 300 yuan, she would even pay 500 if needed, without hesitation or blinking an eye. I want your pen, the woman said generously, opening her handbag to start paying without bargaining. When Shin Jiaqing saw the stack of money appear clearly in her hand, she was so excited, she almost cried. She quickly put the pen into the box and handed it to the woman. Thank you, sister. You really have a good eye for treasures. Calling her sister made the woman very happy, and she didn't mind spending the 300 yuan. Your words are so sweet. Shun Jiaqing sold the pen for 300 yuan, using her charm. Not only could she cover her brother's bride price, but she also had over 100 yuan left as pocket money. Perfect. She kept counting the money, almost rubbing it to see if it was real. Suddenly, she remembered that Lu Zheng was still waiting for her at the supply and marketing cooperative. Oh no, she had been so busy making money that she forgot about that. Shun Jiaqing ran quickly toward the supply and marketing cooperative. Fortunately, the black market wasn't far, just a few minutes' walk. From a distance, she saw Lu Zheng's tall figure standing at the shop entrance. The toilet was behind the shop, but she ran from the front, heading toward the black market. Seeing this, Lu Zheng's expression darkened, and he frowned. Shun Jiaqing was hiding something from him. What exactly was it that required her to deliberately keep him away so she could do something alone? Lu Zheng pursed his lips thoughtfully. Even the corners of his eyes, which had been raised happily from receiving a gift, now looked calm and serious. Why did you come out? Shun Jiaqing ran, panting heavily. The place was crowded and stuffy. Lu Zheng replied coldly, returning to his usual aloof attitude. Shun Jiaqing quickly sensed that he seemed a bit down. Just a moment ago, when he received the gift, he looked happy, and she secretly increased her good impression of him by 1,000 points. Why did his mood change so suddenly? Could it be because she waited too long and made him angry? She didn't think she was gone for long, maybe 15 or 20 minutes, or at most half an hour. It's getting late. Let's go, Lu Zheng said, automatically picking up her things and quickly walking ahead. Shun Jiaqing watched his straight back. Even if he was upset, he still remembered to carry her things.
Such a real man.
Throughout the walk, Lu Zheng seemed gloomy. Shen Jiaqing noticed, and, while waiting for the bus, she quietly went to a small stall nearby and bought 2 pieces of mung bean cake. One for Xiao Bao, and the other she kept in her hand, quietly sneaking behind Lu Zheng. Then she reached out and gently patted his shoulder. "Comrade Lu." Lu Zheng suddenly turned his head, and before he could react, someone placed a soft, sweet cake in his mouth. It was soft, sweet, and had a bean aroma, green bean cake. Shen Jiaqing smiled with bright eyes, her charming features lit up with a mischievous grin, making her look playful and cute. As soon as he opened his mouth, she fed him another piece. Her gentle fingertips brushed his lips, sending a jolt of electricity through him. This accidental touch made his heart skip a beat. His surprised eyes filled with panic. "My grandma says that when you're in a bad mood, you should eat something sweet. When your mouth is sweet, your heart won't feel bitter," Shen Jiaqing said with a smile, her lips forming 2 shallow dimples. He didn't speak, only tasting the sweet flavor. When their eyes met, his eyelids reddened slightly, and he couldn't hide the flutter in his heart anymore. "Shen Jiaqing, you're the one who provoked me. You can't escape now," he mumbled quickly, his words unclear. "What did you say?" Shen Jiaqing really didn't hear clearly, only catching the word escape. Lu Zheng tilted his head, his face flushing from his cheeks to his neck. The usually cold iceberg was blushing. "Is he easily flustered?" Shen Jiaqing forcibly shoved the remaining half of the green bean cake into his hand. "Eat my green bean cake and don't be mad at me anymore, okay? It sounds like soothing a child." Lu Zheng said unhappily, "I'm not angry." Yes, Comrade Lu is very generous." Lu Zheng kept a serious face, licking the crumbs at the corner of his mouth. "It was very sweet, so sweet it made your teeth hurt. Back in the village, it was almost noon. By this time, my parents and older brother with his wife should be taking a nap." Shen Jiaqing walked cheerfully to open the yard gate. As soon as she opened it, she saw her neatly arranged family. Everyone's bright eyes looked at her all at once, like they had seen a savior. "Jiaqing, where did you go?" Xiao Huilan touched her stomach, which was making gurgling sounds, and swallowed her saliva. Shen Jiaqing paused for a second, then realized they were waiting for her to eat. In the middle of the table, there was a steaming bowl of braised pork. Everyone was drooling and eager to dig in. Shen Jiaqing hit her forehead. She had been busy earning money and inviting guests, forgetting that her family was making braised pork today. "Mom, Dad, older brother, and sisters-in-law, sorry. I just went to the county this morning and forgot to tell you not to wait for me to eat." "To the county?" Xiao Huilan saw her carrying things. The girl is spending money again? While everyone was here, Shen Jiaqing took out her gifts. "Didn't I give the big sister-in-law and second sister-in-law rabbit skins this morning? I thought I should prepare some small gifts for everyone, sharing equally." She took out a pair of red hairpins. "Mom, you've taken care of me all these years. I know you like red. These hairpins are for you." Xiao Huilan saw the red flower-shaped hairpins and suddenly felt emotional. This was her daughter's first gift to her. "My Jiaqing has really grown up and learned to care for others." Seeing her eyes turn red, Shen Jiaqing also felt like crying. "Let me put them on for you." She then clipped the red hairpins onto her mother's hair. "Does it look good?"
Xiao Huilan asked.
The whole family nodded in agreement. "It looks nice." Yang Xiuli's expression was exaggerated. "Mom, wearing your little sister's hairpin makes you look several years younger." "Really?" Xiao Huilan felt very happy inside. Shen Jai then handed a cigarette to old Shen. "Dad, I know you like smoking, but I want to remind you that smoking is bad for your health. If you can, try to smoke less, preferably not at all. If you really can't resist, at least choose good quality cigarettes and avoid smoking leaves every day." Old Shen nodded repeatedly and took the cigarette her daughter offered. It was a high-quality brand. "My Jai cares about her old dad. Since my daughter asked, I promise to smoke only 5 cigarettes a day from now on." Jai rolled her eyes, and old Shen immediately sat up straight. "Just 3. Only 3. That's more like it." Then she gave 4 small badges to her 4 brothers. We actually have these too. The third brother was so excited he almost jumped. Jai nodded. Of course. They were so happy they held the badges tightly, looking at them from side to side, and immediately pinned them on their chests. Their proud expressions couldn't be more obvious. The third brother gently stroked his badge, loving it. My little sister picked these. She has good taste. The fourth brother brushed his hair back. I'll wear mine every day so everyone will envy me. The second brother's mouth stretched almost to his ears. Me too. The eldest brother was so excited his lips trembled. Thank you, little sister. At this moment, a soft little hand tugged at Jiaoyi's sleeve under the table. She looked down into a pair of shy yet hopeful big eyes. Little Andy, do I have one too? As soon as she spoke, Peng Zhaodi quickly covered his mouth with her hand. Little sister, he's just a kid and doesn't understand. Don't be mad at him. Peng Zhaodi's face turned pale with fear. Little Bao was really forgetful and stubborn. He even dared to ask his little aunt for something. Little Bao was forcibly silenced by his mother, but he looked at Shen Jiayi with big, pitiful eyes, begging for help. This made her feel very sad. She had finally managed to get along better with Little Bao, and she couldn't let it fall apart now. Big sister-in-law, what are you doing? You hurt the kid, Shen Jiayi said, pulling her sister-in-law's hand away. I'm not. I just was worried Little Bao might say something careless, she replied. Shen Jiechi gently touched the corner of Xiaobao's reddened lips with her fingertip and said softly, We're family. There's no need to speak so harshly. Besides, Xiaobao is still young. If something happens, we should talk it out, not raise our hands so quickly. Xiaobao looked at her with gratitude and even scooted a little closer to her side. That pitiful, obedient look of his made her heart melt. Good boy, Xiaobao. How could we ever leave you out? Look, what's this? Like performing a magic trick, Shen Jiechi pulled a brown paper-wrapped package of mung bean cakes from her cloth bag. Xiaobao's and white eyes suddenly lit up. Mung bean cake. It's the sweet mung bean cake. Excited, yet still a little unsure, he asked, Is this really for me? Shen Jiechi placed the cakes into his hands. Of course. But Xiaobao, you mustn't eat too much at once. If you do, your stomach will feel uncomfortable.
Just eat a little at a time.
Seeing him pout unhappily, Shen Jiechi laughed. Don't worry, this whole box is yours. No one will take it from you.
Yay!
The little boy cheered loudly, holding the cakes like a treasure, and glanced around at everyone as if declaring his ownership.
See?
Auntie bought this for him, and only he could eat it.
Ding.
Favorability, plus 100. Shen Jiechi hadn't expected that such a small gift could bring so much joy to her family. Looking at the simple, happy smiles before her, she suddenly felt that all the hard work and exhaustion of day and night didn't seem so heavy anymore. Even the favorability points didn't matter as much. This warmth and joy, flowing from the heart and back again, was her most precious treasure. The family love she had never experienced growing up was now being made up for in this world within the book. Everyone, these are just little things, nothing valuable. But in the future, when I earn money, I'll make sure to take good care of Mom and Dad and treat my brother, sister-in-law, and nephews well. In the past, no one would have believed her, not even a dog. But now, not a single person at the table doubted her words. Because the spoiled, selfish little sister had truly changed. And everyone could see it. All right, let's eat quickly, or we'll have to reheat the braised pork again. Xiao Huilan sniffled, her eyes glistening with tears. Fearing her children might notice something, she quickly changed the subject and started arranging the meal. The hungry family eagerly picked up their chopsticks and reached for the tender, flavorful braised pork. It had been a long time since they last ate pork. The pork was still as fragrant and soft as ever, melting in the mouth. Everyone ate until their faces were greasy and looked very satisfied. Shun Jiaqing had already eaten a little, just a few bites, while a continuous system notification kept sounding in her ears. Ding, host's favorability plus 5. Every time the Shin family took a bite of the braised pork, they silently increased her favorability score. After all, she was the one who bought the pork. Shun Jiaqing's ears were almost calloused, and her scalp felt numb. System, from now on I don't need to be notified about these small favor points. Just give me the total. System. Understood. By the end of the meal, Shun Jiaqing's favorability score had increased by 160 points. Adding the 100 points from the gift earlier, she now had a total of 260 points. She couldn't wait to go into her space for a big shopping spree. After eating, she wiped her mouth and quickly rushed into her room. As soon as she closed the door, she closed her eyes and entered the space. Sure enough, just as she imagined, several shelves lit up inside. These shelves had different point values, some with low points, allowing her to pick multiple items. Others with high points, meaning she could only choose one. In any case, all within her spending range. Standing in front of the dazzling shelves, she quietly planned how to spend her 260 points. Most of it would go toward earning projects. The rest could be used for daily necessities. After all, in this era, supplies were scarce, and many daily items were very hard to find, even for money. Having tasted success with a hero's pen, Shun Jiaqing began scanning the shelves for new targets. In the 1970s, the most popular and valuable items were the 3 turns and 1 sound, that is, bicycles, watches, sewing machines, and radios. Forget about sewing machines. With her current favorability points, she couldn't even afford a small part. But she could buy a mechanical watch with a leather strap and a simple radio. She looked at the score displayed on her watch. 160. The radio was cheaper but still cost 60. Without hesitation, she confidently picked up both items. System, I want these too. Okay, host. After deducting the favor points for the watch and radio, you have 40 points remaining. As soon as the words finished, the shelves in front of Shun Jiaqing turned dark again, like the lights had been turned off for closing. Only the shelf in the corner remained partly lit, with a few layers still shining. Shun Jiaqing hesitated for a long time, then finally took a bar of soap and a pack of toilet paper. She has always loved cleanliness. In the past few days, without soap or shower gel, she felt very uncomfortable. She carefully searched through the paper, and now she finally didn't have to worry anymore. After choosing her items, Shun Jiaqing returned to her room, put the watch and radio into a cloth bag, and waited to make a big profit at the black market tomorrow. She let out a long yawn, feeling a bit sleepy, and leaned on the bed to rest her eyes. When she woke up, everyone at home had gone to work. Only Yang Xiuli was left in the yard, anxiously searching everywhere for someone. Xiaobao, don't hide anymore, come out quickly. Second aunt is getting worried. She was pregnant and had even checked the chicken coop, but didn't see Xiaobao anywhere. Seeing this, Shun Jiaqing's sleep was suddenly disturbed. Second sister-in-law, what's wrong? Yang Xiuli was sweating nervously. I just want to clean the kitchen. Xiaobao was feeding the chickens alone in the yard, and when I turned my head, he was gone. Shun Jiaqing looked at the slightly open yard gate, a bad feeling rising in her heart. Don't worry, maybe the kid ran out to play.
I'll go look for him now.
Stay at home and don't go anywhere. Yang Xiuli nodded. Little sister, you must find him quickly. If the child gets lost, big sister-in-law will be furious with me. At this time, you're still thinking about that. Shun Jiaqing shot her a look, then turned around without a word, opened the yard gate, and ran out.
Xiaobao. Xiaobao.
Where are you? Shun Jiaqing shouted anxiously, calling for Xiaobao. At the entrance of the house, she saw no sign of the little boy, nor any response. By this time, the adults in the village had already gone to work, and the children were out playing in small groups. But every time, Xiaobao would tell his family that he would only go out with friends after getting their permission. Today, he sneaked out quietly, which is quite unusual.
Could it be
that he has met a bad person? Some bad people use candies and toys to trick children into going out. Once they leave home, it's hard to find them again. There are no cameras these days and children don't have photos. With so many people around, how can we find him? Shun Jiaqing felt more and more anxious the more she thought about it, and she prepared for the worst. Just as she was about to go to the fields to ask for help, she saw a small figure hiding behind the rice bin. crouching on the ground with his legs and sticking out his bottom, like a little puppy. She recognized him immediately. It was Xiao Bao. So he was hiding here. Xiao Bao was also looking at something, completely absorbed. Shun Jiaqing didn't want to scare him, so she quietly moved closer without making a sound. On the small path outside the rice bin, she heard soft whispering voices, as if someone was talking. She tiptoed and peeked, seeing a sweet-looking girl with a kind face whispering to Yi Zhaozhao. It seemed they were talking about Shun Laosan. She frowned. Isn't this Wen Yumei, Laosan's love interest? Why is she with Yi Zhaozhao? Driven by curiosity, Shun Jiaqing moved closer, standing behind Xiao Bao and quietly listening. Zhaozhao, I'm so worried now. The bride price from the Shin family was all taken by Shun Jiaqing, and the money for the wedding banquet, at least 100 yuan. Yi Zhaozhao's eyes flickered. Of course, she knew who finally got that money. Jiang Shiyan quickly gave the money to the Huiji family. Otherwise, she wouldn't need to go around raising money to pay back that person named Lu. Yi Zhaozhao pretended to comfort her, patting her shoulder. I feel for you. Before you even get married, your future sister-in-law is already taking everything. Just wait a bit longer. Wait? I can wait, but can my mother? When she heard that the Shin family had no money, she kept pushing me to find a match. Wen Yumei was very worried. If it's that bad, just push Shin Laosan a little. He cares about you, he'll find a way, she suggested. Shun Jiaqing listened quietly, feeling helpless. If it weren't for his decent face and his obedient attitude towards me, who would look up to his useless self? Wen Yumei said this while rolling her eyes. She is good friends with Yi Zhaozhao, and influenced by her, she also admires educated young people who go to the countryside. Before, she tried to get close to a few, but when they heard her mother wanted a bride price of 40 yuan and a banquet with 20 tables, they were scared off. Only Shin Laosan was willing to accept these conditions. However, just as everything was about to be settled, an unexpected problem arose. Shun's family ran out of money. Seeing Wen Yumei's disdainful expression, Shun Jiaqing's nails dug into her palms so hard that her hand turned purple, and she restrained herself from slapping her. It's a shame that her third brother is so sincere, willing to do anything for her. That's how she views her third brother. She truly feels sorry for him. Shun Jiaqing always feels this isn't the end of the matter. For now, she keeps calm and listens to what they are secretly planning. Sure enough, Yi Zhaozhao immediately followed up. He's not smart. Won't you give him some advice? Wen Yumei muttered, I don't have any ideas. Yi Zhaozhao looked at her with disappointment. Don't say your best friend, won't help you. There are some old Nanma trees in the south of the village. I heard that recently, black market buyers are paying high prices for Nanma wood. You could secretly tell Shin Laosan, and he could go at night to cut some wood and sell it. Not only would you get married, but you'd also have enough to eat and wear for life. Hearing enough to eat and wear, Wen Yumei's eyes lit up instantly, as if she saw a future of happiness. Next to her, Shun Jiaqing's lips twitched. She's been to jail, so isn't that what enough to eat and wear means? The southern part of the village isn't just any ordinary Nanmu. It's called Golden Silk Nanmu, with each tree hundreds of years old. The county just issued a document to protect these trees. This risky plan means her third brother would be breaking the law by selling the wood on the black market. If caught, he'd be in prison for life. Her third brother is usually gentle and not brave. He'd definitely need to involve his closest brother, fourth Ge. When that happens, her third and fourth brothers would go to jail together, and the spot at the workers, peasants, and soldiers' university would naturally go to Jiang Shiyan.
Ha!
So, Yi Zhaozhao was waiting here all along. Knowing that Yi Zhaozhao is ruthless and decisive, I didn't expect her to be so wicked as to incite Wen Yumei to harm her brothers. This is something I simply cannot tolerate. Since Yi Zhaozhao has set a trap, why not take advantage of it? Shin Jiaqi already had a plan in mind. After Yi Zhaozhao and Wen Yumei left, she cleared her throat and called out, Little Treasure. Little Treasure suddenly shivered, his thin shoulders jerking as if he saw a ghost. Little ant, why are you here? Little Treasure turned his head, his face pale, and forced a smile, looking scared and speechless. Shun Jichi picked him up and brushed the dirt off his knees. I was about to ask you the same thing. Why are you here? Do you know? Your second aunt and I are so worried about you. I thought you were kidnapped by traffickers. Shun Jichi was both angry and anxious, her voice trembling with tears. Seeing that her little aunt wasn't scolding or hitting him, and was even helping him wipe his face, his tense heart slowly relaxed. Little aunt,
Don't be sad.
little treasure wasn't kidnapped. I just overheard third aunt and Aunt Yi talking badly about third uncle, so I followed to listen. I wanted to tell third uncle when I got home. Little treasure's eyes rolled, and he proudly tilted his head. His clever look made Shun Jiechi smile. Even a child this young can be so cunning. What will he be like when he grows up? She knew he meant well, but this way was too dangerous. She had to teach him a good lesson. Shun Jiechi looked serious, her expression stern, and even a little fierce. Little treasure, it's good that you want to protect your third uncle, but do you know your actions are very risky? Running out secretly without telling the adults, what if you encounter danger on the way? If I wasn't home, your second aunt, who is pregnant, would come looking for you. What if something happened? Little treasure was so focused on eavesdropping that he didn't think about finding his second aunt. After her scolding, he realized his mistake. His lips pouted, and big tears rolled down his cheeks. Shun Jiechi's heart was suddenly grabbed tightly by a hand, and she felt a sharp pain, almost breaking apart. She hugged little Bao tightly. Good boy, why are you crying? Your little aunt didn't scold you. I was just... Little Bao snuggled into his Aunt Xiangxiang's arms, with tears and snot covering his face. Sorry, Auntie. Little Bao was wrong. Sorry for making Grandma and Auntie worry. This child was so sensible that it made her feel sad. How could she scold him now? She gently patted his head. Do you really know you were wrong? Little Bao nodded. Little Bao won't run around anymore. All right, let's forget about it this time. But remember, if anything happens, tell the grown-ups at home. Never act on your own. Because, little Bao, you are the most precious in our family. If you get lost, we would be so worried. Suddenly, little Bao froze, and his crying stopped abruptly. I'm the most precious in the family?
Yes.
Grandpa, Grandma, Mom, Dad, Uncle, Aunt, and even your little aunt all love you very much. For our sake, you can't run around blindly, okay? He looked at her with wide, water-stained eyes, like two purple grapes soaked in water. Grandma is so strict with little Bao, and Mom is strict too. They sometimes spank little Bao's bottom, and your little aunt. He quickly swallowed the rest of his words, sensing the mood. I always thought everyone didn't like little Bao.
How could that be?
Shun Jiaqing took out a tissue and gently wiped his tears and runny nose. Little Bao is so cute and smart. Everyone loves you more than you know. As for being a bit strict sometimes, it's often because little Bao did something wrong. Of course, sometimes adults are upset about something and take it out on little Bao, like your little aunt before. Shun Jiaqing smiled shyly. That's all in the past. From now on, your little aunt won't be strict with little Bao anymore. She'll also remind Grandma and Mom to talk to you nicely, okay? Little Bao nodded thoughtfully. His little aunt was so gentle. Every word she said, he listened very carefully. He really wished his mom could be as gentle as his aunt.
Ding.
Host's favorability increased by 20. Hearing the notification, Shun Jiaqing smiled warmly and hugged him. All right, let's go home. On the way back, little Bao stayed silent, his tiny fingers constantly fiddling with each other. Thinking about something, little Bao? Little treasure pouted, little auntie. Should I tell Uncle Sin what third auntie said?
Just say it.
There's nothing to worry about. At the same time, she also wanted to see how third brother felt about Wan Yume. She loved her wholeheartedly, but secretly, she not only disliked her, but also wanted to cause her trouble. Now, third brother should be able to see Wan Yume's true nature. At this moment, Shun Jiaqing felt very lucky. Fortunately, the original owner secretly took the bride price and the money for the banquet. Otherwise, if she married Wan Yume and came home, could she live peacefully? This turned out to be a blessing in disguise. After getting her approval, Little Treasure was no longer worried. When third uncle finished work later, he would go and tell him what happened. That Wan Yume hasn't entered the house yet, and she won't be able to in the future. Little Treasure, you are not allowed to call her third auntie anymore. Do you understand? Little Treasure nodded, puffing out his cheeks like a small pufferfish. She said I talk bad about my uncle, so she's a bad aunt, not my third auntie.
Exactly.
Just as she finished speaking, Little Treasure suddenly grabbed her clothes.
Hey.
Little uncle. What's that? Shen Jiaqing looked in the direction of his gaze and saw Jiang Shiyan standing at her door, stretching his neck and looking around. Seeing him, Shen Jiaqing clenched her teeth and felt her legs itch, wanting to kick him hard. Little Treasure, he already broke off the engagement with me. He's not your little uncle anymore. When you see him in the future, stay far away. Do you understand? Little Treasure was surprised, opening his mouth wide. He took so many things from her house and still dared to break off the engagement. He's a big troublemaker. Little auntie, I understand. He's a bad uncle. Shen Jiaqing chuckled softly. It didn't seem wrong to say that. Hearing the noise, Jiang Shiyan suddenly turned around and immediately saw Shen Jiaqing's gentle smile with dimples. He hadn't seen her for a few days, and she looked more beautiful than before. She radiated confidence and brightness from inside out. It was like she was shining. In the past, whenever he saw her, he thought she was plain and common. Now, she looked so much more beautiful than Yi Zhao Zhao. Not only was she pretty, but she also was very obedient to him. If she had a job and more education, he really wouldn't want to let her go easily. Jiang Shiyan sighed softly, instinctively touched his hair, and struck a side profile he thought was handsome, waiting for Shen Jiaqing to come and talk to him. He stood with his legs aching, waiting for a response that never came. He was feeling confused when a figure suddenly flashed past him. Shen Jiaqing didn't pay him any attention and went straight into the yard. A new feeling of failure hit him hard. Shen Jiaqing. Shen Jiaqing bent down to put down Little Treasure. When she heard the pig squeal behind her, she frowned in annoyance. Little Treasure happily ran to pick up a broom. Little auntie, I'll chase him away for you. Good boy, Little Treasure, Shen Jiaqing said, patting his fluffy little head. Adults handle adult matters. You should go find your second auntie. She's worried sick. Shen Jiaqing was just worried about where to find Jiang Shiyan when this troublemaker came over. She smiled at Little Treasure, then turned around and kept her smile away. Her eyes looked strange, not quite like eyes, her nose not quite like a nose. Jiang. Why are you calling me Grandma? Jiang Shiyan had just praised her for being gentle, but now she seemed impossible to understand. Thinking about his purpose today, he forced himself to swallow his anger. Shen Jiaqing, come out. I have something to talk to you about. Seeing his timid attitude, she guessed he was probably here for money or things. She patiently stepped outside the door.
Say it.
What's the matter? Jiang Shiyan adjusted his white shirt and looked proud. Shen Jiaqing, I know you still have feelings for me. You've been throwing tantrums enough lately, right? If you listen to me, I can give you a chance to stay friends. But if you keep causing trouble, I really won't pay attention to you anymore. Shen Jiaqing looked uncomfortable. He didn't bother to look at himself. Where did he get such confidence? She forced herself to hold back her stomach's churn and said straightforwardly, Enough of this nonsense. Why are you here today? What do you want? Seeing her relax a little, Jiang Shiyan took a deep breath. Jiaqing, I've run into some trouble recently. Usually, whenever he mentioned trouble, Shen Jiaqing would happily send him things without him asking. He said the same as before, waiting for her to respond. But this time, she didn't say anything, just stared coldly at him. Seeing her silent, Jiang Shiyan clenched his teeth. Can you help me? Didn't he just give her 120 yuan? Is he already spending it all? Shen Jiaqing guesses that he probably sent the money to his parents or family. This amount is enough for his whole family's living expenses for a year, so he's shamelessly asking her for more money, not for himself, but probably for Yi Zhao Zhao. On the other side, Lu Zheng is causing trouble by trying to break off the engagement. To protect Yi Zhao Zhao's reputation, The Yi family must be very anxious for money. This heavy burden naturally falls on the future new son-in-law. If Jiang Shiyan can pay to redeem Yi Zhaozhao, then he would officially become the Yi family's son-in-law. Isn't the spot at the university for workers, peasants, and soldiers already decided? Shun Jiaqing glances at Jiang Shiyan with disdain and slightly curls her lips. Jiang Shiyan really thinks she is the fool from the original story. Since he is unkind, she won't hold back her own fairness. She pretends to be hesitant, biting her lip, with a look of urgency that seems a bit exaggerated. Money, I've already given you everything. I even used the money for my third brother's wedding. Now I have nothing left. Shun Jiaqing looks worried, seeing his gloomy expression. Then she offers a glimmer of hope. But my family has supplies. You could sell them on the black market. You might get a lot of money. Jiang Shiyan is surprised and stunned. Does the Shin family really have good stuff hidden? He is delighted but keeps a cool appearance. Stop hiding things. Just take them out quickly. As long as you help me get through this tough time, I'll give you a chance to be friends. Shun Jiaqing almost spits at him. Does having friends mean some impressive status? That's disgusting to say out loud. She mentally curses Jiang Shiyan's ancestors, takes a deep breath, and quietly sneaks closer like a thief. Recently, my family is watching me closely, as if I were a thief. I dare to take out the stuff, but do you dare to accept it openly? Jiang Shiyan instinctively shakes his head, but also feels a bit curious. What good thing is it that makes your family so precious? Shun Jiaqing pretends to be mysterious and points to her wrist, a watch. Money can't buy it. He stares at her delicate, white wrist, suddenly feeling distracted, while also feeling resentful. Shun Jiaqing has hidden it very well. He didn't even know that her family has a watch. To make the fish bite quickly, Shun Jiaqing decided to increase her stakes. Not just a watch. My mother also has an heirloom gold ring, which I plan to use as my dowry. By the way, my father once found a porcelain bowl while fishing in the river. It's an old piece with beautiful patterns, and it's also part of my dowry. Jiang Shiyan's eyes lit up repeatedly, and he felt very excited. Shun Jiaqing sighed. Since you're in such a hurry for money, I'll lend it to you first. When she said lend, Jiang Shiyan's bright smile suddenly froze. What a Shun Jiaqing! After breaking off the engagement, she became bolder and even dared to ask to borrow. But thinking she wouldn't mind him not returning it, just like giving it away, Jiang Shiyan temporarily suppressed his anger. Jiaqing, I knew you still care about me and can't stand to see me suffer. Since you've even brought out your family heirloom, I'll give you a chance. From now on, we are friends. Shun Jiaqing rolled her eyes dramatically. She really knows how to flatter herself.
So,
when do you plan to give me the stuff? Jiang Shiyan asked anxiously. She thought for a moment, it should be tonight, right? No one steals in broad daylight. Tonight, after dark, you wait in the woods south of the village. Jiang Shiyan believed him without suspicion and nodded excitedly. Then, we won't see each other until then. Seeing how quickly he agreed, it seemed that Yi Zhaozhao's malicious plan was probably her own idea, and Jiang Shiyan didn't know about it. Now, there will be a good show to watch. Shun Jiaqing turned back into her room, feeling very happy, and started cooking braised rabbit. The 2 wild rabbits had already been prepared by her brothers, cut into small pieces and marinated with wild scallions, and salt for a long time. Rabbit meat is naturally more gamey than chicken, especially wild mountain rabbits, so proper preparation is crucial. Shun Jiaqing poured out the blood, drained the water, then added slices and boiled in cold water. To reduce the gamey smell, she quietly added a little of her father's hidden wine. After blanching the rabbit meat, she heated oil in the pan and started making caramel. Then she added spices like star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves, and Sichuan peppercorns, along with water, and simmered slowly, allowing the rich broth to seep into the rabbit meat. Soon, the aroma was overwhelming. Slurp, slurp. Little Bao and Yang Xiuli were at the kitchen door, desperately licking their lips. Little sister, you've never cooked before. When did you learn to do this? Yang Xiuli was almost overwhelmed by the delicious smell.
Shen Jiaqing aukvatli smilet,
Second sister-in-law, I wouldn't call this a skill. I just used a bit more oil and soy sauce, and added more spices. Yang Xiuli glanced at the stove and saw she had used quite a lot of oil and ingredients. She thought, such a spendthrift girl.
But
With all that oil and ingredients, the dish did smell much better. Anyway, since it was her first time cooking, as the older sister-in-law, she should support and praise her. Yang Xiuli volunteered to watch the fire, but Shen Jiaqing waved her off. You've been busy all afternoon. Go take Xiao Bao to rest. Since the second sister-in-law was here, how could she secretly pack rabbit meat for Lu Zheng and the village's Iguden? She persuaded her and personally saw her out of the kitchen. Yang Xiuli was deeply touched. At first, she was half in doubt, but now she finally believed that her little sister had really changed. Not only did she bring meat home every day and earn money to buy things for the family, but now she was also cooking herself and learning to care for others.
ding.
Host's favorability plus 15. Shen Jiaqing couldn't help but smile. Was the second sister-in-law already moved? The good days are just beginning. The second sister-in-law took Xiao Bao to rest, and Shen Jiaqing stayed in the kitchen. When she saw the rabbit meat starting to thicken, she picked up a piece to taste and couldn't help but give herself a thumbs up. It was fragrant and tender, just as good as restaurant cooking. When no one was around, she secretly packed 2 bowls of rabbit meat for Lu Zheng and Iguden from the village. Lu Zheng's bowl was large, while Iguden's family had fewer people, so she only packed a small bowl. After dividing, she waved her hand, and the steaming bowls of rabbit meat disappeared into her space. She first went to Lu Zheng's house. As she reached the gate, she saw a scene that made her face flush and her heart race. Lu Zheng. He was shirtless, holding a big axe in one hand, chopping firewood in the yard. He was turned away from Shen Jiaqing, his broad shoulders tensing like giant wings. Suddenly, he exerted force, and his muscles tensed instantly. Shen Jiaqing symbolically covered her eyes, but her fingers were spread wide, revealing her clear black and white eyes. Is this something she could see without paying? TSK. Such beautiful double doors. That firm and smooth waistline. Underneath her tan skin, every muscle was packed with surprising strength. I really want to touch it. Shen Jiaqing was leaning against the fence, her eyes fixed on Lu Zheng, not noticing that a small head had appeared beside her. Is it nice? Lu Zheng quietly moved closer to Shen Jiaqing. Shen Jiaqing licked her lips. Yes, it looks good. Lu Zheng proudly looked at his third brother's body. Even as a man, he thought it looked great. But he found it strange. Why did his third brother suddenly start taking off his clothes to work today? Usually, even in the hottest days of summer, his third brother wouldn't undress, saying it would bother his little sister at home. Was the sun rising from the west today? Lu Zheng always felt his third brother was acting strangely. He finished work early and came back, shirtless, chopping firewood in the yard. The firewood at home was almost chopped into wood chips. Lu Zheng slowly turned his head and looked at Shen Jiaqing beside him. Shen Jiaqing was lost in her own world when suddenly she felt a prickly gaze on her, making her shiver. She quickly turned her head and saw a shy, handsome boy with freckles. The boy was about 15 or 16, with features similar to Lu Zheng but less tough-looking. He seemed innocent and harmless, with a bit of a silly expression, blinking at her.
Ah!
Shen Jiaqing gasped, staggering and nearly falling. Lu Zheng hurriedly reached out to help her. Before he could touch her, a strong, long arm stretched over the bamboo fence, grabbing her wrist firmly. Are you okay? Lu Zheng effortlessly steadied her, carefully helping her upright. He shot a quick, subtle glare at his silly younger brother. Shen Jiaqing was stunned for a moment. If she remembered correctly, Lu Zheng was chopping firewood just now. How did he suddenly rush over to her side? How did he get here? Lu Zheng, standing nearby, was also stunned. It looked like he saw a gust of wind just now. Shen Jiaqing nervously brushed her hair, feeling embarrassed and caught in the act. She wished she could dig a hole and hide. Seeing her face turn red and her ears flush, Lu Zheng slowly put on his coat. Why are you here? He asked. Shun Jiechi gave him a quick look. I need to talk to you.
Come with me.
Lu Zheng obediently followed her to the side. Lu Heng, standing nearby, suddenly became excited. Wasn't this the lazy woman his brother saved a few days ago? What could she want? Could she be relying on her brother? He stretched his neck, planning to quietly approach, but a cold voice came from above. Why are you following? Go back. Lu Heng pouted reluctantly and turned to go into the yard, squatting by the door to watch closely. Lu Zheng's fierce face softened when he saw Shun Jiaqing. Sorry, my younger brother is too rude and scared you. Shun Jiaqing chuckled awkwardly, feeling she might be the one being impolite. Poor Lu Heng took the blame for everything. To ease the awkwardness, she quickly reached into the basket and took out a steaming bowl of rabbit meat. The rich smell of meat mixed with sauce quickly filled the air. Lu Zheng unconsciously swallowed, almost drawn in by the tempting aroma of the rabbit. I made braised rabbit. Try some. Lu Zheng's eyes flickered slightly as he eagerly took the bowl, pinched a piece of rabbit, and put it in his mouth. The meat was tender, salty, and flavorful. Honestly, it was the best meat he had ever tasted. He was so excited he didn't know how to describe it, so he chewed slowly, savoring the delicious flavor. He couldn't help but say, "It's so good. I've never had such tasty meat before." Shun Jiaqing also knew she was good at cooking, but she didn't expect Lu Zheng to praise her so highly. If you like it, I'll bring you more in the future. Just be good and follow me, and I promise you'll eat well and have fun. After saying that, she felt it sounded strange, like a wealthy lady taking care of her young companion. Just as she was thinking about how to explain, Lu Zheng smiled and nodded. Okay. He actually agreed. He quietly looked at Shun Jiaqing, his gaze like he was staring at the bowl of braised rabbit, making her scalp tingle. The cassava is still soaking. It'll be ready to steam in a day or two. I'll bring it to you then. Lu Zheng, like a well-behaved dog, said, Okay. I'll bring firewood tonight. All right. Shun Jiaqing found that Lu Zheng was quite obedient. At this moment, the sound of footsteps grew louder around them. Shun Jiaqing urged, They're finished working. Hurry inside, clear out the rabbit meat, and take the bowl out for me. Lu Zheng quickly entered the house, swapped the rabbit meat into a large bowl, and washed her bowl before returning it to Shun Jiaqing. Thinking of something, Shun Jiaqing reminded him, Tonight if you go into the mountains, go to the north. Never go to the southern woods. Lu Zheng frowned slightly. How did she know there was an ambush in the south tonight? Earlier, Secretary Lu had called him and several village guards to a meeting. He said someone would be illegally harvesting Namu wood tonight and told them to finish dinner early and wait in hiding. If they saw anyone sneaking around in the woods, they should attack immediately, no mercy. This was a secret matter, and no one from the Shin family was present. How did she find out? Lu Zheng was puzzled, but Shun Jiaqing just gave him a meaningful look. Remember, never go to the South Mountain. Shun Jiaqing turned and ran forward like a rabbit. She wasn't heading back to the Shin family's house. He wanted to follow and see what was happening, but suddenly, the yard erupted with noise. Wow, such delicious meat. He hurried inside, trying to stop her. Shut up. Why shout so loudly? Does everyone think he doesn't know they're eating meat? Sorry, third brother, I got too excited. Lu Heng playfully stuck out his tongue. Lu Zheng glared at him. His silly younger brother was already 16. When would he grow up? By the time he finished scolding and came back to his senses, Shun Jiaqing had already run out of sight. Shun Jiaqing carried a basket of tools and cheerfully arrived at Igudin's house. If her home was empty and bare, Igudin's house was full of holes, with weeds growing everywhere. The peeling walls had many rain-washed holes, and the yard's grass was nearly as tall as a person. It looked like an abandoned shack to anyone passing by. Igudin, are you home? Shun Jiaqing didn't dare to go inside recklessly. She just called out at the door. There was no answer, but she heard faint moaning sounds. Help! Help me! Someone was calling for help. Without hesitation, Shun Jiaqing pushed open the fragile yard gate and rushed inside. As soon as she entered, a damp, Stale smell hit her, making it hard to keep her eyes open. On a broken bed made of wooden planks, a small girl was lying there, barely breathing.
I feel so unwell. Help me.
Shun Jiechi looked closely and saw that the little girl was very thin, almost skin and bones, with no color in her face. She was lying on the bed, shivering coldly.
This
seems to be Yi Xiaohua, Yaidog's sister. Xiaohua, what's wrong? She didn't think much and reached out to touch the girl's face. Her palm was cold and sweaty. Yi Xiaohua was clutching her stomach, in terrible pain. She couldn't see clearly who was in front of her. Feeling like grabbing a life-saving straw, she threw herself into Shun Jiechi's arms. It hurts so much.
My stomach hurts so badly.
I've lost a lot of blood. Am I going to die? Yi Xiaohua started crying loudly, tears soaking Shun Jiechi's clothes. Shun Jiechi suddenly remembered something. She quickly pulled back the blanket. A dark red stain caught her eye, spreading from her pants, soaking the bed sheets and blankets. This shocking scene scared her quite a bit. But upon closer look, she realized it was just her period. Shun Jiechi quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Silly girl, you're not going to die. This is your period. Period? Yi Xiaohua looked at her pretty sister with confusion. Shun Jiechi sighed softly. In this time period, there were no health classes about, so knowledge was very limited. Plus, since Yaidog and Yi Xiaohua's parents were gone, no one was there to teach them about their bodies. So she organized her words and said gently, "Is something every girl goes through. We girls have a little house in our abdomen called the. When a girl reaches a certain age, this house grows and develops, preparing to have a baby. If no baby is conceived, the unused stuff inside the house will be expelled as blood. That's what we call, or periods. It usually happens once a month. It's a sign of growing up, just like losing teeth. Don't be afraid." Yi Xiaohua, who was somewhat confused at first, understood everything after hearing her explanation. So, she wasn't seriously ill, but just growing up.
Then,
what should I do? Yi Xiaohua, experiencing this for the first time, was so panicked she didn't know what to do. Shun Jiechi saw she was clueless and guessed she wasn't prepared. So, Shun Jiechi reached into the basket, thinking about exchanging some sanitary pads at the space station. Then she remembered that such products didn't exist in this era. Her grandmother once told her what women used during their periods when she was young. That's right, cloth menstrual belts. She exchanged 10 of these period belts, which were unique to this time. Here, take this. This is how you use it. Shun Jiechi studied it carefully, demonstrated how to wear it, and explained how to clean and sterilize it with high heat. Yi Xiaohua listened carefully and learned quickly. With this, your blood won't get everywhere. Yi Xiaohua nodded gratefully. Sister, thank you. No one has ever taught me these things. It's no big deal. Thank you, sister. Yi Xiaohua looked at Shun Jiechi with gratitude. Seeing her delicate features, beauty, and gentle expression, she felt like she had seen her somewhere before. Sister, you look so familiar. Are you? My name is Shun Jiechi. I live at the east end of the village. A few days ago, I was rejected in my engagement and was so upset I tried to jump into the river. Hearing this, Yi Xiaohua immediately recognized her.
It's you.
Shun Jiechi smiled helplessly.
Yes.
Just then a tall, skinny, slightly rough-looking boy with a stick rushed in. Seeing the bed covered in blood, he was very upset. What did you do to my sister? Shun Jiechi looked at the boy, wearing patched clothes, with yellow hair like dried grass, not very old, just 18, but with a mature look in his eyes and a commanding presence. This must be Gooden, right? The hero who saved her was now pointing a stick at her brother. Yi Xiaohua was so scared she quickly spoke up. Brother, what are you doing? Sister Shun is helping me. Helping you? Yi Gooden said sternly. Little sister, I'm here. Don't be afraid. If she really bullied you, just tell me boldly. I'll stand up for you. Yi Xiaohua was so anxious she kicked her legs. It's true. I was in so much pain just now and I bled a lot. Sister Shun helped me, and even gave me this menstrual belt, Shun Jiechi reminded her. Yes, she also gave me a menstrual belt. She's my great benefactor. Iguden sighed and saw that his sister wasn't lying. He lowered the stick. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. After saying that, he looked at Shun Jiaqing from side to side. I know you. You're that.
That.
He pointed at Shun Jiaqing for a long time, thinking about her achievements, but didn't dare to say them out loud. Shun Jiaqing understood. Her previous reputation was even worse than the village's big yellow dog. She didn't bother to argue. Instead, she reached into the basket and quietly took out a few pieces of wild from her space. Take these pieces and boil them with red sugar to make tea for your sister. These days, your sister can't drink cold water or eat cold foods. Fruits and raw foods are not allowed. She can eat cooked foods. Also, she shouldn't go out to work. Shun Jiaqing patiently explained everything, and Iguden listened carefully. Unexpectedly, the fool everyone talked about, the rice bug of the Shin family, actually helped his sister and even looked after her. Indeed, seeing is believing. Big sister Shin, what kind of illness does my little sister have? There's so much blood. Is she going to be okay? Shun Jiaqing said irritably, it's her period. She won't die, but her body is too weak, and her constitution is very damp and cold, which causes her stomach pain and dark red blood. First, boil some tea for her. Get through these days, then slowly take care of her health.
이거단 너대 대결리.
Okay, I'll go make the sweet soup now, but where does his family get red sugar? They're so poor they can't even afford to cook. Shun Jiaqing was just thinking about going back to get some red sugar when the familiar system notification suddenly appeared.
Ding.
The system detected that the host's favorability towards these two siblings has increased by 50. Shun Jiaqing was pleasantly surprised to see their high favorability. She didn't expect they liked her so much. Now it would be easier. She wouldn't have to run back and forth. She could just buy what she needed directly from the space shop. Shun Jiaqing reached into the basket and grabbed a big piece of old red sugar. Take this and hurry to boil it. Iguden looked curiously at her basket. It wasn't big, but it could hold a lot. Whatever he needed, he could find in there. He hesitated, looking at the red sugar. During hard times, everyone was struggling. Luxuries like red sugar and white sugar were things he didn't even dare to think about. Shun Jiaqing actually gave him a big piece of red sugar. How could he accept that? Seeing him hesitate to take it, Shun Jiaqing guessed his worries and quickly pushed it into his hand. Take it. Consider it a gift from me to you. Iguden held a wild in one hand and some brown sugar in the other. Although it wasn't heavy, his palm felt very heavy with emotion. Since his father died in the army, his mother was so sad she followed him soon after. His eldest uncle took his father's pension and took care of them for a few years, but he made them work very hard every day and often scolded and hit them. He never even gave them a proper meal. He couldn't bear it anymore, so he took his sister and moved out of his uncle's house, back to their parents' old home. Since then, he and his sister felt like orphans. No one wanted to get close to them, let alone help. Only Lu Sange and Shun Jiejie had been kind to them over the years. His eyes suddenly filled with tears. Thank you, Sister Shun. Your kindness will never be forgotten. If there's anything I can do for you in the future, just tell me. At first, Shun Jiaqing approached Iguden on purpose, trying to compete for the heroine's resources. But seeing their situation and how pitiful the brother and sister were, Shun Jiaqing couldn't bear to see them suffer. All right, just consider me Shun Jiaqing your friend. Go ahead and get busy. Iguden wiped his tears and turned to go to the kitchen. Suddenly, Shun Jiaqing remembered something.
Wait.
Iguden turned around and saw Shun Jiaqing pulling out a steaming bowl of meat from the basket. He sniffed and realized. It was braised pork. Ishaihua was already so hungry he was dizzy, and now he could smell the meat. Was he hallucinating from hunger? The brother and sister couldn't believe their eyes and noses. Seeing how they stared with wide eyes, as if their souls had been taken away, Shun Jiaqing handed the bowl to them. This is my homemade braised rabbit meat.
Try it.
Iguden licked his lips. It smelled so good, so delicious. Just smelling it made him imagine how tasty it would be when he ate it later. Although Shun Jiaqing told them to taste it, the two of them stood there stiffly like wooden dolls, just staring and swallowing nervously.
Eat it.
Why aren't you eating? Shun Jiaqing asked. Iguden took a deep breath. He really wanted to try, but his parents had taught him that a person shouldn't be too greedy. Big sister Shun, you helped us so much today. You even gave us that precious brown sugar, and that cloth. I can't eat your rabbit meat anymore. Ishawa nodded in agreement. Yes, brother doesn't eat it, and I don't either. Shun Jiechi didn't expect these two children to be so well-mannered. Then she remembered they have a father who is a soldier and a mother who is educated. Sadly, she passed away too early and didn't get to see them grow up. Even so, good manners are deeply rooted in them. Children with proper values, good manners, and no greed, even if they are poor now, will surely succeed in the future. In the story, Iguden eventually becomes successful in business, dominating the market. But his path goes astray, and he becomes a tool in Yi Zhaozhao's hands. Anyone who dares offend Yi Zhaozhao or compete with her for business, Iguden is the first to oppose. He handles all the dirty, secret work. That's why the heroine, Yi Zhaozhao, always has smooth sailing. While the children are still young, Shun Jiechi decides to guide them well, so they won't go down the wrong path again in this life. This bowl of rabbit meat is for you. It's yours. If you don't want it, just pour it out, Shun Jiechi said, setting down the meat and pretending to be angry as she got up to leave. Iguden watched her angry back, and a smile unconsciously appeared on his face. I will remember your kindness, Shun. In the future, I will repay you tenfold, 100-fold. Ishaohua also sniffed, touched by her words. Yes, Sister Shun is really kind. She's not like what people say in the village. Mother once said, listen with your ears, but see with your eyes. You have to meet someone yourself to really know them. Shun Jiechi was walking home along the small path when suddenly she heard the adorable system sound again. It felt like the god of wealth was dropping coins beside her ear.
Ding.
Host's favorability plus 60. Shun Jiechi jumped with excitement. As expected, doing good deeds brings good rewards. She asked the system, I was in a hurry earlier and didn't look carefully at the numbers in the space. System, can you tell me how much favorability I have now? The system paused for a moment. 80 points. She could go to the space and exchange for things again. Shun Jiechi felt extremely happy, filled with an indescribable joy. Walking into the house humming a sweet tune, I suddenly heard Xiaobao crying. Uncle Third, Xiaobao didn't lie. Xiaobao really heard it. Bad Auntie was talking badly about Uncle Third. Annie little sister was there too, and she heard it too. Xiaobao sniffled sadly, trying not to cry, but tears still fell uncontrollably. Third brother gently wiped his tears, feeling helpless and losing his temper for a moment. Good Xiaobao, Uncle Third doesn't doubt you. I also know your future third aunt. She wouldn't say such things about me. Wan Yume is someone very dear to him. They've known each other for many years, not just a few days. If others don't understand her, how could he not understand Yume? She has a fair, doll-like face, with a simple personality, like a blank sheet of paper. She is completely devoted to him. How could she be the kind of person Xiaobao described? But Xiaobao kept crying and crying. She's not my future third aunt.
She talks badly about you.
She's a bad person, a bad auntie. Seeing someone he cares about being insulted, third brother was furious. He forcibly patted Xiaobao's shoulder. Xiaobao, if you keep acting up, Uncle Third will call Grandma to take care of you. Xiaobao was so scared he covered his mouth with both hands, but his eyes stubbornly stared at third brother. Third brother stood up, massaging his numb legs. Suddenly, a shadow blocked the sunlight above his head. Shun Jiaqing looked at her big brother's head, really wanting to see if there was glue inside. Little sister. Little auntie, you're back. Xiaobao was the first to rush into Shun Jiaqing's legs, hugging tightly with his small hands. He immediately started tattling, Little auntie, Uncle Third doesn't believe Xiaobao. Shun Jiaqing gently patted his little head with concern. I know. He doesn't believe you, that's his business.
You don't need to cry.
Little auntie believes you. Finally, Xiaobao stopped crying. Being believed felt really good. Third brother smiled and said, "It's fine if Xiaobao is acting up. But little sister, why are you also acting up?" Shen Jiaqing put away her smile. Xiaobao didn't lie. Wan Yumei really said those things. She's just using you for your money, and even thinks you're stupid. If only Xiaobao said it, I wouldn't believe him no matter what. But now that little sister has said it, could it be that Wan Yumei really said such things about him? The third brother shook his head, afraid to think further. It seemed that if he could suppress these thoughts, what they said wouldn't exist. Recently, Wan Yumei had indeed been colder to him because of the bride price, and he couldn't help feeling a bit resentful. Maybe he just muttered a few words, but it was blown out of proportion. He still believed that Yumei loved him. She had said herself that she would marry only him in this life. Shen Jiaqing looked at him with a worried expression, knowing he was starting to try to convince himself. The third brother was good at everything, gentle and caring, a warm-hearted man, but unfortunately, he was too love-struck and easily manipulated. When Wan Yumei said sweet words, he lost his way and was willing to give her his life. Third brother, I know you don't believe me, but I have proof. Shen Jiaqing lowered her voice and quietly whispered in his ear, if I'm right, Wan Yumei came to see you today, right? The third brother quickly raised his eyebrows. You saw her? Shen Jiaqing sneered coldly, her expression icy, and continued, then I guess she was pressuring you for the bride price, right? Hearing this, the third brother's face suddenly changed. His heart pounded. How did his little sister find out? Could she have overheard their conversation? That shouldn't be. When he met with Yumei, they were in an empty field of wild grass, impossible to hide anything. His handsome eyebrows furrowed slightly, all his doubts and worries written on his face. Seeing his hesitation, Shen Jiaqing seized the moment and launched a three-part attack. I think she not only pressured you but also gave you an idea to go secretly cut wood at night and sell it on the black market, right? Her words were sharp, each one like a blade piercing straight into his heart. His pupils shrank, his face turned pale, and he seemed frozen, his mind blank. He had been caught. Everything she said was true. His gaze was stunned as he stared at Shen Jiaqing. After a moment, he finally took a deep breath. Little sister, how do you know all this? Shen Jiaqing sighed softly. That's not something you need to worry about. Just trust me. Tonight, you shouldn't go to Nanshan. But the third brother hesitated. He had promised Wan Yumei that tomorrow he would bring the betrothal money and the banquet money to her home to propose. Otherwise, her mother would marry her off to an old man from the neighboring village. Time was running out. If he didn't take a risk, how could he possibly gather more than 100 yuan overnight? He tried to persuade Wan Yumei, saying that his family only had a little over 50 yuan. Could they give 40 as the betrothal gift first, and then find a way to collect the banquet money later? But Wan Yumei cried, saying she didn't mind, but her greedy and demanding mother would never agree. Her mother was afraid that once the Shen family gave the betrothal gift, they might go back on their word. Her mother had already told the whole village, anyone who wanted to marry her daughter must hold at least 20 banquet tables. Not a single coin could be missing. Shen Laosan was soft-hearted. Seeing Yumei cry made his chest ache as if his whole body was being pulled apart. So, in a moment of desperation, he promised her that tonight he would go to the southern forest, cut a few logs of nanmu, and secretly sell them on the black market. By tomorrow afternoon at the latest, he would bring the money to her family to propose. But time was short, and everything was urgent. Now his younger sister was telling him not to go to the southern mountain, which left him troubled. Little sister, usually I agree to whatever you say, but not today. This isn't for me. It's for your future sister-in-law. Don't worry about this matter. I know what I'm doing. This was the first time in 18 years that he had refused his little sister. He felt terrible, as if he had committed an unforgivable mistake. He didn't even have the courage to lift his head. He couldn't bear to see the hurt and disappointment in her eyes. It was more painful than death. But he also couldn't let Yumei down, couldn't just watch the woman he loved marry someone else. Shen Jia looked at her third brother. She knew he was deeply devoted, but she hadn't expected him to be so devoted that he would risk his own life. Third brother, I know you've made up your mind. But even if you don't think of yourself, you should think of fourth brother. Do you really want him to end up in trouble with you?
What?
The third brother was shocked. How did his little sister know that he had secretly asked the fourth brother to help?
And
End up in trouble? From the look of surprise in his eyes, Shinjia knew she had guessed right once again. She held her third brother's arm tightly, her fingertips pressing hard. Honestly, there will definitely be an ambush at Nanshan tonight. As long as you and fourth brother go, you'll catch them easily. The third brother was kind-hearted and not stupid. Hearing his sister's words, he immediately understood. You mean Yume is trying to hurt me? Shin Jiaqing was very excited. It seemed her third brother wasn't completely clueless. She rolled her eyes at him. Do you really think Wan Yume has that kind of mind? He thought carefully. Yume is simple-minded. She wouldn't hurt him. Who is really trying to hurt me? Shin Jiaqing didn't say directly, but she knew the real culprit was Yi Zhaozhao. First, she was afraid her brother wouldn't believe her. Second, she worried that her brothers might act impulsively and ruin tonight's plan. After all, the big show hadn't started yet. How could they end it early?
But
The third brother sighed heavily, his eyes turning red with worry. If he didn't go chop wood, where would he get the money? Shin Jiaqing understood what her brother was worried about. The reason he was taking such risks was because Wan Yume was pressuring him, crying and making a fuss to get money. One penny can defeat a hero, as the saying goes. And in the 1970s, 120 yuan could be enough to force someone into a tough spot. To completely dispel his worries, Shin Jiaqing reached into her pocket and took out 120 yuan. Earlier, she was annoyed because she was busy giving gifts and forgot to mention money. But unexpectedly, her plan worked perfectly. Seeing so much money, the third brother was stunned. His features seemed to fly around in disbelief. Little sister, where did you get this money? His first reaction was to open his palm and hide it from her. Shin Jiaqing was amused by his guilty look. Third brother, what are you afraid of? This money is yours.
what?
The third brother thought he had misheard. My money? Are you saying you didn't give it to Jiang Shiyan? Worried that telling the truth might make her brother refuse the money, Shin Jiaqing nodded reluctantly. I've been keeping it for you. The third brother was both crying and laughing. The joy of getting back what was lost made him feel a bit overwhelmed.
Great.
Now I have enough money to propose to their Wan family. He reached out to take the money, but as the banknote brushed his fingertips, Shan Jiechi took it back. Third brother, I can't give you this money right now. After tonight, if you still want to marry Wan Yume, I will return the money to you without hesitation. I hope tonight will help third brother see Wan Yume's true nature clearly. If he remains stubborn and refuses to see the truth, I will keep my promise and return the money to him, then let mother give it to him separately. Because I absolutely cannot accept Wan Yume coming into our home and causing trouble for my family. My family is my only bottom line. Thanks to my efforts, my eldest and second sisters probably won't become Yi Zhaozhao's spies anymore. We have meat to eat every day, and life is getting better. At this critical moment, bringing Wan Yume, who is also Yi Zhaozhao's close friend, into the family is like planting a time bomb and installing a walking surveillance camera. Just thinking about it makes me upset. Seeing that my younger sister seems to have some prejudice against Wan Yume, third brother secretly ponders that he needs to find a good time and opportunity to help her clear up the misunderstanding. Shun Jiechi caught his blinking eyes and knew that third brother still hadn't given up. Talking is useless. Seeing is believing. Third brother, go tell fourth brother that tonight I will take you to see the show. Why is my younger sister so mysterious every day? Third brother keeps feeling suspicious, but still obediently turns around and puts his arm around fourth brother's shoulder. The two whisper secretly, and Shun Jiechi doesn't need to listen to know they are discussing something. Just then, a strong aroma of soy sauce and rabbit meat wafted out from the kitchen. Everyone looked up eagerly at the kitchen, their eyes fixed on the delicious smell that seemed to be pulling their souls away. So fragrant. Fourth brother's tall nose twitched. Yeah. third brother licked the corner of his mouth. Just smelling it makes me dizzy with hunger.
All right.
It seems to be braised.
Meat.
Eldest brother struggled hard, almost biting his tongue. Second brother's stomach growled uncontrollably. Great.
More meat to eat.
Mother, when will dinner be ready? My stomach is already rumbling. Zhou Huilan's grumbling voice came through the cloth curtain. Eat. All you do is eat. Eldest, second, serve the dishes. Peng Zhaodi and Yang Xiuli quickly carried out the dishes. A crowd gathered around the steaming braised rabbit. Second sister-in-law, your cooking skills are amazing. You're almost as good as the master chef at the banquet, the third brother praised loudly. Today, the eldest sister-in-law was working outside, so wasn't it second sister-in-law who cooked? Yang Xiuli smiled happily and pushed Shen Jiaqing forward. I'm not that good. Today, this pot of rabbit was cooked by my younger sister herself. The real chef is right here.
What?
The third brother was stunned. Not only he didn't believe it, but others around also found it hard to believe. A few days ago, Shen Jiaqing had cooked a pot of brown sugar water, which surprised everyone. Today, she made a dish of braised rabbit that looked, smelled, and tasted wonderful. Is this really the Shen Jiaqing they know? Second sister-in-law, are you sure this was made by my younger sister? The fourth brother asked seriously. Of course. I saw her do it myself, Yang Xiuli replied confidently. Afraid they wouldn't believe her, Yang Xiuli described in detail how Shen Jiaqing lit the fire, heated the oil, and stir-fried the sugar. Shen Jiaqing secretly wiped her cold sweat. Sister-in-law, please be quiet. Don't say more. Little sister, where did you learn to cook like this? The third brother was so excited, he looked her over from head to toe. In just a few days, her sister seemed like a different person. Not only did she dig up wild vegetables and wild cassava, but she also caught fish and rabbits. Now she even knew how to cook. Little sister, tell the truth. How many secrets are you hiding from us? The third brother pressed closer. Shen Jiaqing paused for a moment. If she didn't explain today, everyone's worries wouldn't go away. So she took a deep breath and said, Sorry, everyone. My lazy and greedy image before was just pretending to avoid working. In fact, I can cook, I can dig wild vegetables, and I can do some simple farm work.
Sorry.
I won't pretend anymore. I'm coming clean. She lowered her head, feeling guilty and afraid to look at everyone. The surrounding air was silent for a few seconds, each second feeling like a year. After a long while, the eldest brother was the first to break the silence. This is just some silly stuff, he said, not angry but smiling kindly. It turns out my little sister isn't foolish at all. She's actually clever enough to fool the whole family. The second brother cleared his throat, not out of anger, but because he was very excited. He gave a thumbs up and said, Being able to fool us for 18 years shows your skill, little sister. Well done. The third brother agreed, exactly. But even if you weren't lazy with the brothers around, you wouldn't get tired. They took turns talking, and even the usually suspicious fourth uncle's brow relaxed, and his eyes became calmer. So that's how it is. Before, my little sister was just pretending. No wonder she seemed like a different person. Now it all makes sense. Shen Jiaqing was stunned for a moment, then weakly looked up at everyone and asked, You don't blame me? We're family. As long as you're honest with us, we're happy, the third brother said with a big smile. Shen Jiaqing looked at each person carefully, making sure no one was angry with her. Her worried heart slowly settled back into her chest. Peng Zhaodi was setting the dishes and said, Little sister, don't worry. From now on, the chores at home are ours. We'll do them all, and you won't get tired. The eldest sister-in-law also made her stance clear. As the second sister-in-law, Yang Xiuli, how could she not say something? Yes, little sister. Whatever your sister-in-law promises, she keeps. I'll clean your room from now on. When I finish having my baby and rest, I'll pack all your clothes for you. After all, Shen Jiaqing managed to get some meat. People are quick to complain when they're hungry and soft-hearted when they're fed. Tears welled up in Shen Jiaqing's eyes, and her vision blurred. This family is just too wonderful. Knowing she had lied to everyone for 18 years, they didn't blame her or complain. Instead, they were even happier and took on all the chores at home. At that moment, Xiao Huilan carried a bowl of green bean soup and strode out confidently. She had overheard everything in the kitchen earlier, but she wasn't surprised at all. Instead, she felt a bit proud. You see, Jiaqing, who she was born from, she inherited her mother's cleverness. Shen Laogui wasn't willing to be outdone. Your daughter got her brains from you, but her ability to pretend to be weak and then surprise everyone? That must have come from me. Everyone burst into hearty laughter. The meal was filled with happiness and warmth. It seems like it's been a long time since I enjoyed a meal this much. Shen Jiaqing chewed slowly, eating the homemade braised rabbit, surrounded by laughter and lively chatter. My heart had already flown somewhere else. I wonder if this rabbit meat suits Lu Zheng's taste. At dusk, the beautiful red sunset dyed the sky, and the last faint light reflected on the stone table at the Lu family's yard. Lu Zheng held his bowl, carefully chewing the soft rabbit meat, but his mind was filled with a warm, restless feeling, like a wave of heat. He finished the last piece of rabbit meat, even licking the oil from the bottom of the bowl, and quickly ate his rice. Right after eating, he suddenly sneezed 3 times in a row. Third brother, I told you not to be so proud, walking around shirtless in the yard chopping wood. You caught a cold, huh? Shirtless? Lu Qingfeng, Lu Zheng's father, almost dropped his piece of rabbit meat, then frowned. Third, I know that Yi Zhaozhao did something shameful, and it hurt your feelings. But you can't just go crazy. When he heard the name Yi Zhaozhao, Lu Zheng suddenly put down his chopsticks with a loud snap, his eyes darkening. I'm done eating. I have something to do. Before the family could ask more, he quickly headed south, stepping into the last light of sunset. He arrived almost at the same time as Secretary Yi, and soon, the guards started to gather. Yi Changhe gave a few instructions, then told everyone to disperse and hide in the woods. If they saw anyone sneaking around, they should catch them immediately, no matter what. Seeing everyone hiding in the bushes and low areas, feeding mosquitoes, Lu Zheng rolled up his sleeves, grabbed a branch of Nanmu wood, and pushed off the ground with his feet, climbing the tree quickly. From high up, he could see far with a good view, and it was easier to hide and catch prey. Lu Zheng hid among the thick leaves. As the last light of day was swallowed by darkness, he blended quietly into the night. Time passed second by second. Leaning against the tree trunk, Lu Zheng was thinking about the unique taste of the rabbit meat and the woman who had sent it to him. Her fair, soft face, with a faint dimples, looked so lovely when she smiled. Maybe influenced by her, Lu Zheng chewed on a blade of dogtail grass, and a slight smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. While thinking, a faint sound of footsteps, stepping on dry grass and twigs, stopped at his feet from a distance and gradually approached. Lu Zheng immediately became alert. His hand, gripping the tree trunk, suddenly tightened, and his veins bulged. The person below moved very quietly, with small steps, sneaking around suspiciously. His actions were very sneaky. Lu Zheng parted the leaves and kept a sharp, eagle-eyed watch on this figure. The person was tall and thin, wearing a pure white shirt. It was him. In the next second, Lu Zheng leapt up suddenly and hit Jiang Shurian squarely. The powerful impact knocked the person to the ground instantly, making him unable to move, as if under a heavy mountain. Jiang Shurian's mind was full of thoughts about watches and gold bracelets. Suddenly, everything went black, and he almost fainted. A loud scream sounded. Behind the grass and big trees, more than 10 people rushed out quickly. Many flashlights shone at once, illuminating his pale, painful face. Jiang Jiqing. Why is it him? Everyone looked at each other in confusion. No one expected that the person stealing Nanmu wood was actually Jiang Shurian. Yi Changhe was also stunned. Didn't he say that the people were the 2 brothers from the Shin family? Why did it turn out to be Jiang Shurian? He was about to secretly let him go, but Lu Zheng quickly tied him up. We caught him. Take him back to the team for questioning first. Under the faint moonlight above, 3 figures quietly sneaked along the village path. They hurried forward, walking quickly toward the southern woods, but still arrived a bit late. When Shun Jiaqing arrived, a group of people was loudly escorting someone out of the woods, heading toward the team. If it weren't for the white shirt he was wearing, Shun Jiaqing almost didn't recognize him. Is this Jiang Shiyan? His hair was messy like a chicken coop, his glasses crooked on his face, his white shirt covered in mud, and he was limping as he walked. He looked very miserable. The third brother immediately became nervous, breaking out in cold sweat. There really was an ambush. Fortunately, he believed his sister and didn't rashly rush into the small woods. Otherwise, he and the fourth brother would have been taken away now. The fourth brother looked at the guards, his face full of coldness and hostility. Third brother, be more careful. If you get sold out, you're really stupid. The third brother was scolded harshly, but did not get angry. Instead, he felt a bit scared and said, "Yes, yes, I understand. Luckily, my little sister was here this time or else." He choked up, feeling mixed emotions like a pot of spices spilled inside him. He never expected that Wan Yume was truly hurting him. He had cared so much about Yume, even risking everything to ask for her hand in marriage, almost getting himself and the fourth brother into trouble by trying to steal wood. He was useless and made mistakes, but the fourth brother was different. The fourth brother was always the best in the team, a model worker with a bright future ahead. The third brother felt more and more angry and ashamed. His lover's betrayal almost caused him to make a big mistake and hurt his own brother. He felt ashamed to face the fourth brother. "Fourth brother, I'm sorry. I will stand up for you today and also explain things for myself," he said, clenching his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. The fourth brother patted his shoulder to comfort him. "After this, you see what kind of person Wan Yume really is. It's best to cut ties now." "Yes, third brother. Wan Yume doesn't deserve you. You deserve a better girl," Shun Jiaqing agreed. The third brother didn't say anything, but he had made up his mind. After a while, a look of rare determination appeared on his defeated face. "Little sister, you can keep that money for now. I don't need it anymore. I will talk to her and clear things up." Finally, the third brother woke up and understood. Shun Jiaqing suddenly felt like crying and gently hugged him. The crisis with the third and fourth brothers was temporarily resolved, but the matter wasn't over yet. Watching the guards walk farther away, Shun Jiaqing clenched her fists in anger and gritted her teeth. "It's a pity I didn't see him get caught myself." Behind her, the third and fourth brothers exchanged glances. Why does the little sister seem to know that Jiang Shiyan is going to be caught? And she looks so excited about it. Earlier, seeing Jiang Shiyan in such a miserable state and being taken away, the little sister must have gone to cause trouble or act crazy. But today, she's acting differently.
Could it be?
She really doesn't like Jiang Shiyan anymore? They exchanged silent glances, their eyes full of joy that even the night couldn't hide. Especially the third brother, who had just been in pain, now felt comforted because of his little sister. "Little sister, who do you think is behind this?" the third brother asked, rubbing his fists eagerly. "Want to know who it is? Just follow me." Shun Jiaqing waved his hand, and the two older brothers eagerly followed behind. They kept a moderate distance from the group and walked all the way to the large meeting room. At the door, Yi Zhaozhao looked eagerly, already getting impatient from waiting. All around were villagers she had called over, mostly gossiping women from the village. Today, she was determined to make this matter known to everyone. Even if old Fourth Shen didn't cut down trees himself, she wanted to ruin his reputation, so he couldn't attend the workers, peasants, and soldiers' university. She prepared her speech, ready to stir up the crowd and criticize him thoroughly. Not long after, they heard a noisy commotion. Lu Zheng was leading a person by the hand, walking towards them. Yi Changhe followed closely behind. Seeing his daughter gathering so many villagers, he was stunned and his face darkened like water could drip from it. He desperately signaled to Yi Zhaozhao with his eyes. But Yi Zhaozhao ignored her father. When they caught the person, she immediately nodded at Aunt Lu. Aunt Lu understood and shouted loudly, daring to undermine the socialist system and engage in illegal activities. I'll beat you to death. She then took out a rotten vegetable leaf and threw it. In this era, everything was collective property, owned by the community. Who dared to invade the collective's interests, ignore the county's forest protection policies, secretly cut down trees, and sell them illegally. The crowd was furious. Some threw vegetable leaves, others threw small stones, all aiming at the man who was. Jiang Shiyan had his head covered, with a dirty rag stuffed in his mouth. He looked half dead, crying out in protest, his voice muffled. Suddenly, a strike hit his head, making him scream in pain. Then, countless small stones rained down on him like a shower. Yi Zhaozhao smirked. With little effort, she secured a spot for Shiyan Go at the workers, peasants, and soldiers' university. Just as she was feeling proud, she suddenly noticed the white shirt on the man. It looked so familiar, like. A strong sense of unease flooded her mind. As she pondered this, she saw Shun Jiechi walking over confidently with Shun Third and Shun Fourth. They actually had no injuries? Yi Zhaozhao's pupils dilated, her eyes nearly bulging out of her head. If it wasn't Shun Third and Shun Fourth, then who was the person that was caught? Thinking of this, she crazily rushed forward and tore off the headscarf. A face swollen and bruised, like a steamed bun, came into view. Yi Zhaozhao gasped in shock, almost not recognizing him. Is this still the gentle, refined brother she once knew? Jiang Shiyan's skin was pale and cold, his appearance neat and scholarly. Wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, he had once captivated many girls. But now, he looked so ugly that even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. Yi Zhaozhao looked away with some disgust. Why is it you? When Jiang Shiyan saw her, tears streamed down his face as he mumbled incoherently, ugh ugh ugh. At this moment, someone recognized Jiang Shiyan. Hey, isn't that Jiang Jiqing?
What?
It's Jiang Shiyan. The crowd suddenly erupted, pointing and whispering about him. I knew he didn't work every day, just slacking off and sneaking around, not earning a penny, but still eating so much. Turns out he's been stealing from the team to sell.
Huffed. That.
The teacher sent you to the countryside to build the country, but you come here to be a parasite. Don't waste words on this. Just report him to the police. Yes, report him. Report to the police. Everyone was furious. They never expected that the person stealing wood was a knowledgeable and cultured, educated youth. Seeing the situation getting out of control and everyone nearly ready to beat him there, Yi Zhaozhao quickly signaled her father. Yi Changhe wiped his sweat with his sleeve and said, We can't report him to the police. No, we can't. Everyone turned to look at him. Yi Changhe's mind was racing fast, but he kept a calm appearance. He signaled everyone to stop arguing and quiet down. Things haven't been fully investigated yet. Let's find out the facts first. This is a village matter. We should handle it internally. After all, family issues shouldn't be made public. If it gets to the police, will we still have our village's honors this year? Our village's broadcast station quota might also be lost. At first glance, it seemed like he was thinking of the whole village. But Shun Jiechi, who knew the truth, was furious. Isn't this just protecting his own? Not to mention whether it's advanced or not, the saying family secrets should not be shared outside probably refers to their old Yi family. Now Yi Zhaozhao and Jiang Shiyan's relationship hasn't been made clear yet. People don't know that Jiang Shiyan is already almost engaged to the Yi family, so they can't see the bias in the statement. If the team were to handle this, the final result would be to downplay the issue, settle it quietly, and let it go.
Ha! Dream on.
Shun Jiechi leaned close to Fourth Brother's ear and whispered a few words. Fourth Brother raised an eyebrow, his expression changing quickly. He nodded softly. Don't worry, leave it to me. Third Brother tried to listen in by tilting his ear, but he couldn't hear a thing and almost got anxious. What are you two discussing? He asked, scratching his head. Shun Jiechi pretended to be mysterious and winked. Don't worry, you'll find out soon. Fourth Brother pushed through the crowd and quickly moved to the front. Secretary, is there some misunderstanding here? Look, Jiang Jiqing can't carry or lift anything. If he's accused of stealing Manhwa wood, he must have the ability to do so. Look at him, so thin he's like a stick, with hardly any meat on his bones. It's hard for him to even hold chopsticks, he's just useless. How could he have the strength to cut wood? These words sound like they're defending Jiang Shiryan, but in fact, they're full of sarcasm and mockery directed at him. Jiang Shiryan was about to explode with anger. Helpless, he had a dirty cloth stuffed in his mouth and couldn't speak. All he could do was make muffled sounds to express his fury. Yi Changhe could tell right away that Shin Fourth was insulting Jiang Shiryan. He was worried about finding a reason to defend Jiang Shiryan, but Shin Fourth, this fool, had just handed him a perfect excuse. So he nodded along and said, "Yes, hearing you say that, I also think Jiang Jiqing doesn't seem like someone who would steal wood." Jiang Shiryan stared with dead fish eyes, angry and frustrated. He was angry because they called him useless, and frustrated because he dared not argue back. This mix of anger and resentment burned fiercely inside him, almost making him faint from rage. When he heard Shin Fourth's words, Lu Zheng's eyes flickered with suspicion. He instinctively looked toward the crowd. His gaze landed on Shin Jiechi. She had a pretty, blushing face, with a mysterious smile on her lips, and was watching the commotion with interest.
Could it be
that she was the one behind this? She still had feelings for Jiang Shiryan. Lu Zheng forcibly turned his head, a strange fire burning in his eyes. He lowered his voice, his eyes cold and sharp. Knowing a person's face doesn't mean knowing their heart. Bad people don't usually show their bad intentions on their faces. The fourth brother was unexpectedly stunned. Could it be that the usually quiet person was speaking? He quickly seized the surprise and deliberately argued back. "Comrade Lu, from what you're saying, are you defining Jiang Jiqing as a bad person?" Lu Zheng snorted coldly. "What else would I think? At night, he's not at the youth center, but sneaking around in the southern woods. What good could he be up to?" The fourth brother was secretly pleased, constantly arguing against him, but pretending to be righteous on the surface. Although Jiang Jiqing does seem suspicious, we must follow fairness. We shouldn't wrongly accuse a good person, nor let a bad person go free. As the saying goes, catch the thief and the stolen goods, catch the adulterer and the accomplices. When we speak and act, we need evidence. Evidence? Lu Zheng suddenly shivered, his suppressed rationality slowly returning. So Old Four Shin meant this. He understood and exchanged a knowing look with Old Four. "You want evidence? That's easy. Just search the youth center and you'll find out." Hearing about searching the youth center, Jiang Shiryan jumped excitedly, making noises in his nose like a frantic hen. "Cannot go. Cannot go. Why do you have the right to search my house?" Jiang Shiryan shouted inwardly. A fear he had never felt before made his legs weak and his whole body tremble uncontrollably. Seeing his reactions so intense, Yi Zhaozhao's heart skipped a beat. Could there be some dark secret in the youth center? So, she opened her arms to block Old Four. "No, what you're doing is wrong. Even if Jiang Jiqing has done something wrong, you have no right to search his things." Old Four looked at her suspiciously. "Yi Zhaozhao, we're just looking for evidence. Why are you so upset?" Yi Zhaozhao's confidence visibly dropped, and she nervously said, "I'm just speaking objectively." She was alone and weak, so she looked at a few young people close to the youth center. Leading them was a girl in her early 20s with braids, Zhang Mimi. Zhang Mimi immediately supported her. "Yeah, what you're doing is just bullying people. We are young educated farmers going to the countryside, not prisoners in a jail. Why do you search the young farmer's residence?" Old Four saw through this but didn't say anything, wearing a fake smile. "Comrade Zhang, you misunderstood. I am on the same side as you. When I see Comrade Jiang being falsely accused, I am more anxious than anyone. If I don't investigate, how can I prove Jiang's innocence?"
right?
Zhang Mimi was furious. You're talking nonsense. Alas, my sincere heart is so misunderstood by you." Old Four handled the situation smoothly, talking to Yi Zhaozhao and the group of young farmers. No matter what they said, it felt like hitting a soft cushion. Seeing this, Lu Zheng silently led a few guards past them and headed straight to the young farmer's residence. When Yi Zhaozhao came to her senses, Lu Zheng was already gone. Most of the people around had also left, all going to the young farmer's residence to see the excitement. She was about to rush over when distant shouts and exclamations came one after another. "Oh my, so many! Good heavens! Over the past 2 years, you've sent hundreds of yuan home. You can't carry or lift things, and you don't usually work hard. Where did you get the money? Is that even a question? I think this is stolen money." Everyone was talking loudly, almost drowning him in their chatter. Jiang Shiyan looked at the stack of postal receipts in Lu Zheng's hand, feeling cold inside. Lu Zheng's face was grim. He glanced down at the numbers on the receipts, which added up to nearly 300 yuan. He held up the receipts and patted Jiang Shiyan's face. "The stolen money is almost 300 yuan, enough for you to face the firing squad." Jiang Shiyan's stomach tightened, almost unable to hold his. He definitely didn't want to face a firing squad. He was a cultured young farmer going to the countryside, planning to attend the university for workers and peasants, and then become an official after graduation. His future was bright, and he didn't want to die. Jiang Shiyan struggled hard, like a fish bouncing on the chopping board. Before he could jump twice, Lu Zheng's big hand pressed him down, holding him still. At this moment, Yi Changhe, his daughter, and old Fu Shun hurried over. When they saw the receipts in Lu Zheng's hand, they froze, feeling a bad premonition in their hearts. Before the branch secretary could speak, everyone started complaining and reporting grievances loudly. "Secretary, this is the receipt found in his house, and this box of tickets was discovered under his bed. Look at this, nearly 300 yuan, all transferred to his family. He doesn't usually work, so where did he get 300 yuan from? It must be illegal earnings from shady deals." Everyone was talking loudly, making Yi Changhe feel like his head was about to explode. "Jiang Shiyan, that fool, just transfer the money. Why bother with the receipt? Now everything has become evidence against him." He groaned in frustration and angrily glared at Yi Zhaozhao beside him. Look at what kind of junk she found. Secretary Yi was so angry he couldn't speak, thinking about how to defend him, when suddenly Lu Zheng's calm voice sounded. "Catch the thief and seize the evidence. The illegal money has been found. Just send him to the police. Yes, this can't be handled internally anymore. Send him to the police. Send him to the police." The crowd started to cheer and shout, demanding he be taken into custody. When they heard the word police, Jiang Shiyan felt like dying. Others might not know what this money was about, but he knew very well. This money was sent to him by Xin Jiaqing, that foolish woman. He never expected it to turn into evidence of theft and illegal dealings. Now he was completely ruined. You. He let out a few mournful cries from his nose. Right now, only Xin Jiaqing could prove his innocence. As long as she stepped forward and told the truth, all problems would be solved. Jiang Shiyan looked through the crowd and immediately spotted that delicate yet noticeable figure, sending a plea for help with his eyes. Xin Jiaqing was so focused on her task that she suddenly met someone's gaze. "Ha, the fish is hooked." She completely ignored Jiang Shiyan's plea and nodded at her second brother. Receiving the signal, the fourth brother subtly nodded in response, then turned and pushed into the crowd without looking back. All their little movements were seen by Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng frowned, glancing at Xin Jiaqing at the corner of his eye. What game was she playing now? Xin Jiaqing was watching her fourth brother intently, when suddenly she felt 2 cold waves hit her. Following the gaze, she looked into Lu Zheng's dark, stern eyes. This Lu Zheng was hiding things too well. She had been worried he would go to the southern woods, giving him countless instructions, but it turned out he had already received the news and was hiding in the woods. It turns out the clown was actually herself. Xin Jiaqing angrily glared at him. Lu Zheng felt like he was pricked by a tiny hedgehog and was a bit confused. Before he could think further, old Fourth Shin walked over to him, straightening his back. "Everyone stay calm. Even if the case is being handled upstairs, we should give people a chance to explain. Let's have Jiang Jiqing say himself how this money and this ticket came about. Ignoring Lu Zheng's warning look, he snatched the dirty rag from Jiang Shiyan's mouth. Jiang Shiyan's full mouth suddenly felt relief. He spat out some saliva and looked gratefully at old Fourth Shen. He knew Shun Jiaqing cared about him. He took a few deep breaths, weakly saying, This isn't stolen money. Shun Jiaqing gave it to me. I didn't steal it, nor did I do anything illegal. Today, I went to the small woods because Shun Jiaqing asked me to meet her. I only sneaked out at midnight. As soon as he said this, the crowd was in an uproar, especially Lu Zheng, whose half-closed eyes flashed with a dangerous glint. Old Fourth Shen was furious. You're lying. My sister already broke off her engagement with you.
How could she meet you?
She's been with me and the third brother all night. Stop slandering her. He was so angry, he wanted to hit him. At that moment, the third brother suddenly appeared out of nowhere and punched Jiang Shiyan in the face. You good-for-nothing Jiang Shiyan. We tried to help you, and you dare to insult my sister. Jiang Shiyan spat out blood, his face swollen like a bun. He glared fiercely at old Third Shen. You dare hit me?
Just hit you.
Consider it punishment for the bad guys, old Third Shen said. His sudden attack disrupted Shun Jiaqing's plan.
But
luckily, it was the third brother who acted. If the fourth brother had hit him in front of everyone, he might have become a target of gossip. Shun Jiaqing, who wanted to keep a low profile and stay out of trouble, couldn't hide anymore. She quickly walked to her two brothers. She looked at her third brother with concern. Third brother, are you okay? Jiang Shiyan, furious, spat out more blood. Shun Jiaqing, I was the one who got hit. You don't care about me, but you care about him? Shun Jiaqing rolled her eyes. He's my third brother. Of course I care about him. Who am I to you? Why should I care about you? That's nonsense.
You.
He knew Shin Jiechi was acting stubborn, so he didn't want to waste more words. First, he needed to clear his name. Shin Jiechi, you need to tell everyone clearly. This money was given to me by you.
Given?
Shun Jiechi suddenly raised her voice. That's not right.
Think carefully again.
Jiang Shiyan was anxious and stomped his feet. Shin Jiechi was deliberately making things difficult for him. Did she just want to be with him? She was so mean and shameless. He was secretly cursing her when he heard a tiny, mosquito-like voice. Jiang Shiyan, think carefully. Was this money given to you or borrowed? If you can't figure it out, then go think about it in jail. After saying that, Shun Jiechi crossed her arms, looking very proud. Jiang Shiyan's lips parted slightly. So, that was her real meaning. When did she become so mean and petty? Wasn't it just because she was upset about their broken engagement? Fine, very good. Seeing that he was still silent, Shun Jiechi completely lost her patience. She supported her head and pretended to be weak. Everyone knows I jumped into the river a few days ago. My mind is sometimes clear, sometimes confused. Now I'm confused again. I don't even know if this money is mine. After saying that, Shun Jiechi shot a provocative look at Jiang Shiyan.
You.
Jiang Shiyan was so angry, he bit his tongue. Lu Zheng stood quietly nearby, watching her act, a faint, barely noticeable smile appearing in his eyes. She wasn't confused at all. She was just waiting for Jiang Shiyan. Lu Zheng frowned and roughly said to Jiang Shiyan, Since Shin can't testify, you should go explain to the police. He pretended to walk away. After taking a few steps, Jiang Shiyan shouted, I borrowed. This money was borrowed from me. Shun Jiechi immediately lowered her arms, letting Lu Zheng wait a moment. Right now, she was no longer dizzy or blurry. She looked radiant and full of energy. Everyone heard it. Jiang Shiyan admitted it himself. This money was borrowed from me. Besides this money, I also have the receipts he hid, and yes, I've kept track of the things he took from my house over the years. Shin Jiechi took out a small notebook about the size of a palm from her pocket. It was filled with crooked pencil writing, recording every penny that Jiang Shiyan had taken from her over the years. Although the original owner was not very capable and quite foolish, she had a habit of keeping accounts. Shun Jiechi opened the notebook and read aloud in front of everyone. June 9th, 1973, Jiang Shiyan asked for a pen. June 15th, 1973, Jiang Shiyan said her clothes were torn and asked for some fabric tickets. June 18th, 1973, Jiang Shiyan said the workers didn't have enough food and asked for a bag of grains and a bag of sweet potatoes. July 2nd, 1973, Jiang Shiyan said her mother was sick and asked for 30 yuan. She read each entry one by one, each word feeling like a harsh punishment for him. Jiang Shiyan didn't expect that over these 2 years, he had taken so many things from her. From a small embroidery needle to various receipts, grains, and money, up to the most recent one. May 7th, 1975, Jiang Shiyan asked for her third brother's bride price and money for the wedding banquet, 120 yuan. When everyone heard the 120 yuan, they clenched their fists tightly. What kind of intellectual is this? He's clearly a smooth-talking man. In just 2 years, he had tricked her out of over 300 yuan, along with many receipts, grains, flour, oil, and meat. By the way, you also secretly diverted my brother's work points during these years, taking days off and not working, so you need to pay that back too. Shun Jiechi's voice was almost trembling with anger as she decisively closed the notebook. I won't argue over the grains, flour, oil, meat, and receipts anymore. You don't have them now, so let's just convert everything into money. This much stuff, I think 100 yuan is fair. Plus my brother's work points, that should be worth at least 100 yuan. Adding the 300 yuan you owe me, that makes a total of 500 yuan. Everyone knew well that 500 yuan wasn't a lot. If they counted carefully, it might be even more. Shun Jiechi quietly leaned close to his ear, speaking in a voice only they could hear. You hand over the money, and I'll give you the notebook. Otherwise, I'll burn this book right here. All that unaccounted money, you can explain to the police yourself. Do you dare? Jiang Shiyan's chest rose and fell violently. It turns out that today everything was a trap set by Shun Jiaqing. No wonder she was kind and gentle to him in the afternoon, and even took him to the small woods in the south. She had known all along that someone was hiding in the forest. Now it's too late to say anything. Shun Jiaqing's words just now completely humiliated him as a kept man. And now she's asking for 500 yuan. Forget 500 yuan, he can't even find 50 yuan on himself. Where can he find this money? He looked around like a headless fly, nervously hoping Yi Zhaozhao would step in. Yi Zhaozhao glared at him angrily. So frustrating. So helpless. In just 2 years, Jiang Shiyan had taken so much money and things from the Shin family. It's terrible. She now wishes she could dig a hole and bury Jiang Shiyan. How could she possibly stand up for him? Even if she wanted to, she would need the ability to do so. 500 yuan. It's not just 5 or 50 yuan. Seeing Yi Zhaozhao's indifference and even her look of disdain, Jiang Shiyan felt very disappointed. He had given up his engagement with Zhaozhao for her, only to cause this trouble. Now Yi Zhaozhao was ignoring him and even looked down on him. It really hurt his feelings. Seeing that Yi Zhaozhao wouldn't pay attention to him, Jiang Shiyan lost hope and turned his gaze to the group of young workers. Among them, Zhang Mimi and several other girls liked him and probably didn't want to see him suffer. If they pooled their money, 500 yuan shouldn't be hard to gather. His eyes flickered with a faint shine, and he stared intently at Zhang Mimi, who had a big round face and braided pigtails. Zhang Mimi felt her heart flutter. This was the first time Jiang Shiyan looked at her directly. She had liked him ever since she first saw him. But unfortunately, Jiang Shiyan was taken by Shin Jiaqing, the village girl. Now that he and Shin Jiaqing had broken off their engagement, maybe she had a chance? Thinking of this, Zhang Mimi shyly played with her small braid and said hesitantly, We're all young workers. We should help each other. I think. You wouldn't want Jiang to get into trouble with the police, right? Seeing her flirtatious look, everyone sneered. Help if you want, but I don't have any money. Even if I had money, I wouldn't want to give it to a man who relies on others for support. That's disgusting.
Exactly.
In our youth team, such a troublemaker appeared. If people find out, they'll be ashamed. We definitely won't help him. It's just a dream. Zhang Mimi is so anxious she glares. You guys, you're going too far. Jiang Jiqing said. He borrowed the money. He borrowed it. He's not someone who depends on others. Only you would believe such nonsense. Most people don't want to pay because they feel uncomfortable about it. Zhang Mimi wants to show she's willing, so she decides to pay herself. But she didn't expect her friends, who usually are kind and united, to become so cold now. And Shen Jiaqing, she's deliberately forcing Jiang Shiyan to pay back the money. She probably hates him and is deliberately making things difficult for him. She can't stand to see Jiang Shiyan being bullied. Thinking of this, Zhang Mimi reaches into her pocket and takes out 30 yuan and some tickets.
This is all I have.
Can everyone help Jiang Jiqing by pooling some money? Since Zhang Mimi has already offered, Yi Zhaozhao quietly pulls on her father's sleeve, trying to hold back her anger. Yi Cheng's teeth are almost clenched. If Zhaozhao didn't like him, or if this kid didn't meet the criteria for the workers, peasants, and soldiers' university, he wouldn't want to bother with him. He roughly pushes away Zhaozhao's hand and says angrily, as the party secretary, I'll lead by example. I'll pay 100 yuan first. I can't come up with more. Seeing Yi family contribute 100 yuan, Jiang Shiyan's dull eyes brighten again. He knew Zhaozhao wouldn't abandon him. Though 100 yuan isn't much, since the secretary paid, how could others refuse to contribute? Yi Chenghe pulls out a crumpled stack of money, spits on his fingers, and begins counting it one by one. Each count makes his heart bleed. Yi Chenghe fumbles and reluctantly pulls out 10 big bills, handing them to Shen Jiaqing. She looks at the secretary's shiny fingers, feels disgusted, and turns away, grabbing the other end. Once you take the money, you'll need to write a receipt for Jiang Jiqing later. Yi Chenghe's beard bristles with anger, and he feels a sharp pain in his chest and stomach. Okay. Shen Jiaqing says softly, with a slight smile, sitting quietly and counting the money. Adding Ye's 100 yuan and Zhang Mimi's 30 yuan, they quickly gather 130 yuan. As for Zhang Mimi's IOUs, she accepted them all without hesitation, since her family was also short of money. The value of these tickets was about 20 yuan, so altogether, she easily gained 150 yuan. Shen Jiaqing held a big stack of ration tickets, oil tickets, and cloth tickets, and opened her palm to Jiang Shiyan. I'm still 350 yuan short. Hurry up. Jiang Shiyan glared at her. This mean woman, she wouldn't even let someone breathe freely. He looked around eagerly. Fellow villagers, please help me. Consider this as a loan from everyone. I will write an IOU. Everyone was silent, looking at each other. Everyone knew what kind of person Jiang Shiyan was. He was lazy and refused to work, had no real job, and relied on his city background and a bit of good looks to act proud. But really, he was just all show. Lending him money? He would never pay it back in his life. Seeing no one responded, Jiang Shiyan awkwardly gritted his teeth. Fellow villagers, trust me. Jiang Shiyan, promise that once I get rich, I will pay everyone back. Before he finished, Aunt Lu teased, Jiang the young farmer, once you get rich. It's more likely you'll be hoping my old pig climbs a tree. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted around. Aunt Lu's words were sharp. Jiang Shiyan's face turned pale and red. He was about to go to the agricultural, industrial, and military university. When that happened, they wouldn't be laughing anymore. Today, you humiliated me like this. I'll remember. We'll see, Jiang Shiyan said fiercely. Then he pretended to be fearless, like a dead pig not afraid of boiling water. Shen Jiaqing, you saw it. I didn't take a penny. I advise you to stop now and give me the account book. Right now, there was no way to come up with a single penny. But, dreaming about easily taking the account book? Not a chance. Shen Jiaqing sneered. Jiang Shiyan, did a donkey kick your head? It's one thing to be stupid, but to think others are fools. Don't you know what an IOU is? If you can't pay, just write an IOU. When you have money, you must pay back. If not, I'll sue you. I'll make you lose everything and end up in jail. You. Jiang Shiyan's heart was filled with anger. He stared in disbelief. When did Shen Jiaqing become so sharp and harsh? Do you really think you can show no respect at all? Shun Jiechi rolled her eyes, too lazy to argue.
Don't talk nonsense.
What ties do I have with you? We've already broken off the engagement. From now on, we'll go our separate ways.
Fine, fine, fine.
Jiang Shiyan's whole body seemed like a shattered vase, repeating the words several times. So, she really still held a grudge against him.
I can write the IOU.
But think carefully. Once I write it, there's no chance for us anymore, he said angrily. Shun Jiechi frowned impatiently, pulling out paper and a pen. Enough, just hurry up. Lu Zheng untied Jiang Shiyan, who rubbed his bruised wrists before shakily writing the IOU. In the past, he had disliked Shun Jiechi the most. She was like a little shadow, always following him around, and he could never shake her off. But now, she no longer clung to him. For just 350 yuan, she was willing to cut ties completely. His heart suddenly felt empty, and it was hard to bear. Shun Jiechi stared at him without blinking as he finished the IOU. The moment he pressed his fingerprint on it, she snatched the paper and carefully folded it like a treasure. She kept her word too, writing a receipt and tossing it along with the account book to Jiang Shiyan. Then, smiling brightly, she walked up to Secretary Yi. Secretary, this money was indeed borrowed from me by Comrade Jiang. The account book can prove it. Yi Changhe nodded with a stern face. Since the money isn't stolen, there's no proof that Comrade Jiang was doing anything illegal. Jiang Shiyan knew Secretary Yi was trying to help him, so he quickly added, yes, I'm innocent. I've never done anything shady. Tonight, I was just walking in the forest. I didn't do anything at all. Seeing that no one believed him, he grew anxious. If I really wanted to cut trees, wouldn't I at least bring an axe or a saw? This reminded Yi Zhaozhao, who had stayed quiet earlier. Now she noticed that Jiang Shiyan indeed had no tools on him, not even a knife or scissors. That's right, how could anyone cut trees without tools? Yi Zhaozhao agreed. You must have caught the wrong person. Zhang Mimi rushed forward, trying to untie Jiang Shiyan, but Lu Zheng stopped her with a sharp glare. Whether we caught the wrong person or not, we'll know after questioning, Lu Zheng said in a low, cold voice, sounding almost merciless. He turned to Yi Changhe. Uncle Yi, no matter what, we still have to follow the proper procedure. Yi Changhe sensed something was wrong. Lu Zheng, usually quiet and reserved, today seemed like he had eaten firecrackers and was determined to confront Jiang Shiyan. Could it be because of Zhao Zhao? Yes, definitely. Jiang Shiyan took Zhao Zhao away, and he must be very angry about it. Is he now taking the chance to get revenge? Knowing it was intentional, Yi Changhe didn't dare to speak out. After all, this matter was too shameful to reveal. If it got out, it wouldn't be good for him or Zhao Zhao. He could only feel sorry for Jiang Shiyan. He looked at Jiang Shiyan with sympathetic eyes and said, then, let's follow the procedure. Keep him detained and investigate. If he's innocent, he'll be released. After saying that, Yi Changhe tiredly waved his hand. He handed the matter over to Lu Zheng. Jiang Shiyan's eyes widened. Was he just going to be ignored? Was he really left to Lu Zheng? He looked at the tall, cold-looking man beside him. To him, killing Jiang Shiyan would be as easy as crushing an ant.
Secretary. Unneye.
You can't leave me here. Yi Zhaozhao's fingers were almost twisted. She wanted to step forward, but was held back by Lu Zheng. Until the man walked far away, she stood there like a statue, watching. Her mind was a mess. The person who caused the trouble tonight was clearly the Shin brothers. Why did it turn into Jiang Shiyan? Why did he suddenly go to the small woods in the south?
Could it be
because of Shin Jiaqing? Does he still have feelings for Shin Jiaqing? Yi Zhaozhao bit her lip in displeasure and looked at Shin Jiaqing, but she just happened to overhear her talking.
You said.
What does Wan Yumei mean? Why does she want to hurt Jiang Shiyan? They're not even related. Shin Jiaqing's voice was soft, but her words were clear enough for Yi Zhaozhao to hear. She immediately became furious. Through her clenched teeth, she managed to say, Good for you, Wan Yumei. She turned and walked away. Her anger made her lose all reason. She didn't notice that 3 people were quietly following her from a distance. Little sister, why did you lie just now? The third brother asked, confused. Third brother, don't you want to know who really hurt you? The third brother stared at her hurriedly retreating figure. Is it Yi Zhao Zhao? She patted her third brother's shoulder, as if confirming. The next scene might be too cruel for her.
But
this is the only chance for him to give up completely. Third brother, fourth brother, hurry up and catch up.